Good morning. Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and praise and glory and honor. We thank you for this another day that you have blessed us with, for this another opportunity that we can say thanks to you. We pray that even as we are gathered here within this honorable house another time, Father, we look unto you with hearts of thanksgiving, and we say thank you for your love, for your mercy. And we do pray that even as we reflect on the season that we are in this Holy Week, we pray, Father, that you would bless each member of this house. May their reflection be on the goodness, your love, and your mercy that was extended to each of them. Have them, Heavenly Father, that they will continue to look to you and to seek your face, even as members of this house, as they are gathered today to discuss the matters that will be brought forth. We pray for wisdom more than before. We ask for understanding. Your words say that if we lack wisdom, that we must ask of you, that you give to all men, and you upbraid it not. So, Father, as they deliberate and discuss those issues or those matters that would come to the house today, we pray that peace will prevail among the members of this house. We pray, Father, that you, Lord, would direct all things, that you would be with the speaker as she moderates this house. Father, grant unto her wisdom, that as she, Lord, moderates this house, that peace will prevail. We commit ourselves within your hands, and we invite you to take charge of this atmosphere for your honor and for your glory, to Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Can we say the 23rd Psalm? The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. Yea, he restoreth my soul. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff may comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Good morning, members. You may be seated.
Confirmation of minutes. Minutes of proceedings of the 12th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly.
Are there any amendments to the minutes, please? Since there are no amendments, can someone move that the minutes be accepted as circulated?
Madam Speaker, I move that the minutes are accepted as circulated. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I second.
It has been moved and seconded that minutes of proceedings of the 12th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly be confirmed as circulated. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minutes of proceedings of the 12th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly accepted as circulated.
Oath of allegiance to new members? None. Announcements by the direction of the Speaker.
Thank you. Good morning again to members of the Assembly and to persons sitting in the gallery. Today, we have present in the Assembly the Gospel Light Private school students and teachers. They are visiting and observing their House of Assembly as part of the educational program offered by the Parliament, Understanding Democracy. This is the second part of the program as members, the Honorable Member for Valley South, Ms. Deanne Kentish-Rogers, and the Honorable Single Island-wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Joseph Vanterpool, would have visited their school, sharing information on the work of the Assembly. So today, we welcome the teachers and students of the Gospel Light Christian School. Please make them welcome. Also, the clerk and I are scheduled to attend the third annual Commons and Overseas Territories Speakers Conference held in Turks and Caicos Islands from April 2nd to the 5th. There will be a special sitting to convene that conference, and the conference will cover topics such as the precedent and protocol, the role of the speaker, physical security of parliamentary precincts, and that's one that we are concerned about here at our local assembly, cybersecurity, keeping democracy safe, AI, opportunities and challenges within a parliamentary democracy, and communications, digital methods for a transparent democracy, of which I will be the keynote speaker for that. So that happens on April 2nd to 5th.
Questions? The Honorable Member for Sandy Hill to ask the Honorable Member for Island Harbor, the Premier and Minister of Health.
The honorable member is recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to members of the House, members visiting in the gallery, and a special good morning to the Gospel Light School, and welcome to you. Madam Speaker, I propose to ask the list of questions, spanning 23 questions, to the member for Island Harbor at one time, and ask for leave for supplementary questions to be asked after each answer. The Honourable Member for Sandy Hill to ask the Honourable Member for Island Harbor, the Premier and Minister of Health the following questions. Whereas the Health Authority of Anguilla, the HAA, was created as a statutory body in 2003 to inter alia, 1, attain a more timely response to the overall requirements of the health service, 2, attain a greater efficiency in health services and improvement in the delivery of quality health care, and 3, separate from the Ministry of Health, thereby removing much of the bureaucracy typically associated with the general public service. Whereas since the 2020 elections, the Honorable Premier has publicly stated his intent to dissolve the Health Authority of Anguilla and bring it back under government. And whereas the Honorable Premier has also publicly stated that a commission has been established to conduct an inquiry and provide a report to the government, but to date, that report has not been made public. And whereas a bill for the Department of Health Services Act 2024 came before this House for first reading on 21st March 2024. However, to date, the general public has not been informed as to how health services will improve by dissolving the Health Authority. Can the Minister indicate to this Honourable House and to the people of Anguilla, 1, what was the purpose for which the Health Authority of Anguilla was established? 2, will the reintegration of health under central government continue to achieve the purpose for which the Health Authority was established? 3, will improved health services be achieved by bringing Health Authority back under central government? If yes, how? 4, why has the report from the commission which you established not been made public? Transition timeline. Number 5, what is the rationale for not providing adequate notice to staff and without addressing their concerns? Number 6, will the transition from the Health Authority of Anguilla to the Government of Anguilla still take effect on 1st April or 2nd April 2024, or will it occur later? Number 7, what reasons justify the rush to complete the transition by 1st April 2024, especially considering the potential impact on staff members' livelihoods and well-being? Number 8, public consultations are standard practice for major decisions affecting stakeholders, such as the transition of a healthcare authority. Why has the government chosen not to conduct widespread consultations, public consultations, in this instance? And how does this decision align with principles of transparency and democratic governance? Job roles and descriptions, number 9. Will job descriptions for health authority employees be changed? Number 10. If yes, are any technical experts involved in reviewing and writing job descriptions for healthcare workers? Who will review and write the job descriptions? When will job descriptions be disseminated? Number 11. Will there be considerations for hiring a core nursing representative, such as a chief nursing officer, following the transition? Job security and benefits. Number 12. How would the transition impact the employment status and terms of employees working at the Health Authority of Anguilla? How would temporary, permanent, and contract workers be affected respectively? A. Will the previous contracts workers had with Health Authority of Anguilla become null and void, effective 1st to 2nd April 2024? Would new contracts be issued to contract workers? If so, how soon can workers expect to receive these contracts? Would new appointment forms be issued to workers? And how does the transition affect contract workers' gratuities? Number 13, what would be the conditions and allotments for time owed and paid time off days like vacation days, wellness days, birthdays, and the like? How will overtime be compensated? Number 14, what will the organizational structure look like after the transition to central government? Number 15, how will the Minister of Health play a greater role than under the Health Authority structure? Number 16, how would workers approaching retirement be affected by the transition to government? Finance. 17, how will employee salaries be affected by the transition? Number 18, there were mentions of civil servants receiving salary increments. Will former, as of April 2024, Health Authority of Anguilla workers receive increments following the transition? If so, at what period can workers expect said increments? Number 19, in light of the fact that there is a greater volume of individuals presenting with more complex health problems in the past, are there budgetary considerations for hiring more generalist and specialist nursing and medical staff? Legal considerations. Number 20, what legal considerations surround the transition back to central government? 21, is the legislation that governs the transition back to central government leadership? 1, who were the stakeholders that played a role in shaping this legislation? Were local or overseas healthcare providers and healthcare experts consulted for input when penning this legislation? Would healthcare providers be allowed to review and add input to this legislation, and how? Number 22, what would be the time frame for enacting a Nurse Practice Act and establishing a nurse council that mirrors the context of nursing in Anguilla in 2024? Data management and confidentiality. Number 23, how will healthcare data be handled? Would new data management systems be used? Would new health information systems be used? What mechanisms are in place to ensure healthcare data protection and confidentiality? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Island Harbour is recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and morning to the members of this Honourable House, the staff. I'd like to welcome in the gallery the Permanent Secretary at Health, the Chair of the Health Services Reform Board, also the PRO and the PRO Assistant, for the government of Anguilla. Certainly would like to welcome in our midst the teachers and students from the Gospel Light School. It's good to see that democracy is still at work. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to wish Happy Holy Week to everyone, and hope that we respect the week for what it represents. Madam Speaker, I stand here with a heavy heart today because we're mourning the loss of one of our stalwarts in health, the late John C. Lake, better known as Pau, who passed away too soon, Madam Speaker. And I know last House we prayed for his speedy recovery, but God had better plans. And so we mourn his loss today and thank him for the what he has done for healthcare and advocacy in Anguilla with the Anguilla Community Action Network, and also his family for having shared him with us, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the first question, what was the purpose for which the Health Authority of Anguilla was established? The answer, according to the Health Authority of Anguilla Act, Clause 5, this was the act from 2004, the responsibility of the authority was A, to promote and protect the health of persons in Anguilla and to work toward the prevention of disease and injury in Anguilla. B, to provide an integrated scheme of primary and secondary health care to persons in Anguilla. C, to assess on an ongoing basis the health needs of persons in Anguilla. D, to determine the priorities in the provision of health care to persons in Anguilla to ensure that the most appropriate health services are provided. E, to ensure that reasonable access to quality health services is provided to persons in Anguilla. F, in an efficient and cost-efficient manner to operate, equip, repair, maintain, extend, and replace the facilities operated by the authority. G, in furtherance of agreements made by the minister under Section 3, subsection 1, to collaborate with educational institutions such as the University of the West Indies in providing education, training, and research in healthcare. H, to assess on an ongoing basis the need for personal care of persons in Anguilla and to provide quality personal care services. And I, to ensure that the business and affairs of the authority are conducted according to this act and the regulations and any other acts or regulations applicable to the authority.
That's good? Yeah. I'm going to continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 2, will the reintegration of health under central government continue to achieve the purpose for which the Health Authority was established? The answer is yes. Number 3, will improved health services be achieved by bringing Health Authority of Anguilla back under central government? If yes, how? Answer, yes. The minister now will be the direct advocate for health. She or he will be able to give directives to the permanent secretary and the health commissioner to ensure that the strategic plan is implemented. The minister will ensure that the Department of Health Services does what it says it will do to provide quality, affordable, accessible health care through dedication to excellence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to know if the current Health Authority Act allows the current minister to give directives to the board. It was referenced here that this was one of the reasons. So I'm wondering if the current act allows for that currently. No. The existing Health Authority Act, does it give the minister the ability to give directives to the existing board?
The current act, which will be repealed on the coming into effect of the Department of Health Services Act 2024, Madam Speaker. Current act allows the minister to pick and then the Executive Council to ratify choosing the members of the board, but doesn't give the minister the ability to give directives to the board once they're chosen. It does state in the act that the minister is allowed to determine the strategic plan, and that's all it says, Madam Speaker.
You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 4, why has the report from the commission which you established not been made public? The answer, the main focus of the Health Services Reform Board was to devise strategies of reintegration of the Health Authority of Anguilla into central government. The committee was instructed by EXCO, which is Executive Council, to submit an interim report and a final report to the minister to be considered by the Executive Council. There was no instruction that the report would be made public.
Thank you. In fact, 2 supplementary questions. First was the question as to whether the health authority should be reintegrated in the first place, a focus of the reform board. Why or why not? And then I'll have a second supplementary question.
The terms of reference to the Health Services Reform Board was to work on the pathway to reintegrate the Health Authority of Anguilla back into the Anguilla Public Service. The reasons for that is, Madam Speaker, and I think I stated those in the last House, there were 2 reports, the Martinborough and Associates report of 2008 and the Health Service Commission report of 2010 that showed that the Health Authority had significant issues, Madam Speaker, pertaining to that they had poor management, poor accountability, poor value for money, and that, Madam Speaker, it was recommended at those times that there needed to be changes made in terms of how the health authority was managed. And one of the concerns was that the structure as it was not working, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the question that I asked was whether or not the Reform Board had to consider the question as to whether or not health authorities should be reintegrated, and I don't think that the member would have answered that question.
Madam Speaker, this administration ran on a public campaign looking at the 2 reports that were done previously, looking at the report in 2019 from the Public Accounts Committee, which was in this House, Madam Speaker. And it showed that the health authority, I don't want to use the words that were written in the 2010 report. It stated that it was a dismal failure, Madam Speaker. The Public Accounts Committee stated that the health authority was not following its mandates, and there were issues of having unaudited reports for many years, Madam Speaker, and not following what the Act said, that there should be an annual report given to the public, Madam Speaker, and also quarterly reports and reviews should be given to the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Finance. Madam Speaker, these were not followed. It showed that the Health Authority of Anguilla, as it exists, Madam Speaker, is not doing value for money. It's not following the mandates of the Act as it was. The minister who's responsible for health care in Anguilla is not able to give directives to the board once the board is chosen. And Madam Speaker, in 2014, there was a letter from the chairperson of the board to the then Chief Minister and Minister of Health, which stated that if the minister was to write the board because he wanted to meet with the board, Madam Speaker, the letter stated at that time that he would be sued for what was described, Madam Speaker, as micromanagement and exceeding his remit, Madam Speaker. And so it shows that the board, the minister who's responsible for health, that the people of Anguilla have tasked with making sure these things, as I stated in the first question, that these were carried out. The minister had no say with the health authority, Madam Speaker. And therefore, it was decided that we would move forward as a policy of this administration to reintegrate the health authority back into the Ministry of Health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member, the rule allows you a supplementary question. That's what the rule allows. I believe it's Rule 25.
Madam Speaker,
So I will
The
ask
quest-
members to limit their supplementary questions to one question per question.
Madam Speaker, there were two aspects to the answer, and I do believe that I am entitled to ask a supplementary question in terms of each aspect of the answer that was given.
I do believe that you asked two questions also.
No,
I am,
Madam
so I am
Speaker.
only asking that we stick to the rule. So I will allow one question, supplementary question per question asked.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, the question that I asked was why has the report from the commission which the member established had not been made public? And his answer was in relation to the focus of the board. That was the first sentence. And then the last sentence is that there was no instruction that the report would be made public. So his answer came in two parts. So I would have asked in relation to the first question, the first sentence, whether or not the reform board were charged with answering the question as to whether or not health authority should be reintegrated. That's one question. And then the other question was in relation to the last sentence, was whether or not the report is intended to be made public, because his answer was that there was no instruction.
It is question 4 we are answering. We are not answering question 4 and 5. A question is what question? It's one question.
So, Madam Speaker, do I take it that you will not allow me to ask the question as to whether or not the report received from the Reform Board will not
I
be
think
made
you
public?
understand me perfectly well. The rule says the permission of the speaker may be granted to put a supplementary question. A. Single.
To one answer.
Okay.
Very well, Madam Speaker. I guess the general public will not know whether or not this report will be made public.
I think that the question has been answered. Please continue, members. Please, members, be quiet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, question number 5. What is the rationale for not providing adequate notice to staff and without addressing their concerns? The answer, the board and the acting CEO were informed at the time of the transition, which was planned for the 1st of January 2024. A meeting was held in the Executive Council chamber in December of 2023, where the date of transition was extended to the 2nd of April 2024. And I must add that the acting CEO of the Health Authority of Anguilla was present at this meeting to allow 3 months for staff to be prepared for the transition. The transition is changed to the 1st April 2024 for logistical ease of transfer. I have met with the staff and answered their questions as best I could while the legislation was being drafted by the AG chambers, and also more recently as the transition details developed. Heads of departments were briefed by the chairman of the Health Services Reform Board in December of 2022 and in January of 2023 all of whom provided written reports to the chairman before the end of January 2023. Then later, the chairman attended 3 staff meetings to discuss the transition and concerns with health authority staff. The permanent secretary of health attended 2 staff meetings to listen to their concerns. The whole world knew that the transition was happening, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, supplementary question. Did you, Minister, member for Island Harbor, did you meet with the staff after the legislation was drafted and presented to the said staff?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the transition from the Health Authority of Anguilla to the Government of Anguilla still take effect on April 1st or 2nd, 2024, or will it occur later? The answer, April 1st, 2024, is the transition date. Question number 7. What reasons justify the rush to complete the transition by April 1st, 2024, especially considering the potential impact on the staff members' livelihoods and well-being? Answer, there was no rush. There also should be no disruption of the usual job function for most of the Health Authority of Anguilla staff, except for a few administrative staff who will be transferred to other areas of the Anguilla Public Service. Question number 8. Public consultations are standard practice for major decisions affecting stakeholders, such as the transition of a healthcare authority. Why has the government chosen not to conduct widespread public consultations in this instance, and how does this decision align with principles of transparency and democratic governance? The answer, based on the findings of the Martinborough Report of 2008 and the Health Advisory Commission Report of 2010, which showed that there were significant issues with the Health Authority of Anguilla, as well as the Public Accounts Committee Report of 2019, this APM administration campaigned on returning the Health Authority of Anguilla to central government. Following the contingency liability review in 2020, it was confirmed that this was the right policy. The Health Services Reform Board, tasked with providing a roadmap for reintegration to the Ministry of Health, interacted with the Health Authority of Anguilla management and staff and private practitioners on the island. The health agencies and societies and other stakeholders were in attendance at the 2-day PAHO Health Authority of Anguilla Health Reform Workshop held at La View Hotel in July of 2023. Question number 9. Will job descriptions for Health Authority of Anguilla employees be changed? The answer, job descriptions will not change in the initial stage for most Health Authority of Anguilla employees. There are a few administrative staff who will be incorporated in other departments in the public service.
Supplementary question. Can you indicate at this point which administrative staff will be incorporated into other departments in the public service?
I cannot at this time, Madam Speaker, but I do know that public administration, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance are working on those transitions. And I think it is less than 5 persons, Madam Speaker. Number 10, if yes, are any technical experts involved in reviewing and writing job descriptions for healthcare workers? Who will review and write the job descriptions? When will job descriptions be disseminated? The answer, the government is conducting a comprehensive salary review and will hire consultants to conduct this review. The revision of all jobs will be done in consultation with the staff, supervisors, heads of departments, and respective unions or associations. Revised or new job descriptions will be distributed at the appropriate time once the exercise is completed. Number 11, will there be considerations for hiring a core nursing representative such as Chief Nursing Officer following the transition? Yes. Number 12, how would the transition impact the employment status in terms of employees working at the Health Authority of Anguilla? How would temporary, permanent, and contract workers be affected respectively? Answer: there should be no significant change in the employment status or terms of employment. All Health Authority of Anguilla workers, temporary, permanent, and contract, will now become public officers. The Department of Health Services Act made provision for the Government of Anguilla to acquire all rights and liabilities of the Health Authority of Anguilla, inclusive of contract rights and personnel. A. Will the previous contracts workers had with the Health Authority of Anguilla become null and void effective April 1st or 2nd, 2024? The answer is no. 1. Would new contracts be issued to contract workers? Answer: existing contract will continue as is. New contracts will be issued upon successful renewal of contracts. Note: consideration for renewal of contracts will go through the normal process. And 2, if so, how soon can workers expect to receive these contracts? This is not applicable. A, would new appointment forms be issued to workers? The answer: yes. All Health Authority of Anguilla workers will receive new appointment forms from the Government of Anguilla. And B, how does the transition affect contract workers' gratuities? The answer: the terms of the contracts will not change. Question number 13. What would be the conditions and allotments for time owed and paid time off days like vacation days, wellness days, birthdays, and the like? How will overtime be compensated? The answer: the Government of Anguilla has well-established mechanisms that handle these human resource matters. A committee is reviewing the overtime formula. 14. What will the organizational structure look like after the transition to central government? Answer: the Health Services Reform Board, along with the Pan American Health Organization, have recommended a new organizational chart which will guide the functionality of the Ministry and Department of Health Services, and a timetable for its implementation has been drawn up by the various ministries. The Health Commissioner and the Deputy Health Commissioner will carry out the function of the current CEO. Number 15. How will the Minister of Health play a greater role than under the Health Authority of Anguilla structure? Answer: the Minister has greater oversight and will be able to give directives to the Permanent Secretary and the Health Commissioner to execute the strategic plan for health care and delivery. 16. How would workers approaching retirement be affected by the transition to government? The answer: since the Health Authority of Anguilla employees contribute to the Public Service Pension Fund, there should be no impact. Number 17, how will employees' salaries be affected by the transition? Employees' salaries will be maintained. 18, there were mentions of civil servants receiving salary increments. Will former, as of April 2024, Health Authority of Anguilla workers receive increments following the transition? If so, at what period can workers expect said increments? Answer: public service increments have been frozen for many years. A comprehensive salary review is pending which will address salaries, grades, increments, performance, etc. 19. In light of the fact that there's a greater volume of individuals presenting with more complex health problems in the past, 1. Are there budgetary considerations for hiring more generalist and specialist nursing and medical staff? Answer: this is under review. And as of today, Madam Speaker, I can say that that is the case. 20. What legal considerations surround the transition back to central government? Answer: please refer to the Bill for Department of Health Services Act 2024. 21. Is the legislation that governs the transition back to central government leadership? 1. Who were the stakeholders that played a role in shaping this legislation? Were local or overseas healthcare providers and healthcare experts consulted for input when penning this legislation? Answer. The Attorney General's Chambers is the government's legal advisor. The members of the Health Service Reform Board, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance, Public Administration, the acting CEO of the Health Authority of Anguilla, and the Pan American Health Organization were involved. 2. Would healthcare providers be allowed to review and add input to this legislation, and how? Answer. The core of the health service reform was carried out by local health professionals. As with any legislation, amendments can be made during the committee stage or can be recommended even after the act is assented to. 22. What would be the time frame for enacting a Nurse Practice Act and establish a nurse council that mirrors the context of nursing in Anguilla in 2024? The Ministry of Health would circulate the Nurse Practice Act for revisions and comments. The Nursing Council will be formed after the Chief Nursing Officer's position is filled. 23. How will healthcare data be handled? Answer. Carefully and confidentially. 1. Would new data management systems be used? Answer. Government of Anguilla has systems in place to manage HR and financials. The current health information system will be retained. 2. Would new health information systems be used? Answer. No. 3. What mechanisms are in place to ensure healthcare data protection and confidentiality? Answer. Current practices will continue, and the Act addresses access and consequences for breach of confidentiality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, members.
Government statements and recent developments? None. Papers? None. Reports from committees? None. Petitions? None. Government notices? None. Private members' notices? None. Motions? None. Motions? Motion 1 of 2024, 4/12 HOA, Customs Duty and Tax Exemption Motion, Regulations 2024.
The member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see the clerk has a hot date he wants to get to. Motion 1/2024-412 HOA, Custom Duty and Tax Exemption, resolution made by the House of Assembly under Section 77, subsection 1 of the Customs Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter C-169, Section 2 of the Interim Goods Tax Amendment Act 2020, and Section 3 of the Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020 was proposed and seconded in the House of Assembly on the 26th day of March 2024. Oh, certainly. Madam Speaker, I apologize. I beg to move that motion 1/2024-412 HOA be considered. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The resolution made by the House of Assembly under Section 77, subsection 1 of the Customs Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter C-169, Section 2 of the Interim Goods Tax Amendment Act 2020, and Section 3 of the Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020 was proposed and seconded in the House of Assembly on the 26th day of March 2024. Whereas a certificate of good standing that had not expired or been canceled was produced to the Minister of Finance in relation to the importers, be it resolved that under the powers contained in Section 77, subsection 1 of the Customs Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter 169, Section 2 of the Interim Goods Tax Amendment Act 2020, and Section 3 of the Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020, the House of Assembly exempts from customs duty, interim goods tax, and excise tax the goods imported into Anguilla specified in the schedule. 1. The following conditions apply in respect of all goods exempted by virtue of this resolution. A. The goods shall not within 5 years of the date of importation be sold, exchanged, given away, or applied to any use other than the use specified in the schedule. B. On the expiry of 6 months from the date of importation and each successive 6-month period within the 5-year period after the date of importation, the importer shall certify to the Controller of Customs in a form acceptable to the Controller of Customs that he has complied with the conditions set out in paragraph A. C. Upon demand made by a customs officer, the goods exempted under this resolution shall be produced or otherwise accounted for to the customs officer. D. In accordance with the Customs Administrative Cost Recovery Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter 170, at the time of import, the importer shall pay the customs administrative charge at the rate specified in the schedule. 2. In accordance with Section 71 of the Customs Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter 169, the following apply in the event that a condition referred to in Section 1 of this resolution is contravened or not complied with. A. If any of the goods exempted under this resolution are sold, exchanged, given away, or applied to any use other than the use specified in the schedule within 5 years of the date of importation, 1. The importer shall pay the customs duty and interim goods tax and excise tax on the value of such goods at the rate specified in the integrated customs tariff at the date of importation. 2. The importer and any person knowingly concerned in such sale, exchange, gift, or unsanctioned use is guilty of an offense and may be arrested and is liable to a fine of $20,000 or 3 times the customs duty, excise tax, and interim goods tax relieved, whichever is the greater, or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years, or to both. And 3, the goods in respect of which the exemption was granted are liable to forfeiture. B. If the importer fails to certify that he has not sold, exchanged, given away, or applied the goods to any use other than the use specified in the schedule, 1. The importer shall produce or account for the goods exempted under this resolution to the Controller of Customs. 2. Any goods not produced or accounted for will be deemed to have been sold, exchanged, given away, or applied to some use other than the use specified in the schedule and paragraph A, subsection 1 applied. And 3, if any goods not produced or accounted for are subsequently found, they are liable to forfeiture. C. If the importer fails to produce or account for the goods exempted under this resolution upon demand by a customs officer, 1. The importer and any person knowingly concerned in such failure are guilty of an offense and may be arrested and are liable to a fine of $20,000 or 3 times the value of the goods, whichever is the greater, or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years, or to both. And 2, if any goods not produced or accounted for are subsequently found, they are liable to forfeiture. D. If the importer fails to pay the customs administrative fee at the rate specified in the schedule at the expiry of 30 days from the date of delivery of a demand for payment made by the Controller of Customs, or such longer period as may be designated by the Controller of Customs, 1. The importer shall pay the customs duty, excise tax, and interim goods tax on the value of such goods at the rate specified in the integrated customs tariff at the date of importation. 2. The importer and any person knowingly concerned in such failure are guilty of an offense and may be arrested and are liable to a fine of $20,000 or 3 times the value of the goods, whichever is the greater, or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years or to both. And 3, the goods exempted under this resolution are liable to forfeiture. Madam Speaker, in this motion, in the schedule, the importer is Mr. Duquesne Brooks of Lions Fitness Center Limited, and the purpose is for Health and Fitness Center. The list of items is included, which includes exercise equipment. One of the policies of this administration is for improved health care, especially with the increase in the non-communicable chronic diseases, and this certainly will help in that regard. The period during which the importation is allowed is January 8th, 2024 to January 7th, 2026, and the rate of customs administrative charge is 5% administrative charge of the value of the goods in respect of which the custom duty exemption is granted, and the duty and tax loss is $127,306 EC dollars. The applicant will pay the goods and service tax. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Someone to second, please.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you, honorable member. Motion 1, 2024-412 HOA has been moved and seconded. I now invite debate on the merits and principles of this motion. The floor is open for contributions. The honorable member for Sandy Hill is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this motion. As a former Lion Fitness attendee, I can say without a doubt that Mr. Brooks is a serious health and fitness instructor as well as a serious businessman. And this motion coming before the House today says to me that he is beginning to realize his dream and the vision that he has had for Lion Fitness Center. And so I stand in full support of this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The member for Road South is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I too stand in full support of this concession. As you know, the process of duty-free concessions usually comes through the Executive Council. And when I saw Lion Fitness was seeking to update his facility, I was very happy, Madam Speaker, because I know he has been involved in fitness for quite a while, having been a participant in shows. Also, he has been the president of the Anguilla Bodybuilding and Fitness Federation, the very last president of the Anguilla Bodybuilding and Fitness Federation, Madam Speaker. And he has also been, he started his bodybuilding and fitness career at the Dungeon Gym and Fitness Center, Madam Speaker, which this year will be celebrating 29 years of operations, Madam Speaker. And I must say, it's the only fitness facility in Anguilla that has never received a duty-free concession. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, it is important that we support these sorts of facilities. And we have about 10 fitness facilities here in Anguilla. So it means, therefore, that nobody should have an excuse not to be involved in fitness of some kind. I would hope that a member of Sandy Hill, she just said she's a former member of Lion Fitness, and I hope she will rejoin Lion Fitness once he moves to his new facility there in George Hill and become a member once again of Lion Fitness. Because as the Honorable Premier and Minister of Health spoke about, the proliferation of NCDs, non-communicable diseases, have really befallen us. And what a lot of people in Anguilla may not be aware of is that every year over the last decade, we have had at least 200 amputees in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Every year, 200 and more amputees in Anguilla, whether it be a finger, a toe, a foot, a leg, Madam Speaker. And it all comes down to diabetes, Madam Speaker. It all comes down to lifestyle. So I'm not saying that if you follow a particular healthy lifestyle, you won't get sick and you won't get diabetes, you won't get an NCD, and you won't die. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that it gives you a better chance of staving these off if you involve yourself in a healthy and fitness lifestyle. So again, I stand in full support, and I know this will have unanimous support in this Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The Single Island White Electoral District member, Mr. Joseph Antapool, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to all my colleagues, the House of Assembly staff, those present in the gallery, I wish I had the opportunity to say welcome to the Gospel Light students and teachers, but I'm grateful for their presence here this morning, as well as I'd like to say good morning to all Anguillians following, whether via Facebook or radio. Madam Speaker, I rise also to give my full support to the motion for this concession. I believe persons would have spoken a lot to Duke Wayne and his commitment to fitness over the time, but I also want to speak to his role in terms of using his business, Lion Fitness, in order to have community events, Madam Speaker. One of which that I was very grateful that he pulled off for the second annual time, which was the adult road race. And the whole idea behind this, Madam Speaker, is not only to help and build and foster support and school spirit for our high school athletes and our houses, but also to encourage us as adults to come out and just do something to be a bit more healthy. So with that, Madam Speaker, not only do I give my support, I would like to rise to challenge my fellow members of this honorable house, as well as all Anguillians listening. I decided to get back out walking and get back in the gym, Madam Speaker. It's time to get fit for the 50. So if we're gonna be out for the 50, let's use the time between now to focus on our health. We know that predominantly in this region, and with us being mainly of African descent, we are predisposed to issues such as diabetes and hypertension. So while we have a goal coming up and while we are anticipating the fun we have coming up, how about we encourage each other to not only join the fitness centers, not only come out and go walking, let's all get fit for the 50. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for West End is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to all in the House today and those listening or watching. I've known Duke Wayne for a number of years. In fact, I was his coach when he played youth cricket from a very young age. And the thing about Duke Wayne back then, Madam Speaker, was that you thought he didn't have the strength to hit the ball off the square. So we'd often joke about it. He looked good in defense, but as soon as he looked to attack, he didn't have the power to do it. And it's almost like that character, that cartoon character of Charles Atlas, where someone kicked sand in his face. So we could look at a business, the Lion Fitness, but the Lion really is Duke Wayne because he took the opportunity to develop his body, to be an example, not just say that, come to my gym and pay money and the likes. He was saying, do as I do. And we all know the fitter you are, you perform better. So I would say, again, I, of course, naturally stand to support this motion. And I wish Duke Wayne and Lions Fitness and all the members, and it doesn't matter what size or shape you are. Not everybody's gonna look like Miss World or Mr. Olympia. The key is to be the best that you can be. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Valley North is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At this time, Madam Speaker, I would like to rise and commend Mr. Brooks for the investments that he continues to make in building his business as someone who enjoys his cycling in particular. I know the lengths that he has gone over the years to invest heavily, Madam Speaker, in the development of his products, but also his consistency. As a young Anguillian, it is impressive to see all that he's doing on his own to invest and build his business, and anything that we can do to help to support that is something that we should do. So again, I fully support this motion, Madam Speaker, and I wish Mr. Brooks every success as he continues to expand and build his business. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other contributions? The Honourable Single Island White Electoral District Member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, good morning. Good morning to the gallery. Good morning to the House. I also rise in support of this duty-free concession, Madam Speaker. I know Duke Wayne a long time. He has put in the work over the years, and he leads by example. I am not too keen on gymming, but I do look forward to visiting his establishment. It's along the main road in Churchill, so I think being strategically located in that area, that the interests of those who may not be keen on gymming, although I'm keen on fitness, I've never gotten into the habit of lifting weights or toning or whatever the terms are, Madam Speaker. But I look forward, I congratulate him highly, and I wish him much success. And I do look forward to the day when he opens. And hopefully there are new offerings that can pique the interests of people like myself and others, to live a healthy lifestyle in Anguilla. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other contributions? Since there are no other contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, certainly by the interventions made, we understand how important it is to support this venture, and because of the potential for an improvement in health that is essential and necessary as we go along, Madam Speaker. And so I want to thank the members of the House for the words of encouragement for Mr. Brooks, and also for the approval, which I anticipate, of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Motion 1, 2024-4-12 HOA has been debated without amendment. Members, the question is that this motion be passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Motion 1, 2024-4-12 HOA has been passed without amendment and is now a resolution of the Assembly. Motion 2, 2024-4-12 HOA, House of Assembly Procedure Amendment Rules 2024. I believe the Administrative Committee has asked to withdraw this motion prior to this sitting, so we will just move on to the next item on the agenda, please.
Other business, government business. A bill for Department of Health Services Act 2024, second reading.
The Honourable Member for Island Harbour is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Department of Health Services Act 2024 be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll like to give the objects and reasons for this bill. Madam Speaker, the Executive Council meeting X-Men 22/211, Council approved the Ministry of Health to conduct a review of health services towards improved efficiency, accountability, and quality of health care. Further, the Council approved the terms of reference for the Health Services Reform Committee of the Ministry of Health to provide recommendations to the Ministry on how best to merge the Health Authority of Anguilla into the Ministry of Health. The Department of Health Services Bill realizes the above through dissolving the Health Authority of Anguilla and replacing the majority of functions within the Department of Health Services under the Ministry of Health. Madam Speaker, the Act is very specific in what it does. It repeals the Health Authority Act of Anguilla 2004 and sets up the Department of Health Services and the Ministry of Health. The principal change in this act is that it removes the board as the governing body, replaces it with the ministry and the administrative structure within the government department. Therefore, the position of Chief Executive Officer, which existed under the previous act, has been replaced by a Health Services Commissioner, a Deputy Health Service Commissioner under this act. But the functions of this office in terms of administering health services in Anguilla and providing technical advice and guidance on matters of policy remain the same. Financial provisions that existed under the previous act will now be subsumed and regulated by the procedures of the ministry in accordance with the Financial Administration and Audit Act. In the act, Madam Speaker, it addresses the transitional requirements, transitions of properties, personnel, and the duties. It also addresses in terms of how to access medical records. It addresses consequences if there's breaches in confidentiality, which would include leaking of information by persons who are tasked with providing that information. It sets up appeals committee. It sets up the ability to make regulations. And also, it defines the minister's role, the Minister of Health, in clause number 4, powers of the minister. The minister has the power to do all things necessary for, or ancillary or incidental to, the carrying out of his or her responsibilities, including the power to publish in a manner that he or she considers appropriate information relating to his or her functions. This also allows the minister to determine the strategic direction of the Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
A bill for Department of Health Services Act 2024 for consideration. Members, the floor is open for contributions to the objects and reasons of this bill. I acknowledge the Single Island Wild Electoral District member. Mr. Kenneth Hodge? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to my colleagues on both sides of the House and indeed the listening public. Madam Speaker, this is Holy Week. I would have gone to the midday service yesterday, Madam Speaker. It was really refreshing, and I invite my colleagues. Today may not be possible, but certainly tomorrow and Thursday, I would invite them to attend church and get a little Holy Week blessing, so to speak. Madam Speaker, I rise in support. Yes, sir. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the bill for Department of Health Services Act 2024. Madam Speaker, I think it is important to underscore at the very outset the old adage that nothing happens overnight, good or bad. There are always trends, signs, evidence, data that if we were to do the research or heed the obvious and act on it, and I said act on it, Madam Speaker, things would be better in the long run, if not immediately so. Madam Speaker, our public relations officer would have reminded me just yesterday that sometimes I need to forget my teaching background. But Madam Speaker, today I want to be very methodical, very precise in my presentation, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence. I know that there are no time limits that have been set, Madam Speaker. And so I promise this honorable House that I will not waste the House time, but I will try my very utmost to be very precise in my presentation. Madam Speaker, I have noticed that as far as government is concerned, We have noticed in our own time that water, education, and health, long spans of time, and I emphasize, Madam Speaker, long spans of time would have passed without intentional appraisals. Madam Speaker, even where appraisals of systems would have been done, we have seen over and over and over again a reluctance on the part of governments to move towards intentionally fixing issues, Madam Speaker. That is, until this APM administration, Madam Speaker, would have come to office. So here's the question, Madam Speaker, that I wish to pose before this Honorable House today. Why would it be that generally previous administrations would have been reluctant to make hard choices and tackle hard issues? Madam Speaker, there is one reason that comes to mind. Has anyone noticed the severe backlash that comes with action, even good action? Severe backlash, Madam Speaker. So administrations in the past, particularly, Madam Speaker, the AUF administration, which would have been in office 2015 to 2020, they would have been in office some years before, but I reference that time period, would have just decided to play it politically safe and relax for 5 years, and I do mean relax. Madam Speaker, they keep talking about foundations, but Madam Speaker, I am Minister of Home Affairs, and I wish to ask the members on the other side, where was the planning permissions for these foundations, Madam Speaker? Do I hear a point of order, Madam Speaker? Thank you. Madam Speaker, without fear of contradiction, I firmly believe that the thinking process of the Anguilla United Front was not to disturb the voters, just keep everybody happy so that they could vote us in again. But Madam Speaker, this morning I want to say that this APM administration, headed by Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, is called progressive for a very good reason. So when we look at the evidence pertaining to the Health Authority, Madam Speaker, much of which originated with board members themselves, how can we fail to act, Madam Speaker? When the data points to a choice between acting or collapsing, what is a responsible government to do, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to quote from an organizational assessment summary report of the Health Authority of Anguilla 2008, carried out by Martin Borough and Associates LC. No relation to the AUF newcomer and political hopeful, Madam Speaker, by that name. Madam Speaker, the Premier would have indicated, and I wish to reference, the Health Authority of Anguilla was established through the Health Authority of Anguilla Act 2003 by the Governor and Council on December 3rd, 2003. This act provided for the Health Authority to take responsibility for the provision and effective management of primary care and the Miriam Gum Citizens Home. That included the clinics, Madam Speaker, the hospital, and the Miriam Gum Citizens Home. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to ask this morning, who is Martin Borough and Associates LLC, and why were they contracted to carry out this assessment in the month of July 2008? To be specific, Madam Speaker, July 15th to 17th, 2008. Madam Speaker, my research reveals that Martin Borough and Associates LLC consulting practice is headquartered in Baltimore, Maryland, with regional services provided from Los Angeles, California, and St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. For well over 2 decades, Martin Borough and Associates LLC has pioneered organizational strategies innovative tools, and financial solutions for a myriad of exclusive clientele throughout the United States. And Madam Speaker, I'm reading verbatim what I would have researched. That's why I'm reading from the paper. Martin Borough and Associates LLC has emerged as a formidable full-service management and financial consulting firm, offering the expertise, responsiveness, and flexibility that only a private, highly specialized firm can provide. Their data says that our consulting practice, that is Martin Borough and Associates LLC, is organized to meet your total organizational development, transformational leadership and management development, organizational reengineering, management training and development, executive coaching, change and transition management, and comprehensive training needs of all businesses, government agencies, and nonprofit organizations across all industries. And I continue to read, Madam Speaker, a mass practice, it combines the skills of organizational development, organizational training, and skills training with consulting professionals who work exclusively on meeting the training, organizational development, and transformational needs of our clients. So, Madam Speaker, I took the time to highlight all of this to show that this company came highly recommended, Madam Speaker. Reputable, Madam Speaker. No small boys in this business, Madam Speaker. So what were they doing in Anguilla? And Madam Speaker, I wish to reference this report that was compiled by Martin Borough and Associates LLC. It is an organizational assessment summary report of the Health Authority of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, that is dated November 2008, Madam Speaker. It's a 94-page document. And to find out why they were here, Madam Speaker, I go to the introduction, Madam Speaker, in the note to the Chief Executive Officer of the Health Authority at that time, Mrs. Darlene A. Baptiste, Chief Executive Officer. Dear Mrs. Baptiste, and Madam Speaker, I'm not going to read the entire document because it's rather long, but I'm just going to pick out the salient bits. So the first bit I wish to reference, and I read from the document, Madam Speaker, the Health Authority of Anguilla, like most organizations, is faced with problems and issues that impede the organization from achieving the full potential of its mission. These problems can often be very difficult for the board of directors, senior and middle management teams, or employees of the Public Health Authority to detect and specifically identify. However, by conducting a careful and comprehensive organizational assessment, Martin Borough and Associates LLC has helped many organizations identify and unravel workplace issues and challenges. The types of approaches used may involve a survey of employees, interviews with employees, analysis of organizational records, walkthroughs of departmental areas, among other things. Martin Borough and Associates will then work with the organization to help develop, refine, and implement solutions. And I quote a little further down in the introduction, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, and remember, Madam Speaker, this is back in 2008. This is just 4 years after the establishment of the Health Authority. It's important to keep that context, Madam Speaker, in mind. Furthermore, the need to improve the Health Authority of Anguilla's performance has never been greater and more important. The difficult global economy over the recent years, combined with the increased expectations of key stakeholders, the residents of Anguilla, has created a renewed need for improvement and systemic change within the Health Authority of Anguilla. Patients, customers, and health partners expect more Competent workers are growing scarce, and competition is intensifying as residents are seeking and pursuing alternative care at neighboring islands and England and across the United States. And Madam Speaker, for my third and final quotation from the introduction of the report. The Health Authority of Anguilla is experiencing challenges that are typical of organizations that are relatively young and growing. Employees complain about having too much to do and not enough people to perform the jobs required. Recruiting, hiring, training, and retaining, and competitively compensating employees are major challenges of the organization. The leadership and management teams of the authority are having problems handling the overall growth and navigating the direction of the organization. Hence, there are significant operational problems and efficiencies across the entire authority. Employee performance has great room for development and improvement. Management is attempting to get their finger on the pulse of the organization, which is a tremendous step towards organizational improvement. And Madam Speaker, the report went on to commend the Chief Executive Officer for embracing these opportunities that lie ahead for embarking on that process, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I read through the entire document, Madam Speaker, and I'm alarmed, Madam Speaker, that the report highlighted no less than 35 major issues affecting the Health Authority of Anguilla. And remember, Madam Speaker, as I said before, this is back in 2008, just some 4 years after the establishment of the Health Authority of Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, I do apologize for taking all of this time, but I think it was important to lay this out, sometimes given what we hear from the opposite side of the House, Madam Speaker. I think it's very important for us today to present to the people of Anguilla the facts and just the facts. Madam Speaker, I looked through, and as I said, I was alarmed to see a raft of major issues, and there were some 35 of them, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to read everything, Madam Speaker, because that will take us the rest of the day, but I just want to highlight, for the purposes of this Honorable House and our listening audience, the major problems that were found. And I go through them. Absence of cross-training and utilization. And it says the lack of training opportunities is perhaps one of the leading deficiencies of the Health Authority of Anguilla. Additionally, there's absence of cross-training and utilization throughout the authority, Madam Speaker. Their words, not mine. Another issue, accountability and ownership. Mid-level management and the staff employees believe that the senior executive team is to blame for the challenges in the Health Authority of Anguilla. To the contrary, members of the Board of Directors and members of the senior executive staff likewise believe that mid-level management and the staff are to blame for the authority's problem. So nobody wanted to take accountability, Madam Speaker, for the issues. Communication. There are significant communication challenges throughout the Health Authority of Anguilla. The channel of communication from one department to the next, or from one facility to the next, is broken, Madam Speaker. Inadequate centralization, Madam Speaker, another issue. Inadequate facility, inadequate policies and procedures, inefficient space utilization, insufficient staffing, Madam Speaker, lack of accreditation, lack of an adequate decision-making process, lack of appropriate supervision, lack of career and professional development, lack of clear goals and objectives, lack of common ways of doing things, lack of confidentiality, lack of defined roles, Madam Speaker, and I'm quoting directly from the report, not my words, Madam Speaker, lack of fiscal and financial knowledge, lack of investment, lack of involvement in decision-making, lack of management orientation, lack of public relations, lack of staff coaching and feedback, lack of succession planning, lack of training, lack of updated technology, low and poor productivity, low morale, Madam Speaker, lack of management and leadership development, organizational ineffectiveness, Madam Speaker, poor performance management, resistance to transition and change, shared ownership. Madam Speaker, as I said, I'm quoting directly from the report. I don't wish to be said that I am making this up. It's directly in the report, Madam Speaker. Lack of skill-based competencies, lack of teamwork, lack of trust. Some 35, Madam Speaker, damning, if I may use that term, Madam Speaker, indictments against the health authority. And Madam Speaker, I looked and I could find not even one positive to offset all of these negatives, Madam Speaker. And this was from back in 2008, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recall this morning one of the questions that was asked to the Premier was, why has a report from the commission which you established not been made public? I would want to ask the question this morning, Madam Speaker. Why was this report not made public or at least made available to the staff of the Health Authority of Anguilla? That's a question, Madam Speaker, I wish to ask this morning. Madam Speaker, we are here debating in this honorable House returning the Health Authority to the government of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, after going through all of this, after all the knowledge that I have attained, Madam Speaker, should we really be arguing in this House of Assembly today, this honorable House, about returning the Health Authority to government? Should we really allow this statutory body to continue to flounder each and every day? And Madam Speaker, let me be very clear. I want to highly commend the staff of the Health Authority, the nurses, the doctors, all the healthcare professionals that work tirelessly each and every day, Madam Speaker, to provide quality health care to the people of Anguilla. They must be commended, Madam Speaker, because as we have seen in this report, they obviously were working on some very adverse conditions, Madam Speaker, over these last 20 years. And I want to say to them, Madam Speaker, relief is in sight, Madam Speaker. Things will get better, Madam Speaker. And this is why I am here today supporting this move of the Health Authority back under government hands. Madam Speaker, it is very instructive that during the tenure of the Anguilla United Front, we are talking 2000 to 2010, and 2015 to 2020, it is very instructive, Madam Speaker, that I cannot find any documentation, any reports, and Madam Speaker, I stand to be corrected. I stand to be corrected, but I could not find, Madam Speaker, any meaningful interventions, Madam Speaker, that were made towards addressing these major issues that were affecting the Health Authority, Madam Speaker. I would like to believe that the administration of the United Front would have had access to this report. I fully believe that. And I fully believe that, Madam Speaker, they would have had discussions about the report and the findings, Madam Speaker. But I find it instructive that we find nothing that could be done. And Madam Speaker, it was only in 2010 when the Anguilla United movement came to office. They did something about it, Madam Speaker, and they would have set up the Health Advisory Commission, Madam Speaker, and that commission was established under the mandate of the Executive Council on the 21st of April 2010 to advise the Minister of Social Development on the dismantling of the Health Authority of Anguilla, make recommendations for instituting a more cost-effective managerial system for the operation of health services, and report findings to the Ministry of Social Development within 4 weeks of convening that first meeting, Madam Speaker. And I draw reference to letters that were written by the then Minister of Social Development, the Honorable Edison Beard. And one such letter is captured in the report where he wrote to Mr. Perrin Bradley, who was then, Madam Speaker, Trade and Investment Officer in the Ministry of Finance. And along with Mr. Bradley, he had other members, Mr. Don Richardson, the Parliamentary Crown Counsel, Ms. Everett Duncan, the Senior Medical Technologist in the Health Authority of Anguilla, Dr. Lowell Hughes, the Medical Doctor at Hughes Medical Center, Mr. Linward Brooks, Health Planner of the Ministry of Social Development, Dr. Paul Webster, Medical Doctor, and Dr. Trevor Connor, Dentist, Madam Speaker. And this committee, Madam Speaker, and the Premier alluded to it during his presentation this morning, Madam Speaker. They would have gone through, Madam Speaker, and they would have made a raft of recommendations, Madam Speaker, and given that the Premier would have spoken to a bit of these this morning, I am not going to waste this Honourable House time by duplicating it, but just to indicate, Madam Speaker, that in 2010, the government of the then Anguilla United movement would have taken concrete steps, Madam Speaker, towards addressing the deficiencies that were highlighted in the operations of the Health Authority of Anguilla. And then, Madam Speaker, fast forward to 2020, when the Anguilla United movement would have come to office, Madam Speaker.
Progressive.
Anguilla Progressive Movement. My apologies, Premier. My apologies. When the Anguilla Progressive Movement would have come to office, Madam Speaker, and again the APM, just at the AUM in 2010, Madam Speaker, the APM government would have established a health services reform committee that was established in October of 2022. And I am quoting, Madam Speaker, from the report of that committee, which is entitled the Health Services Reform Committee, Final Report, December 2023. And that committee consisted of the following members: Mr. Quincy Gumbs, Chairman, Dr. Clyde Bryan, Deputy Chairman, Ms. Janice Hodge, that was a nurse, Madam Speaker, Mr. Vonley Harris, who was the Accountant General, Ms. Marissa Harding Hodge, who would be the Principal Assistant Secretary, Finance, Ms. Rochelle Rogers, who would have been, I think, the Health Planner, Ms. Lorraine Gumbs, who would have been the Director or the Commissioner of Social Development, Mr. Theon Truss, who would be a member of the Attorney General's Chambers. Can't quite remember his title. He was a Crown Counsel or a Senior Crown Counsel. And of course, Mrs. Jacqueline Bryan Niles, who would have joined in June 23 as the Acting Permanent Secretary of Health. Madam Speaker, And the committee would have reviewed all the available information, including contracts and financial obligations, reports, recommendations from a PAHO report. And the final report proposes a reorganization of the public health sector designed to improve accountability under the Ministry and Minister of Health, Madam Speaker. And in the questions this morning, the Minister of Health would have very eloquently laid out the benefits of this reintegration, Madam Speaker, and I don't intend to rehash those because I think he did an excellent job, Madam Speaker, in his presentation. But again, I want to highlight that in the 20-year saga of the Health Authority of Anguilla, there were only two major attempts that we can find in 2010 and again in 2020 of government intervention to address the issues of the Health Authority. And Madam Speaker, as I said before, I stand to be corrected. Perhaps when my colleagues or the Leader of Opposition gets up, she will tell us all about all the interventions and the reports and the committees that they would have set up, Madam Speaker, to address all of these major issues that would have been befalling the Health Authority of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, there is not much more that I can say, Madam Speaker, except to say that this is a move that is, I would say, about 17 years late. Madam Speaker, the Health Authority of Anguilla would have been beset with problems from its inception, Madam Speaker. It had these major issues from the very inception, Madam Speaker. And I know all that has been said and done out there and all that is said, why are we doing this, why are we taking it back? And Madam Speaker, as a former civil servant, I know government, by nature of government, is very bureaucratic. I know that too full well, Madam Speaker. But I also know, Madam Speaker, that when statutory bodies are set up to escape this bureaucracy and give them more free time and more opportunities, Madam Speaker, to grow and thrive and develop, there's an expectation, Madam Speaker, that this will be the reality. But Madam Speaker, we have seen in the case of Anguilla, statutory bodies on a whole in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, have not been tremendously successful. And a bit from now, Madam Speaker, we are looking at the bill for reintegrating water, Madam Speaker. And I just want to draw to this Honorable House attention, Madam Speaker, the memorandum of understanding between the government of Anguilla and the government of the United Kingdom and the government of Anguilla that was signed in June 11, 2020, that spoke about that $37 million US as financial aid to government, Madam Speaker. And it is instructive that on page 13, and I wish I highlighted particularly for this debate this morning, Madam Speaker, that some of the very clear conditions that were laid out in that memorandum of understanding, there were 4 provisions that specifically related to statutory bodies in Anguilla. And I read number 7, statutory bodies, government of Anguilla to submit to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office a report on the expected impacts of COVID-19 on the revenues and subventions of statutory bodies. And that was due, Madam Speaker, on the 30th of June, 2020. Number 8, again with the statutory bodies, the presentation to Executive Council and the publication of budgets and work plans for each statutory body by the 31st of July, 2020. Number 9, again, statutory bodies, the completion of a thorough review of the contingent liabilities of each statutory body. This exercise should include a specific plan for each body to improve financial sustainability and address revenue and expenditure arrears, and a clearly articulated plan to reduce these over the following 12 months, and that was due by the 31st of July 2020. And number 10, statutory bodies again, the preparation of quarterly financial reports covering all statutory bodies by 30th September 2020, with publication by 30th November 2020. Madam Speaker, I sit in Executive Council, and I know we had to literally pull teeth to get this information, Madam Speaker. Literally pull teeth. And that is why I am of the view that the British said enough is enough. They give you this aid, we give you this aid, but these are some of the conditions. Because again, Madam Speaker, you would recall in my earlier presentation, I said it was only in 2010 and 2020 that the administration in 2010 of the Anguilla United Movement, which was headed at that time by the late Honorable Hubert Hughes, may his soul rest in peace, and again in 2020 by our current Premier, that any efforts were really done to address the issues with our statutory bodies, Madam Speaker. And I take time to highlight this because I know of the tremendous misinformation that is perpetrated out there on talk shows and social media campaigns, Madam Speaker. But this is the harsh reality, Madam Speaker, that we find ourselves in today. And we talk in this country about independence and being fully self-sufficient, Madam Speaker, when we have all of these glaring issues, particularly to statutory bodies, Madam Speaker, that we have to provide subventions to, taxpayers' funds to, Madam Speaker, to support the operations, and this is what we get. And again, Madam Speaker, I am not here criticizing the workers of these institutions, Madam Speaker, because I know they continue to do a wonderful job, Madam Speaker, under adverse conditions. But I'm here criticizing the mechanisms under which they have been operating, Madam Speaker. And I think we have to call a spade a spade. And we have come to the realization that this is no longer working for the government and people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. I think I have said a mouthful, Madam Speaker. I now wish to dismiss the class, Madam Speaker. I hope the students would have learned something from my presentation this morning. Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The single Illinois Electoral District Member, Mr. Joseph Vanterpool, is recognized.
Good morning once again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in relation to the bill before us today, I don't anticipate that it'll be too long, especially seeing that I have voiced my opinion several times publicly via different forums on the matter. I would have stated that with the information available to me, and when I say to me, Madam Speaker, I mean by extension the general public, information that's publicly available. While I do acknowledge that this was a campaign promise made by the Premier and his administration, I, as well as members of the general public, do not fully understand and comprehend the rationale for bringing back the Health Authority of Anguilla back under central government and what this will ultimately achieve. For the record, to make it absolutely clear, Madam Speaker, and as I've stated before, I respect the Honourable Premier as well as his intellect. So I am sure that he has his reasons for making the decision, as well as for the pace at which this process is currently moving at. But Madam Speaker, I, as a representative who sits in this honourable House, one tasked specifically with oversight and the responsibility of keeping government's feet to the fire and holding them to account, I, as well as my fellow colleagues, have a responsibility that we are thorough in what we do and that decisions that are being made by the government are being made in the best interest of the people of Anguilla and moving this nation forward. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition would have already addressed some of the major questions and concerns previously left unanswered, and thus I won't be superfluous this morning and repeat them. But here are a few of the questions and concerns which I have which still remain. Before doing so, Madam Speaker, I have a serious issue with the lack of consultation that has taken place with the public and the various stakeholders on the matter prior to the introduction of this bill. I know that consultation with the public is something that all members of this Honourable House have committed to. You yourself, Madam Speaker, have advocated for. But since I have noticed that the ball continues to be dropped as it pertains to this important aspect of our parliamentary democracy, this is a change that I really hope will be remedied in the future as bills continue to be brought forward before this Honourable House. Tied to the issue of lack of consultation, Madam Speaker, my first question related to the process as well as the pace at which we are moving is, why the rush? Why the rush, Madam Speaker? Again, we the members of the opposition would not have had sight of the bill until last Monday, the 18th of March, before being expected to come to the House of Assembly on Thursday, last Thursday, that's the 21st of March, before being here less than 1 week later to debate the bill and subsequently pass it after second and third readings, Madam Speaker. Well, this administration has claimed that the first reading is what paves the way towards public consultation, a matter which, in my personal opinion, member, Mike.
Sorry.
A matter which I hold a slightly different opinion on, Madam Speaker, as I do believe or would wish to see the public consulted widely before and during the drafting process as opposed to after the first reading. I would have noted that, and while I acknowledge that the Premier would have indicated that he would have met with the Nursing Association last Friday after the last sitting of the House, I would have noted a clear lack of consultation with the public, despite this being a topic that is widely discussed in the public domain. Also, Madam Speaker, that doesn't provide myself or any of my colleagues with adequate time to conduct research, consult with our constituents, those persons who will be directly affected by the decisions this Honourable House makes, and prepare ourselves for extensive debate on these matters. This is quite unfair to the people of Anguilla, as it would affect the quality of representation and oversight which they are entitled to. With that being said, Madam Speaker, I would like to start by thanking the Honourable Premier for presenting some of his reasons for the transition in the last House of Assembly, as this would have provided some context and insight into the rationale him and his administration would have had. However, Madam Speaker, I still do have some questions or concerns related to this decision, relating to some of the reasons which were provided, which I will now outline. Madam Speaker, while I speak through you, with your permission, I would like to direct these comments to the Premier, as I trust and hope he would be able to provide some further clarification to both myself and the listening public as to the reasons why. First of all, Madam Speaker, the Premier would have referenced in a Public Accounts Committee report tabled in 2019, which stated, and I quote from his presentation, "Unless government improves its accountability in its medium to long-term planning, there is a risk that the government will not deliver on the issues set out in the Framework for Fiscal Sustainability and Development or the targets set out by the Act by 2025 deadline." The report went on to say in Chapter 5, Section 32 of the report, government agreed that compliance to submit audited accounts to statutory bodies was limited. He went on to make a reference of an example. The Health Authority, for example, had not reported at all since it was founded in 2004. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Premier would have went on to note, for example, the Anguilla Health Authority had never previously produced non-disclaimed accounts, implying that these reports would never pass the standards of accounting. Madam Speaker, I was a bit confused by these statements, as initially they appear at the surface slightly contradictory, and I'll clarify, Madam Speaker. The statement, the health authority, for example, had not reported at all since it was founded in 2004, on the one hand, and the statement, the health authority had never previously produced non-disclaimed accounts. Those were the two statements that seem somewhat contradictory, Madam Speaker. And while I would like some clarification on what was meant, I would note that the 2019 Public Accounts Committee report was based on evidence sessions which took place across earlier years. So, I'm not sure if no reports were available at the time that the Public Accounts Committee report was published, or if the reports were available, but all with disclaimers. So some clarification on that aspect would be welcomed, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, having visited the report, well, the Public Accounts Committee report specifically of 2016 and 2017, the most recent of which is available to us is 2017. And something I'd like to point out is while reporting across all statutory bodies has improved, something I'd like to report is that I would like to see reporting across all statutory bodies improve, Madam Speaker, because as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I will note that this isn't an issue that's typically special or unique to the Health Authority of Anguilla. We have had challenges investigating many statutory bodies, Madam Speaker, with most data being almost a decade old. So just for the sake of accountability and oversight across all government departments, I would like to see an increase so that we're at least 1 or 2 years max behind, Madam Speaker. So, as noted, this is not an issue unique to the Health Authority of Anguilla. So the question that then begged to me is, does this mean that—
Madam Speaker, a point of order. The Public Accounts Committee report that I'm referencing was published 31st of October 2019, and the member would have been in the House at that time as the Deputy Speaker, so I can't imagine he wouldn't have had access to this report. And secondly, I'd like for him to know that I was reading directly from the report when I stated what he stated that I said. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would not like to allude or make it seem that these were the words of the Premier and not of the report. And he is absolutely correct. I was a member of the House at that time, and later, subsequently, before the Social Security Board inquiry, would have then become a member of the Public Accounts Committee. But I myself, Madam Speaker, would not have been aware of this report until the Premier would have referenced it in his reply. Thus my questions. So, Madam Speaker, one of the questions that this brought to my attention, or just made me think, does this mean that other than the Water Corporation of Anguilla and the Health Authority, which we are here to discuss today, that in the future we may be back to discuss bringing other statutory bodies back under central government? Again, I'm not saying that's the case, but it was a question that came to mind in light of that fact. So, some further questions that I had, Madam Speaker, arose from the 2016 Health Authority audited report. I will reference directly from the report, Madam Speaker. At the top of the final page of the report, Madam Speaker, BDO would have provided their opinion on the 2016, and sorry, this report was dated 11th December 2018, Madam Speaker, but it's in reference to the 2016 audited accounts of the Health Authority. It states, in BDO's opinion, the financial statements present fairly in all material aspects the financial position of the Health Authority of Anguilla as at 31st December 2016, and its financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards. So it's clear that this report actually was in line with international reporting standards, Madam Speaker. If I go further down, Madam Speaker, to the bottom of that page, which speaks to the Chief Auditor's report to the House of Assembly, the Chief Auditor would have stated, and I quote, "It is very encouraging that the Health Authority has now provided accounts on which BDO has been able to issue an unqualified opinion following 12 years where opinions have been disclaimed. I have no further observations to make on these financial statements." And it's signed by Anthony Barrett, the Chief Auditor at the time, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the 2016 report was unqualified, as well as the 2017. I will admit it's quite concerning that this followed a period of 12 years where an unqualified statement could not have been made. However, it does show that progress was being made in the right direction, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, while on the topic of the report, the Honorable Premier would have listed in his rationale that $4 to $6 million would be missing from the Health Authority of Anguilla each year. And this may just be my own ignorance, Madam Speaker, but I was unclear as to whether this was in fact each year an additional $4 to $6 million was missing, or was it just in reference to this report? And the reason I ask so, Madam Speaker, is because in this report, it had a section that accounted for some missing or unaccounted funds which fit in that bracket, so I wasn't sure if this is what was being referenced. And for clarification of the listening public, Madam Speaker, again, I'll reference the report. Section 20 of the report, Madam Speaker, speaks to restatements. And it states, the comparative figures for 2015 and 2014 financial statements were restated to reflect the following. A, starting April 2009, the company shifted from Dakizzi accounting system to SmartStream accounting system. There were no beginning balances carried from Dakizzi to SmartStream, thus making the balances inaccurate and incomplete. As a result, the company used the suspense account to record unreconciled differences which were carried over until 2016. Details of the unreconciled differences are as followed, and Madam Speaker, they total them. In this table, it reads that the suspense accounts for $5,238,150. So, Madam Speaker, seeing that this was carried over from the transfer of systems in 2019, I was unclear if this was the missing funds that were now accounted for and why this statement can now be unqualified where the predecessing statements could not. Just finding my place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do have concerns when it comes to the improper spending of public funds, as I believe that any improper spending of the public purse, anyone who is involved should be found and should be held accountable. Madam Speaker, in the Premier's response last Thursday, he would have also stated, and I quote, the Commission also noted that the division between the Health Authority of Anguilla and the Ministry of Health should no longer exist. The population of Anguilla is just too small to support the separation. So, Madam Speaker, that may very well be a fact based on whatever analysis. These are the professionals. I won't challenge that. However, the question that then arises when I think about this is, we as members across the aisle and typically just across general public have acknowledged that the population of Anguilla is too small. So if we acknowledge that it's too small and we're going to put a concerted effort into increasing our population, increasing our tax base, does this now mean that at some future time we're going to have to revisit the conversation of reversing this decision and reinstating the health authority because it's grown too big for central government? Has this consideration been taken into account? Again, Madam Speaker, I'm just asking for the edification of myself and the general public. Madam Speaker, I would have liked to have made further representations on the matter. However, as I mentioned, time for research, time for proper preparation, due to the short timeline given, was severely impacted. What I do know, Madam Speaker, is that there must have been a reason why the Health Authority of Anguilla was first created and health moved from under central government. So the concern that I have, Madam Speaker, is while it may very well be well-intentioned, this transition on the Premier on his part, would there be a possibility of us unintentionally bringing about unconsidered consequences which previously existed and were the reason for the shift in the first place? Madam Speaker, there are several ways to skin a cat. If we're driving down the road, Madam Speaker, you yourself, and your car gets a flat, what do you do, Madam Speaker? Do you find a way to fix the tire, or do you abandon the car? Madam Speaker, if you're driving down the road and you run out of gas, what do you do? Do you find a way to refill the tank, or do you abandon the car and continue on foot? Even if the car is giving repeated issues time and time again, Madam Speaker, and you decide, you know what, maybe the best thing is to do away with the car and to get a new one, does this happen on impulse and do we just go into the shop and just buy one? Or do we have to first weigh the pros and cons via fixing the car and then buying a new one? All I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is while the Premier has his reasons, while he has his rationale, what I'm hoping for, or what I would have liked to have seen, is this openly discussed in the public forum so that not only I as a representative could be held truly accountable to my constituents and be able to provide them with the information that they request from me, but also that they would be informed and feel involved in every step of the process, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to end by saying, I just hope that this is a step forward in the right direction and not a regressive motion. And with that, I wish us the best, as I'm sure this is a done deal, and I just hope that we find a way to have the best way of going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I know there is a rule that is established that I can reference you to for asking questions if you truly want meaningful answers to your questions. So you knew this, you could ask any questions. So I don't know if I can't guarantee you the answers that you're looking for today. I am convinced that there was significant public consultation with staff. I am convinced with staff of the Health Authority, doctors, medical staff. Please hold on, let me speak first. You accused me of lack of consultation prior to the introduction of this bill, and you said we continue to drop the ball. That's not what you said. Those were your words. So I'm answering to your statement, basically. Yes? I believe I understood that this was a campaign made to the public. If this was put forward to the public, that this is what will happen, and the public elected them, I guess that is you can say that's a mandate to do this. I don't know, but at the same time, I'm sorry? Oh, I thought you were saying something. Yes. So just let us continue. We will hear from both sides of the aisle as to this, and then we can vote on where you want to go with this. Okay? Who's next to make a contribution, please? The member for Valley North is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning. Madam Speaker, I think I'm the only, it's afternoon already? It is afternoon, Madam Speaker, sorry. Good afternoon to the members of the gallery, the general members of the House, Madam Speaker, those listening via Facebook Live and radio. Madam Speaker, I think I'm the only individual in this room who has worked in both a government department and a statutory body, and who understands some of the pros and cons of working in both. I would be the first to acknowledge that there are significant concerns and issues that need to be addressed in statutory bodies, and that's not unique just to the Anguilla Health Authority. That being said, Madam Speaker, I wish to address the act of moving the Anguilla Health Authority back under government. One, I want to state on record that I don't agree with this move. I don't think that moving it back under government will fix some of the core issues that have been outlined, not just now, but by previous administrations. I don't think that will be the fix, Madam Speaker. I think, Madam Speaker, generally we have a few areas where we need to be honest and upfront in this country about. And this isn't specific, Madam Speaker, to any one administration. Statutory bodies were put in place, Madam Speaker, to ensure greater efficiency in the delivery of public services generally, especially, Madam Speaker, essential services. What has happened over the years, over different administrations, Madam Speaker, at varying degrees, this one included, Madam Speaker, is that a lot of these statutory bodies are aligned with political appointments, Madam Speaker. Some are not necessarily merit-based. And what ends up happening, Madam Speaker, is that these individuals are making decisions that are not always in the interests of the actual statutory body. What that means then, Madam Speaker, is that a lot of things end up falling through the cracks. The reality is, Madam Speaker, in theory, if a statutory body is appointed, a merit-based board that is qualified and capable is appointed, the management team within the organization, they are merit-based appointments, and they carry out the functions of their act properly and efficiently. Then, Madam Speaker, some of these issues that have been outlined would not be an issue. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that over the years, these things we have continued as a country to drop the ball as it relates to some of these different appointments, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this case, I'd like to ask a couple of questions generally, and these are not specific to the Premier, Madam Speaker, because I noted you indicated that there's a mechanism for such, and I'm well aware of that, as I do occasionally use that mechanism, Madam Speaker. But these are general questions for the public's benefit, Madam Speaker. Why, how, and who? I won't ask when, because we know when. When is April 1st, Madam Speaker? But, Madam Speaker, I have not been sufficiently convinced that moving the health authority back under government will fix some of the issues that were outlined. I also note that some of the issues that were outlined, we were reading from, Madam Speaker, well over a decade ago in some cases. And the member who would have presented earlier, Mr. Hodge, would have given the impression that throughout the period of time from 2008 to now, there were no significant advances, changes done, and that would be a direct indictment, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, on every board that has served during that period of time, every management team that has served during that period of time, in addition to the staffs that are operating, Madam Speaker. So I don't see how you can divorce and say it's not an indictment on the staff, the hard-working staff, Madam Speaker, because it is, because essentially you're saying that from that period to now, there has been no progress made on improving some of these issues, Madam Speaker. And again, Madam Speaker, I want to make it clear that these issues are not specific to, they're not specific to just the health authority. These are issues that exist in other statutory bodies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I joined the ATB in 2017, there were a number of outstanding issues, Madam Speaker, as it relates to that organization that dated back years, Madam Speaker, under successive administrations that were not addressed and would have only been addressed after that time, Madam Speaker, with the implementation of new policies, procedures. But of course, Madam Speaker, all of these things are reliant on management teams, boards doing what they're supposed to do, ensuring that audits are being completed, ensuring that reports are being presented and created and submitting to the relevant authorities, Madam Speaker. That is what is required. So if you have a board that is not functioning adequately, if you have a management team that is not functioning adequately, how do you remedy this, Madam Speaker? In my opinion, if you are not living up to what you have been employed to do, then you should no longer retain that employment, Madam Speaker. But we're not getting rid of anybody. We're not changing the individuals in these various positions in the health authority, Madam Speaker. We're simply bringing them over to government. And the general public knows, just as I do, the government is one of the hardest places to get dismissed from, Madam Speaker. So I am not convinced, Madam Speaker, that this move to coming under the public service will, one, drastically improve some of the issues that have been outlined by the Premier, which I'm sure many of are genuine issues because they exist in other statutory bodies as well. I am also not convinced that bringing it back under government will improve the quality of healthcare services in this country, Madam Speaker. I am not convinced of that, absolutely not. Madam Speaker, one of the things that the Premier indicated in some of his answers earlier was that one of the major issues that he has is that in his capacity as Minister of Health, he doesn't have the ability to give directives to whether the board or to the health authority. And now bring it back under government, he'll have the ability to do so. But Madam Speaker, I wish to argue that using the existing Health Authority Act and making adjustments to the areas of this act, he can achieve the exact same thing. There is a section 2 of the existing act, Madam Speaker, is referred to as powers of the minister. It outlines the powers that are available to the minister. The new act that is now going to be implemented and the additional powers that are being given to the minister, Madam Speaker, could have been given to the minister through the existing Health Authority Act. So I'm confused, Madam Speaker, as to why we are going the route of bringing it back under government, that as the honorable member, the single island-wide member, Mr. Hodge, indicated, government is known for the bureaucracy that exists, the slow decision-making processes that exist, Madam Speaker. And this is not specific to Anguilla. This is government and civil services globally, Madam Speaker. People will tell you about it, Madam Speaker. It's not specific to Anguilla. So why are we going the route of bringing it back under the public service as opposed to fixing the existing act to give the minister the power that he desires? So my question is, couldn't the act be changed to ensure that the minister has the ability to give directives to the board or management team as the minister sees it fit? Because the same way the Attorney General's chambers could have advised the minister on adjusting the act, the existing act, to give him the powers that he desires to have so that he can make the necessary changes that he desires. Because what we are doing, Madam Speaker, by bringing it back under the public service, and just so the public knows, ultimately, the public service is the responsibility of the governor, is that we are actually giving the governor, and by extension, the British government, more power and control over one of our statutory bodies. And if that is the intention, Madam Speaker, then sure, absolutely, no problem, Madam Speaker. Absolutely, no problem. The civil service, Madam Speaker, is the responsibility of the deputy governor. And when you bring 200 plus employees, Madam Speaker, back under the public service, ultimately, they are answerable to PSs, permanent secretary, deputy governor, Madam Speaker. That is the structure that exists. Yes, it is true that the minister is able to offer directives, Madam Speaker, to permanent secretaries. I agree with that, Madam Speaker. But we know, Madam Speaker, from experience, that there are a number of ministers who have complained about working with particular permanent secretaries that don't carry out, quote unquote, their directives. And not just this administration, Madam Speaker. Other administrations have complained about the same, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member for Valley North is as certain that this administration have complained that permanent secretaries have not carried out their directives. I would like the member for Valley North to indicate when any member of this administration have said that permanent secretaries didn't carry out their directives.
She didn't particularly. She said she knows the experience of a number of ministers. She didn't say, no, she did not say specific to this administration.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. Madam Speaker.
Then that is my understanding, and I give the member an opportunity to repeat it then.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to refer also to an Executive Council minute, Madam Speaker. And it reads, point of principle, relations between public service and ministers. And this is an existing Executive Council minute under the current administration, Madam Speaker. It says, I don't have the specific date, but I can get it for you, Madam Speaker, but it's from the exact council minute. the current relations between ministers and departments, where ministers believe that the public service has not been delivered in the way it should, is of concern. It is vital that the public service is clear that it is here to serve the elected ministers of the day. They are required to execute and deliver such duties and comply with the directives given by the Executive Council and those reasonable instructions that ministers may require. The personal views of the public service in general and those in it on governing policy are irrelevant, and the public service is solely there to deliver the agenda of the elected government of the day, provided that those instructions are lawful. It was highlighted that this is not necessarily as accepted and fundamentally understood as it should be. Therefore, in the interest of transparency, it is important that everyone is clear that this is how things are to be done in line with the Constitution of Anguilla. This issue as to the relationship between the public service and the minister will be communicated to the incoming governor, pinned as one of the top priorities to address. In my humble opinion, Madam Speaker, this gives me the impression that there may be, I don't know, and again, I'm just interpreting from this, there may be some challenges that exist between the relationship between the public service and ministers. As Madam Speaker, it was indicated that this must be one of the top priorities addressed by the incoming governor, Madam Speaker. This is an Executive Council minute, Madam Speaker. I'm not making this up, Madam Speaker. That being said, Madam Speaker, it is obvious that there are challenges that exist within the public service, Madam Speaker. And those challenges are not going anywhere. Have a conversation with the average public servant and ask them about the morale of the public service. And many of them will tell you, especially those who have been there for quite a while, that it is almost the worst it has ever been. And that's for no one specific reason or issue, Madam Speaker. There are a host of reasons as to why that is the case, Madam Speaker. But the reality is that the public service is not in a glorious position, and the public service will not fix all of the issues that the Anguilla Health Authority has, Madam Speaker. Speak to the average business person, Madam Speaker, that has to deal with the public service on a regular basis, and they will tell you some of the challenges that they have with some of the inefficient systems that exist in the public service. Have some of those systems improved, Madam Speaker? Absolutely. We have had improvements in some areas. I can speak to improvements in areas like inland revenue, Madam Speaker, that have started happening over a period of years, Madam Speaker. Certainly not specific to this administration. But that is not necessarily the case across the entire public service, Madam Speaker. So what you are doing is you are bringing over 200 employees back into the civil service with the hope that the issues that you have outlined will automatically be solved. But yet, Madam Speaker, I have not heard specifically how, Madam Speaker, how will these issues be solved? What will be the mechanisms that will be put in place to ensure, Madam Speaker, that all of these issues will be resolved? How, Madam Speaker, will the delivery of health services improve, Madam Speaker, as a direct result of bringing it back under the government? Will the personnel administering the services change, Madam Speaker? Because based on what I've heard, there's going to be very little change as to the personnel, Madam Speaker. Very little change in relation to the compensation, Madam Speaker. So I'm struggling to understand, because this, Madam Speaker, is not about whether or not the challenges in this particular statutory body need to be addressed, because that goes without saying, Madam Speaker. And every member of this opposition agrees, Madam Speaker, that any challenges in any statutory body need to be addressed, Madam Speaker. So we agree on that. What we disagree on, Madam Speaker, is that bringing the health authority back under government will solve these issues. How? What is the mechanism that is going to be used to solve these issues? Simply that the minister will now be able to give directives? Directives to who, Madam Speaker? To the same individuals that have been administering the system for the past few years, Madam Speaker? Because if you're saying that you have a challenge with what's happening, or in this case, what's not happening, because the Honorable Premier would have indicated that based on the Act over the years, successive management teams and employees of the body have not been following the Act. They've not been providing the reporting structures. They've not been doing what they were supposed to do. If they come under the government of Anguilla and they continue to do continue to not do what they're supposed to do, who, Madam Speaker, will address this? Will the minister have the power to let anyone go? Because that's not the minister's responsibility under the civil service, Madam Speaker. The minister has absolutely no control over releasing anyone, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I'm still trying to grapple, and I'm genuinely doing so, trying to understand how bringing it back under the civil service will fix the issues. Because, Madam Speaker, for the time being, the Premier might be satisfied that he has a permanent secretary that will carry out all of his wishes and will work very harmoniously with him. But, Madam Speaker, when this happens and this changes, there's no guarantee that you will always have a permanent secretary that will work in tandem with you, especially if they don't agree, Madam Speaker, with where you want to take the organization to. I would imagine, Madam Speaker, that when it comes back under government, there will be some sort of strategic plan that will be implemented and carried out. I would imagine so. So I'm trying to understand, why can't you implement and carry out a strategic plan under the existing structure, change the powers of the minister to develop whatever new powers you'd like the minister to have? Because, Madam Speaker, the reality is you have the drafting support from the Attorney General, and you also have the numbers in the House to support any legislation that you bring here to adjust the powers on the actual Health Authority Act. So I'm trying to understand if it's simply, Madam Speaker, that you simply desire to say, I've ticked off this box on this promise, and so I'm bringing it back under the government, or is it that you truly, genuinely believe that bringing it back under the government of Anguilla will help you to improve the service? Because this is what this is about, Madam Speaker. The Health Authority is really about providing essential services to people. So if we're moving it back under government, my hope then is that it will improve the service provision. I noticed earlier, Madam Speaker, that Mr. Hodge would have referenced a particular document, and he rightfully said that this document was created and commissioned. It was a Health Advisory Commission report, and it's dated Friday, 9th July 2010. And it was made up of, Madam Speaker, a number of professionals that I would just like to read into the record. Mr. Perrin Bradley was the chairman, Ms. Dawn Richardson of the AG Chambers, Ms. Everett Duncan, a senior medical technologist, Ms. Dr. Lowell Hughes, a medical doctor, Dr. Lynn Rod Brooks, who was the health planner at the time, Dr. Paul Webster, who was a medical doctor, and Dr. Trevor Connor, dentist, served on this committee, and this would have been commissioned, as Mr. Hodge rightfully said, under the Anguilla United movement. And he read a number of things, Madam Speaker. But I also want to indicate that in that same report, the commission made several recommendations, including the first one says that the health services in Anguilla continue to be managed by a statutory body. This is from the same report that Mr. Hodge referenced, Madam Speaker, described as the Division of Healthcare Services. But the report went on further, Madam Speaker, to say what the general structure of the authority should look like and what changes need to be made and that sort of stuff. But it also had a very interesting section, Madam Speaker, and the section read, rationale for retaining statutory body, dash, weakness of the public service. Again, Madam Speaker, this is from the 2010 document that I am referencing. I'm not making this up. The movement to place public services under non-essential bodies originated as one of the series of reforms within the United Kingdom, the UK civil service, in the 1980s. It is very important to bear in mind that these bodies were designed to address a number of key weaknesses plaguing the civil service. Ministers were overloaded, and top management was dominated by its policy role. Insufficient attention was given to the management and delivery of the outputs. You know what those outputs are, Madam Speaker? Essential, in this case, essential life-saving health services, medication, provision of support. It went on to further say, Madam Speaker, the civil service was too big and too diverse to manage as a single organization. A lack of clear and accountable management responsibilities and self-confidence that goes with it, particularly among the higher ranks in the departments. The need for greater precision regarding the results expected of people and the organization. The need to focus more on outputs than inputs. The handicap of imposing a uniform system in an organization of the size and structure of the civil service. The need for sustained pressure to perform. Let me repeat that, Madam Speaker. The need for sustained pressure to perform. This is not my assessment, Madam Speaker. This is my assessment of the professional committee of professionals that were put in place to study some of the issues that were plaguing the statutory body, Madam Speaker. One of the clear things that they outlined was that it needed to remain as a statutory body. They felt so strongly about this, Madam Speaker, is that they went on to create a section with the heading, Rationale for Retaining a Statutory Body, dash, weaknesses of the public service, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are referencing reports from 2008, 2010. But yet, we are ignoring this particular report that unequivocally says, Madam Speaker, it should not go back under the public service. It should remain as a statutory body. And it gave many recommendations, Madam Speaker, as to how things should be adjusted and how things should be improved, Madam Speaker. But it was very clear, the committee was very, very clear that it should remain as a statutory body. And I believe that the committee made these recommendations, Madam Speaker. By the way, a number of these committee members, Madam Speaker, were members of the civil service. You had at least two were direct members of the civil service. Everett Duncan would have been at the Health Authority at the time, but she would have moved from civil service into the Health Authority. I know that because she's been there for a while, and actually Lil Murad. So you'd have about 4 members who would have been experienced operating in the public service, serving on this committee, Madam Speaker, and telling you without a shadow of a doubt, Madam Speaker, that bringing it back under government was not the right option for addressing the issues in the civil service. In the Health Authority. So what are you saying to me, Madam Speaker, that the civil service has drastically improved, so much so that all of a sudden now, in April of 2024, we are making a rush that on April 4th, that all of these issues outlined here, the general structure of the Health Authority in that report, that they're gone. There are no more weaknesses in the civil service. There are no more challenges. That all of a sudden, this act will fix all of these issues. Well, I, Madam Speaker, am not sufficiently convinced, Madam Speaker, that this act will do that. What I'm even more so concerned about is the bureaucracy the greater bureaucracy that will now be introduced, Madam Speaker. into this organization, because you can't get away from it, Madam Speaker, as long as you operate in the civil service structure, and this again is not specific to Anguilla. This is civil services globally. They will tell you that. Basic Public Policy 101 courses will tell you about how bureaucratic government systems and structures are, Madam Speaker. So this is not something that I'm inventing or making up, Madam Speaker. I am not convinced that the service delivery will be improved, because really and truly, that was the purpose originally of putting the health authority under a separate act and a separate agency, Madam Speaker. That was the rationale for creating statutory bodies to begin with, Madam Speaker. Better service delivery, more efficient service delivery. Can we honestly say that we really believe that putting this back under the government department will fix it? No, Madam Speaker, what we need to be concerned about is making sure that we are holding people in these statutory bodies accountable, that they're doing the work that they are paid to do, all of them at all levels. If you are supposed to report, if you are supposed to provide certain documentation and supporting documentation, then you do that. That's at all levels, Madam Speaker. When a minister is appointing a board, it's a merit-based appointment, Madam Speaker, made up of individuals who have the capacity to help to determine the strategic direction of that organization, Madam Speaker, and not just individuals who are seat fillers, Madam Speaker, and who can really make no sound contribution to the specific authority that they have been assigned to. And Madam Speaker, this is not the case for every appointment. So I want to be clear about that. There are some merit-based appointments, but there are also some that are not merit-based appointments. And that these individuals cannot offer any sort of strategic direction or support to the board, Madam Speaker. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, is that people know who these individuals are. It's not a secret, Madam Speaker. And again, this is not a now thing. So this isn't an indictment on just this administration. Over the years, we as a people, we have accepted that sometimes we make appointments that are not merit-based and in support, Madam Speaker, I don't think I'm saying anything that's funny, but I don't know. That is not in support of building and developing that particular statutory body, Madam Speaker. I am also not convinced, Madam Speaker, that giving more, quote-unquote, political oversight will fix some of the issues, because I dare to say, Madam Speaker, that perhaps over the years, some of the political influence is what has helped to create some of the issues that exist. Because the minister, Madam Speaker, is responsible for appointing the board. So I would imagine that the minister would select a board that is aligned with the strategic direction that the minister desires to take the organization in. That's what I would imagine, Madam Speaker. I would imagine that, Madam Speaker. But it's obvious, Madam Speaker, that that's not happening, right? The boards and the ministers are not necessarily on the same page. Is there a reason for this? Is it that the minister wants the board to carry out something that's unlawful? Is it that the minister just is appointing a board that doesn't have the capacity to carry out his particular wishes? I don't know, Madam Speaker. I don't know what it is. But, and again, Madam Speaker, I've never served in a ministerial capacity, so I won't be able to identify with the minister. But what I have done, Madam Speaker, is served in a statutory body capacity under multiple boards, Madam Speaker. Not just one board, Madam Speaker. So I can see, Madam Speaker, some of the challenges that exist, Madam Speaker, but I can also identify, Madam Speaker, with the challenges that existed, Madam Speaker. You okay, Madam Speaker? If eyes could tear you apart. Madam Speaker, the reality is, Madam Speaker, that in government, there are some challenges that you cannot get away from. You have more individuals in the decision-making process, Madam Speaker. Oftentimes, you have different layers, and it is a fact, Madam Speaker, that a lot of times, whether it's permanent secretaries and department heads, are dealing with a plethora of different issues, Madam Speaker. And so sometimes they are not in a position to be able to prioritize certain essential services, Madam Speaker. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, for that specific reason, Madam Speaker, you would have had the idea of turning other government departments into statutory bodies, Madam Speaker. Okay? So again, Madam Speaker, as I indicated before, I am not sufficiently convinced that healthcare services will be better, will be more efficient, or cheaper by moving it, Madam Speaker, under the civil service. The Honorable Single Island-wide member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, prior to running for elected office, Madam Speaker, would have served on the Public Sector Reformation Committee, Madam Speaker. And Mr. Hodge himself would have admitted that there were a plethora of challenges, Madam Speaker, within the public service. Again, in terms of the responsiveness, in terms of employees being motivated. There was an initial report, Madam Speaker, that was completed about some of these concerns. Madam Speaker, that those issues still exist. Those issues still exist. So are we ignoring those issues and saying, despite what may happen when you bring it under the public service, I am adamant that I absolutely, Madam Speaker, want this authority back under the public service. Not that I should go through the Act, make the necessary adjustments to the Health Authority Act, readjust the structure so that it fits what I as minister am trying to achieve, but I should wholesale take the entire authority, rush the entire authority back under the government of Anguilla. Now, Madam Speaker, you would have indicated that you were satisfied that adequate public consultation was gone through, Madam Speaker. I sat, Madam Speaker, last week by request, so we didn't request any meetings of anybody. We were requested to attend a meeting, Madam Speaker, of a number of health professionals, and they would have outlined to us in detail timelines that would have been undertaken, and they could only speak to what they were included in, Madam Speaker. And it was a large group of individuals, so it wasn't a small group. They would have given us a timeline of the processes. They would have expressed to us some of the questions that were being asked, things that were not being answered. They would have met in December. They met again in early March, and some of the same questions that they had previously were still not answered. There was a feeling of anxiety, Madam Speaker. They were you could tell that some of these people were genuinely concerned about their future. But also, Madam Speaker, there were a number of individuals in that room who would have been there when the Health Authority originally transferred from under government to a statutory body. And they were able to tell you in detail, Madam Speaker. And again, I couldn't identify with this, Madam Speaker, because I wasn't there, I didn't experience what had occurred. So this is purely directly from them. They would have indicated they would have had over a year plus of steady consultations, meetings leading up to. By 3 months before the transition, they would have had a package outlining job descriptions, what would be offered in the statutory body, what options they had to remain in the public service. They would have had all of these details, Madam Speaker. So by the time the transition occurred, you felt at least more comfortable making a decision on what your future was, whether in the civil service or with the authority. And they could clearly say, in this case, this was not the case, Madam Speaker. When asked about job descriptions, they said that they were told that they were waiting on word, I think, from the Deputy Governor. Was that what was said? They were waiting on the Deputy Governor for job descriptions. That was what was said in the meeting. Again, I can't speak to it, Madam Speaker. So then if there was no change, Madam Speaker, then I would imagine that they should just tell them your job descriptions will remain the same. Not that we're waiting on job descriptions from anyone. Again, Madam Speaker, all this was new information to me that was presented in that meeting that was requested of the parliamentary opposition, that was requested of us to come to those medical professionals, Madam Speaker. So again, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, can you advise the member to please stop speaking across the room?
Member, can you not interrupt the member's presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members.
Madam Speaker, I am graciously asking the Premier to delay this process. As to me, it is abundantly clear that this is not well thought out, Madam Speaker. Because I am not convinced, Madam Speaker, based on what the Premier said this morning about the power that the Premier intends to get, that the Premier wants, that it can't be achieved through the existing act, Madam Speaker. I don't understand why you're wholesale taking an organization back under the civil service that the governor and deputy governor have responsibility for. And I hope the PS Health is ready for some sleepless nights because she's definitely going to have her work cut out for her as it relates to managing this complex statutory organization and these 200 plus employees, Madam Speaker. Yeah? Madam Speaker, I wish for the Premier to outline to the general public how specifically, Madam Speaker, bringing it under the public service will improve the quality of healthcare delivery, Madam Speaker, will improve the efficiency of healthcare quality, Madam Speaker. And you can't just say, I need to have the ability to give directives. And so as a result of that, I'm going to bring it under the public service. When you can give yourself the ability to give directives by adjusting the current legislation that exists. There is a section that says powers of the minister. Adjust the legislation to get whatever additional powers the minister requires to get. Why do you need to bring it back under the public service to do so? So what you're doing is on April 1st, you're bringing this back under a government department for almost 4 years into your term. And then whoever is the incoming administration, Madam Speaker, will have to deal with this new legislation and authority that has been set up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, most of the stakeholders directly involved in this process are very uneasy and uncertain about the transition. Critical questions about their employment benefits and overtime have not been answered. I noticed that it said that a formula was being worked out. But I know there are very few government departments that are actually paid overtime. I know what they give is lieu days in a number of cases, but are not actually paid cash overtime. I think one of the few government departments are maybe customs, because the Act provides for that, Madam Speaker. So you, Madam Speaker, are moving a statutory body over and then telling on April 1st, but are telling them the formula is being worked out, Madam Speaker. So when they get under the civil service, if the formula stays as is, where you get in lieu days, what can you do about that exactly, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I also have questions about the legal ramifications and the contracts associated with this move, Madam Speaker. Will the individuals who are currently on contracts, will their contracts now be null and void and they enter into new contracts within the civil service, Madam Speaker? As now it's a different authority, Madam Speaker. You are not the Speaker. Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all of these questions that are being asked are questions that are coming to us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have multiple individuals that operate in the Anguilla Health Authority that are members of my constituency. I have a right and a responsibility to communicate the questions that they have, and to communicate the issues that they have, Madam Speaker. This House, Madam Speaker, belongs to the people. It doesn't belong to one minister or the sitting administration, Madam Speaker. I have a responsibility, Madam Speaker, to ventilate the concerns and the issues that I have personally as a representative, but also the issues and concerns of those in the public and in my constituency, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think it's lunchtime. We ought to break for lunch. How much time would you like? An hour? Thank you, members. This honorable House will now break until 2 p.m. So, House is in recess until 2 p.m., members. Thank you. Contributions for a bill for the Department of Health Services Act 2024. The Honorable Member for Valley South is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this afternoon I rise in support of the bill for the Department of Health Services Act 2024. And Madam Speaker, of course, we would have heard over the course of this morning's session a series of representations indicating either support for or against the reintegration of the Health Authority of Anguilla back into the government of Anguilla. But, Madam Speaker, what we must identify from the outset is that everyone within this Honorable House has set out the historical issues with the services that are provided under the Health Authority of Anguilla. And I want to give some context to this, Madam Speaker, because to my mind, this bill is a first part. It acts as a lever almost for the transformation of health services that is delivered within Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, suffice it to say, and I must say, that the Anguilla Progressive Movement the Anguilla Progressive Movement administration, before coming to office in 2019 and 2020, would have conducted a number of surveys within the general public of Anguilla to find out what are the top 5 issues for the electorate. And Madam Speaker, the number 1 issue that was identified by the people of Anguilla, by the electorate, is the provision of health services in Anguilla. And this is an issue that was not only one identified by the middle-aged and the elderly. This was an issue even identified by the very young, by young people, by people of my age. And therefore, Madam Speaker, a major part of the Anguilla Progressive Movement campaign, of our 11-point plan and strategy, revolved around the integration of the Health Authority of Anguilla back under government. And Madam Speaker, I do want to say that if it was a circumstance, because this administration is not blind to the possibilities that the reality outside of government is different to the reality inside of government. So what your expectations are before you come into office are different to what you find when you assume office. The reality in relation to the Health Authority of Anguilla specifically demonstrated that the reality that we felt outside of office was consistent with the reality that we found once we got into office. And therefore, if it was the circumstance that the standing of the Health Authority of Anguilla was such that we could maintain the Health Authority of Anguilla and improve the services provided by that institution while it remained a statutory body in Anguilla, the government of Anguilla would have done so. The government of Anguilla would have done so. And I say that, Madam Speaker, to give you the pretext because it is clear from the multitudinous sets of reports that have been provided that, and I will quote specifically from one report, in 2011, the Anguilla Health Sector report states, there have been concerns for, and I don't want to misphrase, there have been concerns for several years about the performance of the Health Authority of Anguilla. For several years. This is 2011. It echoes the 2004 report, by and large. And, Madam Speaker, I do want to point out, for the benefit of the listening public, that while it is, and it has been, and it continues to be a practice of producing reports of looking at them, assessing the issues within the Health Authority of Anguilla. In fact, in many of them, taking and making recommendations. Until now, there have been no attempts and no comprehensive approach to address the substantive issues that have been laid out in all of these reports. And I want to give you an example, Madam Speaker, because under this administration, we have seen the Goods and Service Tax report from the Committee of the House of Assembly, and we have seen the Gun Crime and Gang Violence report from a committee of this House of Assembly. And you will have seen that the government of Anguilla, this APM administration, has been responsive to the reports that came to this honorable House. So you would have seen, in response to the Gun Crime and Gang Violence report, this administration would have budgeted for the implementation of CCTV across this island. You would have seen the development of other strategies to deal with gun crime and gang violence out of those recommendations. Like the Goods and Services Tax Committee, you would have seen out of those reports changes in relation to the exemptions captured by the Goods and Services Tax. You would have seen the exclusion of banking services, insurance services. You would have seen the exclusion of the zero rating of most food items in Anguilla. You would have seen comprehensive action in relation to the recommendations made by those reports. And so, Madam Speaker, when the single-eyed while electoral member, Mr. Joseph Vanderpool, talked about a car with issues, I smiled, because if you have a car with issues and you fail to take that car to the mechanic, you fail to put water in the radiator, you fail to check the engine, you fail to put coolant in the reservoir for 20 years, please tell me, what state do you think that car would be in? After 20 years, you'd have a seized engine. The car wouldn't be going anywhere. So tinkering with the body of the car is not going to give you a functioning car. So, Madam Speaker, even as it relates to some of the recommendations that have been made about tinkering with the Health Authority Act itself to substantively give more power to the minister responsible for health, you know what that would be doing? Number one, tinkering with the body of the car. And number two, it would be effectively, if you want to give the type of powers that we envision are necessary for the transformation of health services in Anguilla, you would be effectively making it a department of the government of Anguilla. That's what you would be doing. And it is clear, Madam Speaker, as I've stated, that the issues with the Health Authority of Anguilla are endemic. And when I say endemic, it means regularly occurring, characteristic, prevalent. And if these issues continue to reoccur, Madam Speaker, over the course of 20 years before the removal, and I have to make this point, the provision of health services in Anguilla was once done under the government of Anguilla. It was once done under the government of Anguilla. In fact, the transition from the government of Anguilla to the Health Authority, which is the independent statutory body, was specifically to remedy a couple issues. You saw particular patterns forming and you said, well, I'm going to put this outside of the government of Anguilla in order to deal with it. Now, there are many iterations of what persons believe were the reasons for the establishment of the Health Authority of Anguilla. And I'll give you a very different one, Madam Speaker, because I saw it in the paper, in the Anguillian recently, where it states that there's an article entitled Plucking the Statutory Chickens, which said the main purposes of instituting these organizations, and when I say these organizations, I mean statutory bodies, is, and I quote, to divorce the political directorate from the day-to-day operations of utilities and other services, to minimize political considerations in what should be mainly business decisions, and to streamline the decision-making processes. And this person would have said in the same article that they played a key role in bringing forward these pieces of legislation. And I think, Madam Speaker, that raises a question, a preceding question, a precursor, which is, what kind of political decision-making led to you deciding it is more beneficial in 2003 to put these bodies outside of the ambit of government and putting them into statutory bodies? What kind of political decision-making would have led to the consideration that the government at the time, which would have been the Anguilla United Front administration, that in order to protect the bodies from political considerations by and large, and to streamline decision-making, we will place them within statutory bodies? That's a question that I think the people of Anguilla need to weigh themselves as a rationale. But, Madam Speaker, I would like to point out at this, I would like to make a point here, because the reports speak to creating these statutory bodies to be self-accounting entities. You understand what I mean? Self-accounting entities, which is I am accountable to myself, I produce balance budgets, and I rely on myself in relation to my revenue and my expenditure. And I want to, for an instance, to make a comparison which may help the general public in Anguilla understand. You have a number of statutory bodies of corporations, smaller ones and bigger ones. So the Public Utilities Commission. The Public Utilities Commission is a standalone body under the government of Anguilla, statutory body, which every year balances its budget. You have the Financial Services Commission, which raises its own revenue and balances its budget. Prior to the passage of, prior to COVID-19, you would have also had the Anguilla Air and Seaports Authority, which would have raised its own revenue and balanced its budget, right? And therefore, by and large, they were self-accounting entities. Because we are saying, and the report here speaks to the need, I'm going to, 1 second, Madam Speaker. The report here speaks to the need for the independence. This is their words, not mine. Seems to be a very popular phrase today. Is that, and this is in 20, this report was done in 2011, right? And it speaks and says, it is not, the Health Authority of Anguilla is not independent enough because through the board members, the government of Anguilla exerts unnecessary partisan influence. Now, Madam Speaker, why do you believe that it would be a concern in relation to the provision of health services that the provision or the exercise of partisan influence? And I need you to consider that this report is being done in relation to a period of time before its production. So 2005 to 2010, it would say that in relation to the then administration, the Anguilla United Front administration, that the substantive concern that they have found is that that administration would have been exerting unnecessary partisan influence over the institution. 2011, Health Service Review. And Madam Speaker, this is not new knowledge because there are persons from political parties who served as the chair of this institution. So it is not far-fetched that a review would find that it's unnecessary partisan influence. But this is this provision of health services, Madam Speaker, that we're referring to. This is something that knows no partisanship, knows no creed, no color, no race, no religion. That is healthcare. It knows no religion, no creed, no color, no face, no religion, nothing. So it is a substantive concern. And that, Madam Speaker, speaks to this conversation about this independence, because it has been stated multiple times, and I refer again to the article, Plucking the Statutory Chickens, which says that the statutory bodies were emancipated from government. Emancipated, given their independence from government by virtue of becoming statutory institutions. So you have two things saying, you have two conflicting reports there, right? And if you are talking about maintaining an arm's length relationship, because that essentially becomes a main tenet of the reality of why you create the statutory body. You want to create that kind of independence, that arm's length relationship. So once you remove that arm's length relationship and you say, come here, you are really and truly no longer a statutory body. You are not a statutory body. But as I was stating earlier, Madam Speaker, when you talk about PUC, FSC, ASPA, one of the fundamental difference between those bodies and a couple of the other authorities, statutory bodies, is that this particular statutory body is substantively subvented from the government of Anguilla. So, come in, I balance my budget, arm's length relationship, because I'm running efficiently. I'm doing as needed. On the other hand, I come in, I'm running my operations, but I need assistance from government. I need taxpayer money to continue my operations. It is a prerequisite for me to be able to offer these services that I get a subvention from the government of Anguilla, from taxpayer dollars. And what is one of the fundamental principles, Madam Speaker? People ask, when you are using my taxpayer monies, you need to be able to account for how they are being used. That is a fundamental principle, right? So if you have an institution, Madam Speaker, where it has been demonstrated that millions of dollars, as the Single Island Wide electoral member, Mr. Jose Vanterpool, would have asked about specifically, he saw it in the report himself, millions of dollars unaccounted for. If we, as persons giving taxpayer dollars over to this institution cannot say how these taxpayer dollars are being used, Madam Speaker, then you can understand the angst, the frustration of the Minister of Health when it comes to being able to manage the policies of the Health Authority of Anguilla. You can understand the angst and the frustration. And so, the reality I want to also point out to the people of Anguilla is, if I then say, if the government of Anguilla says, okay, you're a statutory corporation, you need to balance your own budgets, I will stop subventing you, what will happen to the Health Authority of Anguilla? I want it to be very clear that the operations of the Anguilla Health Authority, many of them, because some of that money will be going into its operational day-to-day expenditures. If some of that monies cannot be accounted for, and you say, I'm going to leave you stand alone instead of subventing you, what will happen is that the provision of health services in Anguilla will be in jeopardy. It will be in jeopardy. So the reality is, irrespective of whether or not we care, I say care, about where the health authority and where the delivery of health services comes from, the government of Anguilla will always, I want you to understand this, the government of Anguilla will always have to provide taxpayer monies to continue the operation of health services in Anguilla. It will always. That is an underlining point. So there will never be an instance in Anguilla where government monies will not be required. But if you have demonstrated over your 20 years as a health authority that you are not able to properly account for monies and millions of dollars at that, if you have demonstrated that, what confidence can the substantive Minister of Health and can the people of Anguilla have in your ability to be financially prudent? What confidence can we have? And that is not to say that people have not tried, Madam Speaker, but you have to understand that using taxpayer money to subvent an institution puts an obligation on the government of Anguilla to ask questions of how that money is used. That is an obligation on us. We don't get to say, I just give it to Paul and, Paul use it however he wants to use it. We don't have that ability, Madam Speaker. That would be considered fiscal irresponsibility. And this administration is anything but a fiscally imprudent one. And Madam Speaker, the Chief Auditor report in 2008 referred specifically to poor stewardship of public funds. You have it there? Refers specifically to poor stewardship of public funds. The BDO report states, as a basis for disclaimer, we are unable to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence to substantiate the existence, accuracy, completeness of the company's revenues from net patient care, cost of services, and operating expenses amounting to $6.147974 million, $3,623,921 million, $28,386,780 million, respectively. That's a red flag for anybody, Madam Speaker. That's a red flag for anybody. So if this was a circumstance, and this is why I say, Madam Speaker, if this was a circumstance where, like the statutory bodies that I would have referenced, the Health Authority of Anguilla was able to balance its own budgets, deal with its own revenues and expenditures, it would be a different circumstance. But the reality is that it is only able to operate with the assistance of taxpayer money. It is only able to operate with the assistance of taxpayer money. And I mean, these persons are still going into access and pay for services. So, you have reports, Madam Speaker. I want to just go to this one here. You have reports where they talk about issues in relation to outdated policies, lack of implementation of performance measurement and appraisal systems, poor employee relation initiatives, limited resources, shortage of staff, inadequate, insufficient equipment, inadequate, insufficient funding. So if in one breath you are referring to this institution's resource constraints, this institution is saying, hey, I need more money for these resources. I need more money for this equipment. I need more money for that. And yet, on the other hand, you are giving it money and it cannot account for some of it? What does that say? What does that say? So you are in one hand saying, we need more resources. We need more money in order to solve the substantive issues, but you cannot trust the institution with the money that you're already giving it. You then say, all right, we'll leave it there. Because as a statutory body, what are the requirements? To submit a strategic plan to the Minister of Health for approval and to approve the Board of Governors. The bar is, it's not sufficient, Madam Speaker. Not when we're talking about health services. And I do want to say, Madam Speaker, that a lot of people talk about this arm's length relationship, but yet, any health issue in this country, who's to blame? The Premier of this country. Any health issue. And the substantive Premier, as a seasoned, experienced, well-respected medical doctor, globally, not just in Anguilla, globally, cannot make recommendations for the better running of health services in Anguilla. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. What did the Premier speak to? A lawyer letter was sent to a previous minister responsible for health, saying that if you try to interfere, we will sue you for attempting to micromanage the affairs of an independent institution. Yes, but still send me the money. No, Madam Speaker, it can't be right. No, it cannot be right, seriously. Because every time we come to this House of Assembly, we are asked to account. And when we come to this House of Assembly with this Department of Health Services bill, a major part of the reality is that because for 20 years the experiment of putting the health authority into a statutory institution has failed. That is the reality. The experiment has failed. So at what point do we say, well, we are no longer going to experiment and we're going to deal with it substantively? That is what the Premier is going to do. The experiment has failed. Because if you are telling me that you have so many reports and no action has been taken, you have basically entrenched the issues. You have entrenched them. And Madam Speaker, I do say that it does say here, it's very interesting. Oh, I won't go into that, actually. I've said enough because the 2011 report speaks to the incentivization, or whether or not the health authorities incentivize enough. Because, listen to this, the Health Authority of Anguilla is not incentivized enough because it receives a subvention from the government of Anguilla regardless of its performance. Regardless. And as a result, if you believe, Madam Speaker, if you think that monies, and this is my sole focus, Madam Speaker, is really about the fact, the reality that we cannot escape, which is that health in Anguilla must be subvented by the government of Anguilla, and it must be subvented in an accountable manner. And if you cannot ensure accountability under an independent statutory organization, then you can only ensure accountability for taxpayer monies with it becoming a department of the health of a Department of Health Services. Because, as I said when I started this debate, Madam Speaker, if upon coming into office we had evidence that proved that the Health Authority of Anguilla could be improved without coming over into the government of Anguilla, we would not have brought it into the government of Anguilla if we had that evidence. But there is no evidence. In fact, because, Madam Speaker, the reports continue to echo the same thing time and time again, it demonstrates one thing, that the structure is inadequate. Whereas whereas there's a report, Madam Speaker, that refers to maintaining it as a health authority, as a statutory body, what buttressed that report, that recommendation, is that there needed to be a drastic overhaul. And where was a drastic overhaul, Madam Speaker? Nowhere. We have not had a drastic overhaul. We have not had a drastic overhaul. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that this whole conversation about the non-politicization of boards is very interesting to me. Because once a board is appointed in Anguilla, the board carries out the function based on what they believe is the best course of action. And you're saying part of this rationale here that we're seeing in articles, etc., is the non-politicization of boards. But you have very real evidence of boards that sought to undermine the express policy wishes of the government of Anguilla. For instance, you had an ANGLEC board that, despite the government of Anguilla's policy position of entering into a PPA for renewable energy, decided We're not answerable to you. We do what we want. Where we could have been in a position right now to be offering renewable energy to the people of Anguilla, where we could have been in a position right now to be offering renewable energy to the people of Anguilla at a lower rate, we had the politicization of the functions of a major a board, yes, and predominantly endorsed by the opposition. Well, I must say so because they ended up on their political platform. And so, their autonomy, Madam Speaker, persists in spite of their requirement to operate on the basis of government policy. You understand me? Their autonomy persists in spite of the requirement to operate on government policy. So while you can have members of the opposition in the House saying just make amendments to the act to allow the minister to have more power, even though at the moment the minister has power to approve the strategic plans, and you can still have boards operating not in accordance with their strategic plans. And then even when you remove persons, because this is a reality, Madam Speaker, because it is very easy in this particular country's context for there to be politicization of boards. Very, very easy. We know how small Anguilla is, Madam Speaker. We know the reality on the ground. And to make it even clearer, you have statutory bodies which at one point in time vested more power in themselves than the entire government has to take on loans and debt in excess of what this administration can do by virtue of the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility Act. More debt than we as government can take on without our foresight. And anyways, guess what would happen? The government of Anguilla would still be contingently liable to pay back those debts if those institutions could not make good on their payments. So what does contingently liable means? It means that irrespective of the fact that that debt, loan, or liability is owed, due, and accruing to the statutory body in law, because the government of Anguilla is contingently liable, if that body cannot pay for it, the government of Anguilla must pay for it, and the government of Anguilla must pay for it through taxation. I want to make it very clear. Almost caused a constitutional crisis in this country. So when we are talking about maintaining and emancipating, we cannot unscrew it from the realities of contingent liabilities. Because every single statutory body, if they have liabilities that are unfunded, it lies with the government of Anguilla to pay them. And if in our budget exercises on a year-to-year basis, we don't have sight of your contingent liabilities, of the debts that you are taking out, of the liabilities against you, if we pass a budget in this House of Assembly for $290 million, and we don't factor in that you have a loan for $300 million outside there, in order to accurately reflect the true cost of the people of Anguilla, if there's a default, that is an inaccurate figure. And you would not be able, the government of Anguilla, because many of these things are essential public services, Madam Speaker. So it is not as though the government of Anguilla can pick up and say, well, you got into that hot water, you take yourself out of it. That is not possible. That is not possible. I have heard persons talk about the reality of litigation against the Health Authority of Anguilla. What happens if the Health Authority gets in litigation for malpractice suit? If the Health Authority of Anguilla cannot pay for the damages in relation to that suit, it falls on the government of Anguilla. And it must fall on the government of Anguilla because, by and large, you do not have your revenue and expenditure amounts are not matching. It must. You don't have enough revenue. And if you don't have enough revenue, somebody else must pay. That is the simple maths. If you don't have enough revenue, somebody else is liable. It is the same situation where if Anguilla defaults on its substantive debts, who becomes liable? The British government. The British taxpayers. It's your responsibility now. And then you're being called a failed entity. Constitutional crisis, again. And so, Madam Speaker, I think very often in the discourse that takes place in Anguilla's politics, we don't give the people of Anguilla a full account of what takes place. We don't. Because if I am telling you that irrespective of what happens at the Health Authority of Anguilla, the government of Anguilla is liable, irrespective of the fact that it has set itself up as a separate legal entity, that because the Health Authority of Anguilla has not been able to produce the revenues to cover its expenditures by itself, irrespective, the government of Anguilla is liable. The government of Anguilla must find the money to remedy those issues. And when you have an issue where the government of Anguilla is liable and must find the money irrespective to remedy those issues, and you have a situation where there are monies that are unaccounted for, it lessens your trust and confidence that you can give money and that money will be applied specifically for the purposes that were set out. Madam Speaker, it was also stated in this debate whether or not additional authorities will end up becoming subsumed into government. And I cannot give a definitive answer on that. But what I can say, Madam Speaker, is that government is responsible for providing essential services to the people of Anguilla. It provides, supposed to be able to provide you with education services. You're supposed to be able to have access to health services, to water services, utility services. That's the function and purpose of a government, to provide you with those essential services. And if, for any reason, the government of Anguilla is not in a position to provide you with those essential services, you would end up in a situation like neighboring countries. There are neighboring countries who are struggling to provide their people with those essential services, and it causes mass chaos. Health and water, as we will later hear, are essential services. And we have an obligation as an administration to do our best to ensure that we are providing efficient and safe healthcare services for the people of Anguilla. The Honorable Premier has introduced a health fund for senior citizens over the age of 70. Through prudent management. And he intends on extending that health care. But, Madam Speaker, if we are, as a nation, to continue to progress, we have to have very real conversations about what is required in order for us to progress. In order for us to continue to be proud of this island and proud of the services that we offer. I, for one, Madam Speaker, believe that part of the reason why we are here with this Health Authority of Anguilla, why we moved away. Because if in 2003, 2004, the Honorable Premier was the Minister of Health, you would not have had to transfer the Health Authority into a statutory corporation. You would not have had to do it. You would not have had to do it. But I guess sometimes we try to create institutions to fix a mischief. And this 20-year experiment, Madam Speaker, as I've said, has proven not to have been a successful one. If you ask the majority of Anguillians, and this is not to say there are a lot of people who have had positive experiences going to the Health Authority of Anguilla. I, for one, have access to services and not had a problem. I've had a great experience. And this is before becoming a minister, before you say it's only because I'm a minister of government. And I had a great experience. Well, I forgot about Miss Universe. But anyways, the point is, the things that are being raised as in relation to substantive issues are the things that the Honorable Premier is going to address. That is the reassurance that the people of Anguilla want. Because all that they know is that by and large, they believe that they have not had, by and large, and the reason why I'm not going to actually state it by virtue of my own mouth. I'm just going to show you. I'm going to show you myself. You see this chart, this graph? It asks, compared to other organizations in the same field, the Health Authority of Anguilla is, ? And then it leaves it open to persons to say, moving ahead faster, holding its own, falling behind, don't know, and no answer. The predominant answer, as you can see here, is the green bar. And the green bar says falling behind. That's a predominant answer. And I don't do that to be facetious, Madam Speaker. I believe it's important for all of us, even in the reports, they talk about the need for us to all take accountability. For everybody, across levels, up and down, to take accountability. And I can say, Madam Speaker, that as long as this administration is in office, we will take accountability and we continue to take accountability, irrespective of whether or not it's pretty or not, whether or not it's easy. And I believe, I really do believe, that with these changes, we can begin the transformation of health services in Anguilla. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other contributions? The Minister for, the member for Road North is recognized. So I'm first. Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mrs. Quincy Marie is recognized.
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A pleasant good afternoon to all who are in the gallery, members across the aisle and my colleagues, those listening by radio and Facebook Live. Madam Speaker, today, while many of the conversations have dealt with the past performance of the Health Authority, we are here to speak about the Department of Health Services bill. And what that will effectively do is set out how the reintegration of Health Authority will look in the government of Anguilla. For context, if there's anyone who may be tuning in for the first time for the day, the Health Authority prior to 2004 was a department within the Ministry of Health, and after some decisions by the administration of the time, and for the record, it was the Anguilla United Front, there was a decision to move away from the ministerial and departmental structure into a authority, a statutory body. And today we are here 20 years later to review that decision and the onward consequences. Madam Speaker, I believe that today, unlike any other debate that I would have taken part of, or any of the members of this House would have taken part of, is the true test to our commitment to our parliamentary responsibility. One of the hallmarks and the key responsibilities of Parliament is to have fiscal oversight of government expenditure. It means then that we must be able to look at the expenditure, the revenue, and the fiscal behavior of government and all of its bodies to make the right decisions. And Madam Speaker, that is actually the most common practice of Parliament. Every year we come to Parliament to debate the same thing, an appropriation bill. And while the contents of that bill may be different, the responsibilities that that bill carries with it are the same. And under this administration, we have made it a practice to lay before this Honorable House our medium-term economic fiscal plan, which also forms part of our fiscal responsibilities. It means then, Madam Speaker, that when we are having this discussion, a heavy weight must be placed on value for money on the entity in conversation. And we're having two similar conversations. Shortly after this, we would move to have the same conversation about reintegration of the Water Corporation of Anguilla. So today, by and large, we are having a conversation on value for money, and we are exercising one of our key and primary parliamentary responsibilities. And therefore, our response to that is an indication of how much political weight we put on our political responsibility in government. And that is, will we choose politics over fiscal prudence? And thus far, Madam Speaker, it is sad to say that I've seen a shirking of responsibility when it comes to the question on if politics will trump fiscal prudence. Madam Speaker, there's been a few conversations today about what would be the consequences of the reintegration of the Health Authority. To understand the consequences is not an anecdotal exercise. In fact, in black and white and in very clear language, we can see in the bill that's laid before us what are those consequences. To say things like the PS would have her work cut out for her ignores the fact that there's a health commissioner and a commission of health that will be doing a lion's share of the operational responsibility of the Department of Health Services. To ask questions about contracts and the consequences of such ignores the fact that within this Department of Health Services bill, these questions are squarely answered. To ask questions such as, what will be the substantial difference if we reintegrate the health authority to the government of Anguilla, ignores the fact that this bill shows how the managerial structure of the Department of Health differs and responds directly to the inefficiencies of what we now call the Health Authority of Anguilla. To ask those questions, Madam Speaker, in my humble opinion, is a shirking of responsibility of preparation for this House of Assembly, or a gross misunderstanding of language that is easily read in black and white on paper. Madam Speaker, the Executive Council minute, this is my copy, so we don't usually have the dates on it, Madam Speaker. So I don't have the information for reference, but I can circulate this to members of the House if there is a request to do so. Yes? Oh, this is it. This is the Executive Council paper, not the Executive Council minute. Sorry. So that's why I don't have that information.
Recommend that you read whatever it is into the record so everybody can refer
Right.
to what is read.
Yes, that's what I'm going to
Okay.
do. Lord, Madam Speaker, it already started. This is the establishment of the Health Sector Reform Board and approval of its terms of reference. Madam Speaker, that is the minutes. I'm not reading a minute, I'm reading a paper. It's a submission minute. Madam Speaker, it's a September 22 submission. It is not a minute, sorry. So you can read the minutes if it is that members need to do so, but I'm reading out of the submission. So, Madam Speaker, key issue number 3 identifies that while a national asset like the Health Authority would not be allowed to become defunct by any government, there's still a chance of this entity becoming non-responsive to the needs of the community, exhibiting lack of value for money, and underperformance in its governance and operational responsibilities. That's all I was trying to quote. Madam Speaker, it shows then that no government will allow this entity to fail, but we are still responsible to look at its managerial history and make key decisions. And this is what was happening. Madam Speaker, the paper goes on to say that the Health Authority receives direct support from the government of Anguilla. 70% of the Health Authority's budget is subvented to the government of Anguilla. 70% of its budget. This means that this entity, created in 2004, in 2022, is still relying on government of Anguilla for 70% of its budget. 30% of the remaining budget is raised through the purchases of services and the remission of insurance to the entity. It is therefore important for the Ministry of Health to ensure good governance, efficiency of operations, and value for money. Madam Speaker, while the ministry was responsible for this, more so than any entity within Anguilla, Parliament has key responsibility for good governance and oversight of how monies are spent. And after 20 years, Madam Speaker, I regret to show that the overall picture of the Health Authority is nothing short of a failure. And I will echo the sentiments of my colleague, the Single Island-wide member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, and say, this is a direct responsibility of those with the responsibility to govern and not those who operate within the system. Because this is not just his personal his personal account of how things are. There is actual evidence that shows that it's top management, board of directors, and other members of top management who are responsible for where the health authority is. So when persons come in the house and say there's no distinction, you're not qualified to say so. Because it means that you have a lack of understanding on where the problems of health authority emanates from. Madam Speaker, following the vein of everyone that came before me, I'll read directly from the records. I read the audited statements from 2009 to 2013, which all came with a very similar disclaimer. In 2009, it read, and this is from the Chief Auditor, John Herneman. Chief Auditor's report. This is the 6th occasion upon which BDO and the predecessor auditor to the Health Authority have been unable to express an audit opinion on the financial statements of the authority. In making this report to the House, I would add that for an external auditor to disclaim from issuing an audit opinion on the financial statements of a public sector body is a rare event, and one in which ministers and the House will wish to take due cognizance. I also note again that the Health Authority were unable to produce a balance sheet that was sufficiently robust to consider it auditable. Both of these facts significantly undermine the ability of the Health Authority to demonstrate its proper stewardship for the public funds under its control. I read the 2010 reports, the Chief Auditor's report. This is the 7th occasion upon which BDO and the predecessor auditor to the Health Authority have been unable to express an audit opinion on the financial statements of the authority. In making this report to the House, I would like to add that for an external auditor to disclaim from issuing an audit opinion on the financial statements of a public sector body is a rare event, and one of which ministers and the House will wish to take due cognizance. I also note that 1, again, the Health Authority were unable to produce a balance sheet that was significantly robust to be considered auditable, and 2, the large unidentified amount held in a suspense account. This is a significant concern and could undermine the integrity of the accounts. These factors significantly undermine the ability of the Health Authority to demonstrate its proper stewardship for the public funds under its control. I read from the audited statements of 2011. Chief Auditor's report. This is the 8th occasion upon which the BDO and the predecessor auditor of the Health Authority have been unable to express an audit opinion on the financial statements of the authority. In making this report to the House, I would add that for an external auditor to disclaim from issuing an audit opinion on the financial statements of the public body is a rare event, and one of which ministers and the House will wish to take due cognizance. I also note that, again, the Health Authority were unable to produce a balance sheet that was significantly robust to be considered auditable. The large identified amount held in a suspense account is a significant concern and could undermine the integrity of the accounts. These factors significantly undermine the ability of the Health Authority to demonstrate its proper stewardship for the public funds under its control. The 2012 audited accounts. This is the 9th occasion upon which the BDO and the predecessor auditor to the Health Authority have been unable to express an audited opinion on the financial statements of the authority. In making this report to the House, I would add that for an external auditor to disclaim from issuing an audited opinion on the financial statements of a public sector body is a rare event, and one of which ministers and the House of Assembly, will wish to take due cognizance. I also note that, again, The Health Authority were unable to produce a balance sheet that was significantly robust to be considered auditable, and the large identified amount held in the suspense account is a significant concern and could undermine the integrity of the accounts. These factors could significantly undermine the ability of the Health Authority to demonstrate proper stewardship of the public funds under its control. 2013. This is the 10th occasion upon which the BDO and the predecessor auditor to the Health Authority have been unable to express an audit opinion on the financial statements of the authority. In making this report to the House of Assembly, I would like to add that for an external auditor to disclaim from issuing an audit opinion on the financial statements of a public sector body is a rare event, and one of which ministers and the House of Assembly will wish to take due cognizance. I also note that, again, the Health Authority were unable to produce a balance sheet that was significantly robust to be auditable, and the large identified amount held in a suspense account is a significant concern and could undermine the integrity of the accounts. These factors significantly undermine the ability of the Health Authority to demonstrate proper stewardship for the public funds under its control. And it repeats again on the 11th occasion, and it is only on the 12th occasion where the auditor feels that there's satisfactory information to not make this statement. And that 12th occasion is the last statement that was produced by the Health Authority. So we don't know where it stands today. But what we do have is a report made by The Difference, a company called The Difference, which looks at the years 2013 to 2016. And it shows a similar picture, that Health Authority would have received in excess of 161 million to that point in time, and no proper accounts to substantiate how the money was spent. This is a contravention of the Finance Administration and Audit Act of Anguilla and other Anguilla laws that mandate that companies keep proper financial records and accounts. It's very important to note here that the unsatisfactory performance by those charged with governance, acronym TCWG, in carrying out their fiduciary responsibilities, namely the Board of Directors, Finance and Audit Committee, internal auditors, and top management, have failed to meet the necessary requirements. Madam Speaker, I took my time to go through each one of these audited reports. Well, you can't say they're audited because there were disclaimers attached to them. Because these reports were presented to the House on the 31st of August, 2016. Madam Speaker, if we look across the aisle, well, one person is missing, two. 3 of the 5 members of the aisle, of the opposition, were in the House in the last Legislative Assembly. 2 of the 5 members, that is the now leader of the opposition, Honorable Corey Richardson Hodge, member of Sand Hill, and Mr. Cardigan Connor, I'm pretty sure he's a grandfather of the House by now, were members of the House when this was laid before the House, when it specifically pointed out that ministers and members of the Assembly must look into this. So when those same members come and ask questions like number 7 of the leader of the opposition questions, what justifies the rush? Are you insinuating that we just found out that Health Authority is failing? Where were you? And more than where were you, what have you done? Because the onus was squarely placed on your shoulders. Madam Speaker, I have no way to ask members of the opposition questions, so I just put this out here to whoever may want to answer. Because today, you are setting the record straight that politics trumps your responsibility from almost 10 years ago, 8 years ago. This was 2016, we're in 2004, 24. What have you done? And how dare you ask these questions when this was placed before you? And even more so, Madam Speaker, 2008, the Modern Borough Report. 2010, the Health Advisory Committee. 2011, the Health Sector Report. 2018, the Difference Report. 2020, the Anguilla Health Policy 2015 to 2020. 2003, the Health Sector Reform Board. I'll scratch 2003. But up until 2020, you have had numerous objective analysis that shows that this company is dying and desperate for intervention. And you have the unmitigated gall to say what reasons justify the rush to complete the transition. After 20 years, what do you call a rush? If this administration campaign in 2020 that we will be reintegrating, and in 2024 reintegration has come, where is the rush that you speak of? And Madam Speaker, I'm not letting the members of the opposition go out and say, well, we didn't know. Because if I was a member of the opposition, I would ask my chairman of my party the questions when he was chairman of the Health Authority. So don't come here and say, what was I say again? He was not furnished with the information. Madam Speaker, these video reports were all signed by one Fritz Smith, chairman of the Health Authority. Stop playing politics. We have one job in this house.
You mean the chairman of the front? Same Fritz?
Maybe got a different one. We come to this house, we shock the colors, we have a financial responsibility to the people of Anguilla. Because, Madam Speaker, last week, Thursday, the member, single-letter white member, Joseph Antipool, stood up and said, part of his responsibility is to uphold democracy. Part of the tenets of democracy is fiscal prudence. So you only think that talking to the people is the only part of democracy that you have to uphold? What about the transparency? And hearing across the way that is what is getting you votes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Health Advisory Commission report was brought up by, I think, 2 or 3 members of the House. And there was one section, because I want to say, Madam Speaker, these reports cannot be read in silo, because it's about the same organization. And what ideally should happen is that there's a report in 2008, then the report in 2010 should say, well, maybe there's still some inefficiencies. At the very least, we've improved on. And then the one that came after in 2011 should have said, well, we identified, perhaps not the one in 2010, but we identified some problems in 2008. And 2010, we are pleased to report, however, improve on such and such. And then the one that came in 2018 should have done the same thing. And then the one that came in 2020 should have done the same thing. So that the Health Sector Reform Committee that was put into place in 2022 should have been reporting that there's no need to reintegrate. That's what should have happened, because we have objective information here. But in 2010, the Health Advisory Commission report, chaired by an able colleague behind me, the Deputy Governor of Anguilla, Mr. Perrin Bradley. Honorable Mr. Perrin Bradley, would have identified some reasons for retaining a statutory body by identifying the weakness of the public service. Ministers were overloaded, and top management was dominated by its policy role. Insufficient attention was given to the management and delivery of outputs. There was a shortage of management skills and experience in the civil service. The civil service is too big and diverse to manage as a single organization. A lack of clear and accountable management responsibilities and self-confidence that goes with it, particularly among the higher ranks in the departments. The need for greater precision regarding the results expected of the people and of the organization. The need to focus more on outputs than inputs. The handicap of imposing a uniform system in an organization of this size and diversity of the civil service. And finally, the need for sustained pressure to perform. In 2008, I read simply from the table of contents of the Madam Bro report, and I have to repeat and echo my colleague, Single Island-wide member Ken Hodge. This is not the Madam Bro who's up for election in District 6 with the members of the opposition. I would like to point out the organizational problems that were identified, and this is the organizational problems of the Health Authority. Absence of cross-training and utilization, accountability and ownership, communication issues, inadequate centralization, inadequate facility, inadequate policies and procedures, inadequate space utilization, insufficient staffing, lack of accreditation, lack of an adequate decision-making process, lack of appropriate supervision, lack of career and professional development, lack of clear goals and objectives, lack of common ways of doing things, lack of confidentiality, lack of defined roles, lack of fiscal and financial knowledge, lack of investment, lack of involvement in decision-making, lack of management orientation, lack of public relations, lack of staff coaching and feedback, lack of succession planning, lack of training, lack of updated technology, low and or poor productivity, low morale, management and leadership development, organizational ineffectiveness, poor performance management, resistance to transition and change, shared ownership, skill-based competencies, teamwork, trust, and then the recommendations followed. So, Madam Speaker, if I hold up the inefficiencies of the public service and I hold up the inefficiencies of the Health Authority, which outweigh the other? 4 years after its implementation. If I hold up the inefficiencies of public service in 2004, and I hold up the inefficiencies of the Health Authority in 2008, and I hold up the Department of Health Services bill, which one deals with the inadequacies more than anything else? The Department of Health Services bill. That is why I say, to say that you don't see the benefits and you don't see the rationale for reintegrating because it's not going to fix the problems tells me you didn't open this bill. This is not supposed to be something for you to press on, to fill out forms for the members of District 3. This is something that you're supposed to read. So many of the inefficiencies. Basically, the Department of Health Services will have a level of autonomy that mirrors very closely the level of autonomy that the Royal Anguilla Police has. Very closely. So not only can I say that you have not read the bill, it's that you don't understand the mechanisms within the public service that creates opportunities for these to occur. Because this is not a novel concept. Reintegration on a whole is not a novel concept. We are here to test the 20-year-old, the 2-decade-long history of the Health Authority and say, have we improved our health delivery services, and have we met the mandate that was set out for it from the inception? The answer is a resounding no. Madam Speaker, I see more levels of dishonesty. More levels of dishonesty. Because the member for Valley North said that the integration or the separation of the ministry from the department into the health authority was perfect. It was fine. Everybody said it was good. But the objective analysis shows otherwise. In fact, it's repeated in 4 of the 3 reports that I would have brought to the House today that says that there was no list of property, plant, and equipment transfer, no beginning balance sheet at the time of transfer, no record of patients' receivables, and it was a haphazard transfer. That is the record. So, when you look at a poisonous tree, would you be surprised if it produces poisonous fruit? The transition was never done correctly in the first place, which means then that it's not from the Madam Brower report of 2008 that the Health Authority have been ignored. It is from 2004 that the Health Authority has been ignored. What the administration of the day effectively did was say, this is the baby in the bathwater and it's making our sheets look bad. Problem solved. Because, Madam Speaker, this report, I don't have a date, but I can tell you, it's a report by the Chief Auditor of the establishment of and operation of the Health Authority done by both the Government of Anguilla and the National Audit Office of the UK, states in paragraph 1.2, it is not possible to come to a firm conclusion on whether the increased government investment in health services has given good value for money. There was no memorandum of understanding that was developed to govern the relationship between the ministry and the authority. The 2004 service agreement with the authority was not formalized and signed until August of 2005. And the 2005 agreement was not signed until February of 2006. And after the end of the year of which it related. In addition, there appeared not to be any mechanisms embedded in the agreement which would require the authority to account for its actions and for any surpluses or deficits incurred. I consider that the delay in formalizing these documents and the weakness in the accountability and reporting arrangements undermines the agreement's usefulness as a control over the operation of the authority in its first 2 years. So I'm guessing this was probably done between 2006 and 2008 perhaps. I am concerned that issues of ownership, valuation, and the transfer of assets and liabilities were not resolved prior to the launch of the authority, so that accountability for the opening financial position of the authority could be clearly defined. I am concerned that the ministry did not set out clear requirements for the monthly and periodic monitoring of the authority's progress. I am concerned that the ministry has not formally monitored or undertaken a formal accountability assessment of the authority's annual performance against the service agreement's targets. I am concerned that the failure of the authority to collect income in a timely fashion in 2004 and 2005 impacted adversely on its cash flow and its ability to pay its creditors. At the end of 2004, the authority had current liabilities of $1.095 million, and these increased to $2.101 million at the end of 2005. And for the record of the House, by the end of December 2023, accounts receivable increased to $17.8 million and counting. It also included the fact that the authority owes Anglic. Madam Speaker, you're telling me that this was a well thought through process that was done in 2003, 2004, that this administration should follow? On what research? Other than to hide your own political failures? Because the black and white, non-political assessment is here. The other assessment that this goes against is the assessment of the member of Valley North, who says that everything was perfect. On what basis? And then we are surprised today that we are at this point of scrutinizing the 20-year-old history of this health authority. Madam Speaker, I return to the Health Advisory Commission report. Where it specifically pointed out why the Commission was against reintegration at that time. And where it basically said, for the Commission, reintegration, it says this, but reintegration is an untenable situation that would inhibit the ability to engage in effective management. The legislative framework of a statutory body can be drafted in a manner which allows health services to be managed by a management team, which is responsible for hiring, disciplinary matters, firing, training, and financial matters. This dramatically improves accountability and thereby the quality and efficiency of staff in the delivery of healthcare services. This was a linchpin for the Commission recommending that the health services should continue to remain as an independent body from the civil service, but operating to a lesser or greater extent under the control of a minister. So they are explaining why they feel as though the reintegration is not the best solution. But if you hold up this analysis again to the primary document that we should be analyzing, which is the Department of Health Services, you find that the Department of Health Services bill that is before us today and before us for our consideration speaks directly to being responsible for hiring, disciplinary matters, firing, training, and financial matters. If that is a linchpin that moves the Commission to recommend against reintegration, it means that that is the underlying concept of philosophy that we should utilize to scrutinize the Department of Health Services bill. And if those elements are in here, on what basis are you saying that this report, if we were to utilize it today, would then recommend against what we are doing right now? That is disingenuous. I'll go as far as saying that is dishonest. Because, Madam Speaker, there's some other things that this report says that the members of the opposition didn't point to, such as the Commission found weakness within the existing structure. For example, poor management and the accountability and ownership for managerial issues are being shifted across the board for each tier of the authority. Corporate administration of the health authority is top-heavy and too costly. There's lack of oversight regarding financial matters, as evidenced by the absence of an audited financial accounts over several years. But one of the things that this Commission said in, I thought it was a conclusion paragraph, but it's not. But it did say, and I quote, "This report reminds us of the dire need for health systems to," quote, "put people at the center of healthcare, harmonizing mind and body, people and systems. For the sustainability of healthcare in Anguilla, it cannot be business as usual. If the many shortfalls in the performance of the health authority are to be redressed, there must be a drastic overhaul of the structure, managerial style, and accountability of the health of authority." From 2010. And I, in 2024, I'm looking for the drastic overhaul that was recommended. Because if nothing was done since 2010, and we are here speaking about the absence of actions in 2024, don't you think that the drastic overhaul now moves to a dire need for intervention? It didn't stay on a straight line. You can imagine that matters were exacerbated. And they were, because our records show that $4 to $6 million from 2016 were missing from accounts of the Health Authority. So now we are not sure if there was theft, if it was poor accounting, or if it was theft. We don't know. So when the member for Valley North says, what will be the difference? What, people of Anguilla, will be the difference for you if $5 million is reintegrated into your healthcare system? Wouldn't that be better beds? Wouldn't that be more doctors? People are complaining about the wait times. Wouldn't that be more variety in pharmaceuticals? People are complaining about, especially on Senior Shield, that they don't have the variety that they need sometimes. Wouldn't that mean that government of Anguilla wouldn't have had to do the work to get a second general surgeon for the first time in how much years? Wouldn't that mean that the training issues would be addressed? So then wouldn't that mean that there's a direct correlation to the reintegration and proper fiscal management of the Health Authority and the services that the people of Anguilla will receive? So how dare they try to make it seem like this is just a paper policy? Madam Speaker, if I was an inflammatory person, I would say maybe some people are benefiting from this missing $4 to $6 million and they don't want the reintegration because that's going to cut their cash cow. But I am not an inflammatory person, so I will not say that. But according to some people, follow the money. And we can't even do that. So every speculation I make has merit. Not merit. Merit. Because until we know what has occurred, particularly from 2016 to 2020, I could say what I want. Because every speculation I make is possible. And that should make this House feel uncomfortable because our role is to make sure that the money that we use from taxpayers go to exactly what we utilize it for. And Madam Speaker, I go a step further. If you could go on radio, if you could come to the House of Assembly and talk about procurement for the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center, then you should understand the importance of the conversation we are having today. Because it is the same conversation, which is why I said that today is the greatest test of this Parliament. Are we going to be political, or are we going to hold up to our responsibility to ensure that the pillars of democracy of this country are upheld? And no person can realistically say that they are in defense of the Health Authority as it is, outside in the cold, with monies leaking every 10 seconds, and then say that they are upholding their parliamentary responsibility. Because it is impossible for the two to occur. Choose ye this day who ye shall serve. The people are yourself. Because like I said, an inflammatory person might say, persons who are defending the Health Authority staying out there may in somehow be benefiting from Health Authority being out there. Somebody thought that what was happening in the dark wouldn't come to light. And then when they saw that it may come to light, decided to say the Premier is power hungry, and all he's trying to do is do what he wants with the health authority. But Premier, do what you want with the health authority, because I know that $4 to $6 million that's missing will not be missing under your watch. When the auditors come around, and some people are making us think because they don't know why the government is auditing certain bodies, questioning the Premier in the House through the parliamentary processes, making it seem as if the auditing was for naught. Show them the history of health authority. And the same people who don't want to have a serious conversation about the lack of funds and the missing funds and the misappropriation of funds in the health authority want to come up and say, but why are you raise the rates of the health authority? How does that work? If a health authority that was supposed to be self-sufficient within 2 to 3 years of its establishment is relying on government 20 years later for 70% of its money and revenue, you're telling me that it's irresponsible for government to take the steps to make this body as self-sufficient as possible? Madam Speaker, I will go a step further. When I, as a young parliamentary secretary, entered this administration, and I saw something called the financial gap, which told us how much money we needed to raise because we did not have enough money. And that was the premise under which we had to not only implement GST, but implement it quickly. That amount was a region of 22 million or 23 million EC dollars. Subvention to health authority is 20 million EC dollars. And then we also have to do a subvention to water. So, I'm better with the languages than I am with math. But can I not reasonably say, if health authority and water corporation were being managed properly, we would not have had to implement GST in the environment under which we implemented it? And then, to the person who is saying something as ridiculous as bringing in health authority, to the government is inviting the British. The British didn't invite themselves when they had to pay the same subvention in 2020 that they signed and we had to sign. And anybody who says that is fear-mongering to the people. Because any contingent liability of the government is a contingent liability of the British. And any contingent liability of the statutory bodies is a contingent liability of the British. So it's either you don't understand, you don't want to understand, or you will profit from the misunderstanding. Madam Speaker, this is the biggest test of our parliamentary time to date. We get up there, hand on the Bible, one to the sky, and we give an oath to defend this country and to ensure that its operations are to a certain standard. And if the members of the opposition are prepared to say that they oppose the reintegration of water and the health authority, then they must show me, not just this parliament, because now it's personal, show me the history of your intervention. Show me the history of your intervention and the success of those interventions. Because, Madam Speaker, if the report of 2022 is mirroring a report from 2008, Just saying that we intervened don't matter because now we need results. The results in the reports are saying that there's been no improvement. So show me the improvement. We don't want the Premier to reintegrate water, but we want to go on radio and make statements and say that, Health Authority. We don't want the Premier to reintegrate Health Authority, but we want to go on radio stations and say the Premier has done nothing to advance health. How does that work? He leaving the assembly, Madam Speaker. Don't try him out. How does that work? If you are making political statements to the quote-unquote failures of the Premier as a Minister of Health, then how in the same breath are you criticizing the Premier's political intervention? If you are going to hold a score sheet to his head and say D for effort and D for results, but don't want to have a conversation about what was hindering those results, that's disingenuous. And it's odd, Madam Speaker, because I remember after our first year of governance, the leader of the opposition came to the people and made a statement where, in my opinion, she was basically laughing that the government would have made these commitments and did not make good on any of these commitments. Some of these commitments include Senior Shield and the reintegration of Health Authority. That would have been 2021. So how then? Number 7 of her questions include to justify the rush. Madam Speaker, if this is a rush process, don't show me a slow one. Because while we would have begun in 2020, this is a 20-year-old problem in the making, which means that it's a 20-year-old solution in the making. And Madam Speaker, I want to close because I think we all spoke from very similar reports. So I took out a few of the things I wanted to point out. But 2008 Madam Brewer report, administration that this would have been under Anguilla United Front. 2010 Health Advisory Committee, this would have been under the Anguilla United Movement. 2011 Health Sector Report, the results of it show that it began under the Anguilla United Front but was produced under the Anguilla United Movement. The 2020 policy, Anguilla Health Policy 2015 to 2020 would have been done under the Anguilla United Front, which means that up to 2020, the 2018, the difference report would have been produced under the Anguilla United Front, which means that 4 of the 5 reports that is forming the basis of almost every member of this House of Assembly's presentation today would have been produced under the Anguilla United Front. But now, persons in their presentations are saying, we didn't have the time to do research. We didn't have enough information. I understand this was my first time seeing a lot of these reports. But this shouldn't have been the first time the members of the opposition would have seen the majority of these reports. That's odd behavior to me. And why did you wait until the bill came to do the investigation? Because then you'd have had at least a premise under which you would be comparing the bill to. You could have gone and done some of the research prior to receiving the bill, because you know that generally, whatever is in the bill, the overall intention is to reintegrate Health Authority to the government of Anguilla. So to pretend that the lateness of the bill stymied your ability to perform your House duties is a farce and a lie. You didn't even have to go through the official channels to get majority of these reports. Call your chairman. Call the former member for Valley North. These are people who, based on interviews and radio interviews I've heard, still are around the party. Let's not pretend as if it only goes to the official channels that we have here in Parliament. You have access to this. If you refuse to educate yourself, that is not the fault of the people of Anguilla, and it's not the responsibility of the people of Anguilla. It is your responsibility. So to say, oh, people was asking me questions, and I couldn't even answer. Do the research so you can answer the questions. Whose job is it? When people didn't know where to vote, you could have found their house though. You could knock on their doors. But all of a sudden, looking at a research paper that you could call Fritz for, you can't find. Come on. Is there willfulness in this process? To me, that's stressing me out.
Don't stress my child.
Not that way. But it don't make no sense. 1 + 1 ain't making 2 in this House of Assembly today, and we have to get to the bottom of the maths. And it makes sense because, well, it makes a little sense because they are accepting all this lost money. So 1 + 1 not equal 2 must be just regular business as usual over there. In 2008, under the Anguilla United Front, there was, and I quote from the Modern Borough Report, a pursuit of improving and enhancing the fitness of the health authority, which is essential to its and vital to its survival. I would have pointed out, I think member Ken Hodge would have counted 35 inadequacies. The difference that I pointed out approximately 6 inadequacies. That's a 2018 report. The Anguilla Health Policy, produced in 2020, would have pointed out 10 inefficiencies. I don't have the number, I didn't make a count of the 2003 Health Sector Reform Board, but they would have pointed out a number of inefficiencies. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I would have understand, if today, and I made this point a little earlier, if there was a difference between what was pointed out in 2008 and what was pointed out in 2023. We don't have that difference. What we do have is an exacerbation of a problem. And at some point, the adults in the room must step in. At some point, somebody must say, enough is enough. At some point, we must stop stretching the truth. At some point, we must stop utilizing other people's genuine concerns as a basis of our defense of an ineffective entity. Because, Madam Speaker, while the Nurses Association would have had some questions, majority of them, if not all of them, were answered on Friday. There seemed to be a lapse of communication, again, in the health authority, which was no fault of the ministers, the PS, or the Attorney General's chambers. But still, Madam Speaker, that lapse was responded to. And I am surprised, baffled even, that the leader of the opposition's questions miraculously took shape, a very similar shape to those of the nurses. Questions from a bill that would have been in her possession since the Monday prior to the questions that she would have distributed, I'm guessing, around the Friday. So you're telling me that you didn't look through the bill? you just say to yourself, oh, I catch them now. Some people are opposing. Let me jump on this train. But I was interested about a lot of the comments made by the nurses in relation to their working conditions. These are the same working conditions that the leader of the opposition, then Deputy Premier of the Anguilla United Front, ignored. A lot of the problems that they wish to remedy under this new system were historically ignored by the Deputy Premier of the Anguilla United Front and its current leader, member from Sandy Hill, Madame Cora Richardson Hodge. So to jump on their concerns, lasso in hand, hat on head, thinking that you're making a statement that doesn't reflect your poor leadership, is surprising to me. Madam Speaker, at least I have a little shame. Because what I would have done is say, let somebody else ask these questions, somebody who wasn't there before. That's the least. But to go and take this up, I'm a champion of the people after failing them for 5 years. Okay then, be my guest, but it's given dishonesty. Then we have the member, Joseph Vanterpool, single island-wide member, saying he doesn't know what happened before him. Madam Speaker, why is history a lesson in school? Why are you here if you're not going to do basic research? Oh, I didn't know. But as a member of the Public Accounts Committee in 2019, when the 2019 reports at the very least highlights the fact that there have been a lack of audited reports, you cannot say that you genuinely did not know. You have a responsibility. Where are we shucking off our responsibilities for plain innocent? The only reason I could give, Madam Speaker, is politics. And like I said, Madam Speaker, today we have a choice. Politics or prudence. The two cannot play hand in hand. And Madam Speaker, this is not supposed to be salacious. When I talk about the history of missing funds, I don't necessarily want somebody to look at their friend and say, but girl, I don't want people to raise eyebrows and feel like they need to whisper in the corners to repeat what I said. But this administration is being painted as an administration that just randomly picking up on a random Tuesday at around 3 in the afternoon, 4 in the afternoon, deciding to just simply do away with the health authority for no reason. At what point, Madam Speaker, do we say that there is a responsibility of every individual here to make the difficult decisions and to admit when systems that they would have put in place, whether it is them personally or the parties that they associate with, have failed? Then there's one silent argument that we haven't actually hit the nail on the head with, that some persons hold a sentimental value to the health authority. They feel like this is something, a part of a legacy that I am attached to and I don't want to let go of it. The people of Anguilla should not pay for your vanity projects. The people of Anguilla should not pay for your failed vanity projects. And if anybody who should be concerned is the current people employed by the health authority in the state that it is today. People are making out that you should be concerned that people are hoping to reintegrate health authority into government. But Madam Speaker, government is a stable organization. I would be more concerned if I was employed under the health authority and I'm hearing the financial audited statements sounding like what they're sounding like. When I'm seeing the level of receivables out there looking like what they're looking like. When I am dealing with monies being misappropriated and unaccounted for, but I'm in need of assistance, I'm in need of new equipment, I'm in need of a better working environment, that I have to wait until ARMA comes to mash up so that I could get an improvement. That is what I'll be concerned about. So I say to those who have questions, fear not, because the system that you are coming in is a system that was upholding the system that you are in today. You are moving from sinking sand to stable grounds. And there's no question about it. This bill for the Department of Health Services remedies questions in relation to accountability. It remedies questions in relation to misappropriation. It remedies questions in relation to the failure of the previous system prior to the introduction of the health authority. It remedies questions and inefficiencies identified in the health authority system. It may not be perfect, but I guarantee you, members of the gallery, members of the House, Speaker of the House, that it is better than the system that exists today. And what is good is that this is only the beginning. And the same way with every bill that we have brought to this honorable House that we have changed when we have found inadequacies or opportunities for improvement, so too can I guarantee you, although I am not the mover of this bill, I'm a member of this administration, and we are one that realize when there are issues or opportunities, we come back to the House to make the necessary amendments to make it work for the people. So this is not the Ellis Lorenzo vanity project. This is an opportunity for the people of Anguilla to hold their elected representative accountable for the delivery and development of health services under the Department of Health within the Ministry of Government, within the government of Anguilla. Within the Ministry of Health, within the government of Anguilla. This is what this is. So when you see a $5 million improvement next year in the health authority, it's because the people who benefit today will not benefit from the inadequacies tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions to this bill? The member for Sandy Hill is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to listen to the government members, the ministers of government, give their presentations, and in particular, the last presentation that was made by the Honorable Quincy Agams-Marie. And I would eloquently describe the presentations made as pure garbage. And let me say why I use the term garbage. Madam Speaker, of all of the presentations made today, they made reference to a 2008 report, a 2009 report, a 2010 report, a 2020 report. And what was so interesting, Madam Speaker, was that every member on the government side that spoke chose to ignore the fact that each and every one of those reports recommended that the health authority or that health services remain as a statutory body. And let me go into
Madam
Detail.
Speaker.
I will
Madam Speaker, on a
take
point of
to
order.
each, I will go to each section
There's a point of
and
order,
point out
ma'am.
what I'm speaking about.
On a
Member.
point of order, that was a mischaracterization. The Leader of Opposition said that every member has failed to acknowledge that some of the reports recommended the statutory body remain as a stat body. That is incorrect. A number of members would have made reference to the reports, or to one of the specific reports recommending the statutory body remaining a statutory body, but would have indicated very clearly that it was buttressed with recommendations for overhaul, and the overhauls were never done.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here today to bring Health Authority back under government for all intents and purposes. And various reports were made reference to. So let's go through each one of them so that the public can clearly understand what I am speaking about. The Health Advisory Commission report, which was referred to by the members on the government side, dated the 9th of July 2010. And we will remember that elections would have been in early 2010. And so this report on the 9th of July, dated 9th of July 2010, was under the Anguilla United Movement Administration, under the former Chief Minister, Honorable Hubert Hughes. And what was interesting is that under the government of Anguilla Ministry of Health and Social Development letterhead, dated the 21st of April 2010, addressed to Mr. Perrin Bradley, then Minister in the Ministry of Finance, and today in the House of Assembly as Deputy Governor. And it says, and it's under the hand of Mr. Edison Baird, the Minister of Social Development. And it says, Dear Mr. Bradley, Executive Council has approved the establishment of a Health Advisory Commission to which you have been appointed. The purpose of this commission is to advise the Ministry of Social Development on the dismantling of Health Authority of Anguilla, make recommendations for instituting a new, more cost-effective managerial system for the operation of the health services, report findings to the Ministry of Social Development within 4 weeks of convening the first meeting. And then it lists the persons who would be part of the commission. And what was interesting about this letter is that within months of taking office, the Anguilla United Movement Administration set up a commission not to inquire as to whether or not health services should come back under government, but directing that the need to advise the Ministry of Social Development on the dismantling of the Health Authority of Anguilla. And so it is not surprising that today, the successor of the Anguilla United Movement, the APM, is in the House today following through on exactly what the wishes were from under a previous AUM administration. So when people are asking why the seeds of bringing back and dismantling Health Authority was not sown today, but was from as far back as 2010. And the mission at that time was to dismantle. Not how to fix it, not whether it could be addressed, not whether it could be fixed, but to dismantle. But let's go
on
further
a point
than
of order,
that.
Madam Speaker. My point of order relates again to mischaracterization. The member is speaking about this report, that's correct? The Health Advisory Commission report. The member speaks only to the first one, this first point, which speaks to advising the Ministry of Social Development on the dismantling of the Health Authority of Anguilla. Second point says make recommendations for instituting a new, more cost-effective managerial system for the operation of health services. Therefore, the full point is not that the direction was just about dismantling, but it was also about improvement. Thank you.
I would have read the 3 points, Madam Speaker, but there's no mischaracterization because the first point, Madam Speaker, says to advise the Ministry of Social Development on the dismantling of the Health Authority of Anguilla. It doesn't say or. It is one of 3 points. And the member who is a lawyer should understand that it's read in conjunction and not in the alternative. Madam Speaker, I will continue. Notwithstanding the fact that this letter, under the hand of Minister Edison Baird to the Commission, asking that at the first point that the Commission advise on the dismantling of health authority, the report from the Commission would have said that the Commission made several recommendations, including, and the first point, and this is on page 3 of the report for those persons who have it in their hand, that health services in Anguilla continue to be managed by a statutory body described as a division of healthcare services. Continue to be managed by a statutory body. And this is a 2010 report that we've heard of all day. And the first point of the report was that the health services continue to be managed as a statutory body. Let's go to the 2011 report. And this is the Anguilla Health Sector Review 2011, and it was dated September of 2011. And the member for Valley South would have taken us to page 4 of this report, and she quoted, "The sector review concludes, however, that the root causes of the malaise of the health authority today are that it is not independent enough." And she didn't say, but she continued later on and said, "and not incentivized enough." She continued on to page 5. And what she's quoted was that the health authority is not incentivized enough because it receives its government of Anguilla subvention regardless of its performance, and as a result continues to behave as if it was still part of the civil service, with few rewards or sanctions for staff related to their performance. But what the member for Valley South omitted to continue to read on the paragraph following was this, that the answer to this is to make the health authority completely independent and make it earn its income through its performance. So this 2011 report, the recommendation that came out was not for health authority to come back under government, but was for health authority to be independent, to remain independent. And the next paragraph says, for this to work, public finance must be channeled through a competent technical funding body with the ability to ensure performance is achieved for the finance received by providers. And further below, it says, without something like the National Health Fund, Anguilla will not get value for money for its health expenditure. And so what this report was advocating was the establishment of the National Health Fund. Madam Speaker, I will continue on to the operational plan that the Honorable Premier would have made reference to. And that would have been Health Authority of Anguilla Operational Plan 2020. And he would have made reference to the foreword, which was penned under the name of Martha Demis Adams as Chief Executive Officer. And this Health Authority operational plan was not a plan to bring health authority back under government, but it set out the vision of the health authority, the mission, the values, the priority strategic directions. And two of those priority strategic directions were, one, health system transformed to improve efficiency, that the health system be transformed to improve efficiency, and that two, the health and quality of life is improved through comprehensive programs addressing actual and potential health needs of the population. And Madam Speaker, the crux of why we are here today, and the question, the fundamental question that every Anguillan wants to know, is how does bringing the health authority back under government improve healthcare? How does it improve the provision of health services to the average Anguillan, to the resident in Anguilla? How? That's the question that the answer seems to be missing from this entire session today. Because there's been no plan that has been presented explaining how health services is going to be improved. And I'll give you an example.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. I think that the single Island Wide electoral member would have pointed to specific managerial issues that were pointed out in the report that are being immediately rectified in the Department of Health Services Act. So that is also another mischaracterization.
The average Anguillan wants to know, how is health services going to be improved? Are they going to access better health care? That's the question that is missing. The answer is missing from these presentations that have been made in this House of Assembly today. And I will continue by saying that you have on March 2023, in March 2023, there was a ribbon cutting of an MRI machine. And we can go back to the Anguillan, we can see the pictures, this wonderful MRI machine that was brought to Anguilla. We've heard in the House of Assembly that the MRI machine is down and there are waiting parts. We know that based on what the Premier has said, that overseas medical treatment budget has been surpassed. And we all would have heard when the Premier would have made suggestions and he would have said that it is not the government's of Anguilla's responsibility to fly people out, that there are options. First, you have to deal with the person who they can sell land, family members can contribute, or they can take a loan from the bank. Those were the words from the Premier. And so the question is, will overseas medical care be addressed? Will it be lessened? Will the health services needed so that our people do not have to travel overseas any longer, is that going to be addressed as a result of bringing health services back under the government of Anguilla? Well, we will see. We want to see, not just, and thank you for the answer, Honorable Premier, because we want just not the answer, we want to show, we want to see the plan. We are tired. We are tired of waiting for a plan that doesn't come to fruition. And many people will remember that in the 2020 general elections, this APM administration campaigned against GST. And they said that they had a plan not to implement GST. And today we see that this very same administration has implemented GST, and up to now the people of Anguilla have not been furnished with a plan. What was their plan not to implement GST? What is it they were putting on the table to ensure that GST would not have been implemented? And so today we see the same issue. We see a health services plan coming to the House of Assembly, a Health Services Act, and a statement that there is a plan. But no one knows what the plan is. There's been no consultation with the general public. When I ask the question, what is the rush? The reason why I ask the question, I will continue to ask the question, what is the rush, is because this bill has come to the House without public consultation. And I'm not talking about meeting with staff members. I'm not talking about meeting with the acting CEO and other persons in health authority. I'm not talking about meeting with the nurses. Friday, after a lawyer letter came from the nurses asking for the first reading not to be held on Thursday. I am not talking about that, Madam Speaker. I am speaking about the fact that there has been no public consultation on this bill.
Point of order. I'm sure that in the earlier questions I mentioned who was consulted, stakeholders such as the health agencies and associations like the Cancer Society of Anguilla, ACAN, etc. I also wanted on record that I had already arranged to meet with the Anguilla Nurses Association prior to the letter coming from a lawyer, Madam Speaker. And I had also met with them the Friday before that, the 8th of March, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the fact that a lawyer letter could be forthcoming after discussions with the Nurses Association will tell you that concerns remained. And this letter that came from their attorneys was dated the 20th of March. The 20th of March. And so what that says to you is that when you as an administration, as a responsible, open, transparent administration, receive a letter, and I put them in quotes, inverted commas, whatever you want to call them, because it's so-called transparent, open, and honest administration, so-called. And you receive a lawyer letter asking for time, the right thing to do, the proper thing to do as an administration that really cares about the people, that really care about those persons who they're saying that they're benefiting looking out for their best interests, is to postpone. What would be the harm? What was the harm in postponing the first reading? And that is why when we say there's a rush, you ignore the request that came under the hand of an attorney. You ignore the request that was made a motion by a member of the opposition in the House of Assembly. You set for the first time a Health Services Act. You set it for the first time the members of opposition became aware on the Monday. And you have the first reading on the Thursday. And today, the following Tuesday, we are here on the second and third reading. And so the question is, where has been the public consultation? And this administration has said, when they first took office, that every bill before being passed for second and third reading in the House of Assembly will go to public consultation. That has been thrown out the window. What I'm hearing today is, instead of going to public consultation, what they're trying to push down the people of Anguilla's throat is a statement to say, well, we campaigned that we were going to bring back health authority. So because we campaigned on it in 2020, everybody knew, so we don't have to consult. That is a bunch of nonsense. And that is why I say that the presentations made by the members of government today was garbage. And I will go on, Madam Speaker, and I will say...
And I'm going to say, please, member, watch your language.
Garbage?
Please do not impute improper motive.
What is improper about
you
garbage?
You can choose your language better than using that language.
Speaker,
okay?
Madam Speaker,
thank you.
I have heard members over on the government side today talk about misrepresenting, talk about lies, casting all sorts of aspersions, and I sat and I listened. I listened, Madam Speaker, and there was nothing coming from the chair. But because I say that the presentations were garbage, I have to watch my language. The people are listening, Madam Speaker. The people are listening.
I want the people to listen, and I want the people to hear you, that I spoke to you about your language. Please, I am asking again, in accordance with the rule, to not impute improper motive.
My present,
please do not speak over me, member. When I'm speaking to you, please have your seat. Obey the rules. Let's be courteous to each other. We do not need to do this, go back and forth. I'm simply asking you not to impute improper motive. You are smart enough to choose your words well. And there are several words you can use instead of those words. Please, let's continue.
Madam Speaker, saying garbage is not imputing improper motive. I mean, it's basic English. It is not improper motive. Maybe we need a definition as to what improper motive means, because using the word garbage to describe a presentation is not imputing improper motive. I will move on, Madam Speaker. This is ridiculous. Madam Speaker, the National Health Fund was supposed to have been instituted. And I can recall when the Honorable Premier would have brought to the House a bill to transfer the interim stabilization levy to the universal social levy. And he said during his presentation that at some point in time, that the universal social levy will be transformed to the National Health Fund. And I raise it, Madam Speaker, because the Anguilla Health Sector Review of 2011, which was commissioned under the Anguilla United Movement Administration, would have stated that the National Health Fund was necessary for Anguilla to get value for money for its health expenditure. So when I heard the single island-wide member, the Honorable Quincy Gons Marie, talk about value for money, I was amused, because here it is a report that was provided to the AUM administration, which advocated the creation of the National Health Fund. But today, we are here bringing back health.
Point of order. Misleading. National Health Fund legislation was passed on the Anguilla United Front in January of 2008, Madam Speaker. Who was in government at that time? The Anguilla United Front was never implemented, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, we see where under the Anguilla United Front, great strides were made to be able to progress health in Anguilla. And the reason why the National Health Fund, the act was passed in the House of Assembly, but the health fund was not established because it required funding to be allocated. We heard the member for Island Harbor, when he transferred the interim stabilization levy to the universal social levy, state that the monies from the universal social levy would be eventually transferred to the National Health Fund. That would be the funding required, or part of the funding required, to be able to establish the National Health Fund. But we are here today in the House of Assembly, not as it relates to funding the National Health Fund, not as it relates to improving the health care based on a plan that has been set out, identified, shared with the general public, but simply to bring administrative services back under the government of Anguilla based on a campaign promise. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Again, misleading and misrepresenting. In 2011, when the interim stabilization levy was passed in this House, the Honorable Hubert Benjamin Hughes, Chief Minister, said that it was being brought and that it would be transformed to be used to fund health care once it meted budgetary. But the member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker, campaigned for the 2015 election that they would remove it. And for 5 years, they continued it with no intention to convert it to the National Health Fund, which they had put in place back in 2008. So, Madam Speaker, it's continuous misrepresentation of facts. And I think it's misleading the people of Anguilla. We will, when we have the National Health Insurance set up, which is under consultation, we will put funds into to make it happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Appel, thank you.
That is the explanation that the people of Anguilla are looking for, not the historical context that this government has been consumed with all day, but the progress and the future of healthcare in Anguilla. On the 8th of March of this year, the Health Authority issued an immediate release, and it said the Health Authority of Anguilla informs the general public that due to staffing issues, the radiology department at the Princess Alexandra Hospital will only provide emergency X-ray, CT, and MRI studies until further notice. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and assure you that we are working diligently to resolve the staffing challenges and restore full service as soon as possible. This was earlier this month, because we're still in March. And here we have a press release from the Health Authority under this administration advising the general public that they have limited hours because of staffing shortages. How is this going to be addressed based on this bill that's coming to the House of Assembly today? And so we see where Health Authority has severe challenges.
I'll speak on a point of order. Again, the member is misleading and misrepresenting. The member should have found out why there was a staffing shortage at that time. I can assure you that the reason was that the radiologist on the island was not well at that time and therefore could not fulfill that. To fix that, Madam Speaker, Health Authority reached out to a locums that they use off island to read those x-rays. Given that this was short notice, that is why they went into emergency mode. But Madam Speaker, if the member had read the act, the Department of Health Services Act, you would see that in Section 7. It talks about how the health commissioner has the ability to hire persons outside of going through usual channels for emergency purposes, just like that. And so this will allow, Madam Speaker, those acts to happen faster. But again, the member wants to mislead the people of Anguilla, and I won't sit here and allow it to happen.
Your Honourable
There
Member.
is no misleading, Madam Speaker, none whatsoever. I am reading from a Health Authority press release. And my question is, how are these issues going? It doesn't matter. There's a press release, and I'm asking, how are these issues going to be addressed when bringing the health services back under government? That is the question that I'm asking.
It's in the bill. The member is
that
referring
the
you to the
people of
bill.
Anguilla want to know. How are the health services going to be improved? Now, based on what the Honorable Premier just answered, there was an immediate fix. And he's proposing a similar fix in a different form under the existing Health Act. So at the end of the day, the question is, how is it going to be improved? This is the question that the people want to know at the end of the day. We can talk about all the legislation, we can talk about undoing Health Authority, bringing it back to government. Is the health care going to be better, and how? And I want to touch base, Madam Speaker, in relation to the fact that this claim about bringing the Health Authority back under Anguilla government is going to be better. And the member for Valley North will have touched on it. But I want to touch on it again. And this was in relation to the public sector reform. And the single island-wide member, the Honorable Ken Hodge, would remember that because in 2019, the public sector reform exercise commenced. And in the Anguillian newspaper in January of 2019, the statement that went to the public was that Anguilla was embarking on a strategic public sector transformation and improvement program involving some 862 government employees. And it said that the launch of the initiative is to ensure a higher degree of professionalism and skills, that the right persons are in place to render proper service to the people of the island and to assist the national development in that regard. Now remember, this is public sector reform.
Madam Speaker, rise on the point of order. Madam Speaker, the leader of opposition was a minister of government, and at that time, and I say now for the public record, the government of Anguilla, of which she was a member, did not put 1 red cent into that public sector reform program. We had to improvise, we had to do all kinds of things, beg for corporate assistance with prizes. The government of that day, Madam Speaker, did not put 1 red cent into that public sector reform program. That's why it got absolutely nowhere, and the member was a minister of government at that time.
We're now 5 years later. 5 years later. And I wonder if the member will explain now how much red cents this administration has put in for public sector reform.
Madam Speaker, again, Madam Speaker, the record will show that in this House, I have raised that issue on many, many occasions. I have raised the issue in Executive Council, I have raised the issue with the Governor, I have raised the issue with the Deputy Governor, Madam Speaker. So I have been unrelenting in my quest for this, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
So I take it no red cent has been allocated under this APM administration, of which you, Single Island Wide Member Ken Hodge, are a minister of government. But thank you for the clarification. And so we are able to confirm that up until today, 2024, that no monies have been allocated to public sector reform, which means...
Madam Speaker, on another point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is mischaracterizing, Madam Speaker. The Deputy Governor will be able to confirm, Madam Speaker, that they are moving ahead with developing a program for public sector reform, Madam Speaker. When the Deputy Governor comes back in, he can confirm that. So, again, the member is mischaracterizing. And once that happens, Madam Speaker, this administration will make whatever resources are necessary for that to take place, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
There has been no mischaracterization because no monies have currently been allocated. There is nothing that I said that is a mischaracterization. But I understand that it is the mode and method of this administration to characterize every statement that comes out of the opposition's mouth as mischaracterization, when in fact there's nothing that has been mischaracterized. The reality is that up until today, the 26th of March 2024, monies have not been allocated to public sector reform.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member fully well knows that the public service of Anguilla is under the remit of the governor of Anguilla and the deputy governor, Madam Speaker. All that the government can do at the appropriate time is to allocate resources. We cannot demand or determine the pace at which reform takes place, but we have indicated our willingness to support and provide resources when it is necessary, Madam Speaker. So if I am to lay any blame, the member should lay the blame squarely at the feet of the governor's office and the deputy governor, not this government, Madam Speaker.
And therein lies the problem with this bill today. Bringing the health services back under the government is bringing it back under the governor and the deputy governor. And we have just heard the Single Island Wide Member, Honorable Ken Hodge, explain that there is only so much that they can do and that it lies at the feet of the governor and deputy governor. So we're bringing this bill today is purporting to bring about 200 health workers, health authority employees back under government, to which it is acknowledged that the members of government, the elected representatives, the ministers of government have no direct control. So the question is, why? If you want greater control, if you want a greater say in terms of what happens in the Ministry of Health, bringing it back under government puts it directly under the control of the governor and the deputy governor. And this is the point that the opposition members have been saying all day. That to achieve the goal that you want, the goal of having greater control as a minister of health under the health authority system is not to bring it back under government, but to address the legislation. And all of the reports that we've seen today refer to the fact that the health authority should remain as a statutory body, no matter what you call it. There's been not one report advocating bringing it back under government. Now, I say with the exception of the Health Services Reform Board, and that was a reform board that was created under this administration in September of 2022. Up to now, the general public has not seen that report. I raised the question during the question time. And the specific question that I asked was, why is it that this report that was commissioned by this administration has not made its way to the public? Why has the public not seen the report that was made? the report that was issued that would allow, or which is justified supposedly, this administration coming to the House with this Health Services Act today. We haven't seen it. So there's no transparency, there's no accountability, there's no honesty in this House. We are here today passing an act where the government is passing an act that no one has seen the report that they're relying on. Let me touch on the unqualified financial statements. And I heard the single island-wide member, the Honorable Quincy Gums-Marie, spend a lot of time on the 2013-2014 reports and the previous reports. And it was almost as if there was a gap that she refused to acknowledge. Maybe she didn't know, maybe she didn't, maybe I'll give her that, because she says that members of the opposition, she criticized them not knowing. And I'll say maybe she didn't know that the 2016 Health Authority report was an unqualified financial statement. The 2017 report was unqualified. And so what that means is that the issues that had been existing before were being addressed, such that by 2016 and 2017, under the Anguilla United Front administration, the auditors could have provided unqualified reports, but the member neglected to even mention that in the House of Assembly. But like I say, maybe she didn't know. Maybe she had no clue. Maybe she's stuck in 2013, 2014. And the single island-wide member made a lot of statements about the passage of the Act and the reason why the Health Authority Act was passed in 2003-2004. And I had to laugh because when I did a quick calculation, single island-wide member and the member for Valley South would have been about 9 years old when the Act was passed. So when you talk about having lack of personal knowledge, lack of having background information, they're coming to the House of Assembly based on what? And making statements. They were 9 years old when the Act was created, but there are people older than that. I was working at that time. There are people that would remember when the Health Authority, when health was under government, and the difficulties that were faced when health was under government. And the reports themselves, the reasons why the reports themselves suggest keeping Health Authority as a statutory body is to avoid going back to the same issues. That is why. And so, when you talk about, and that is why even under the AUM administration with the Health Advisory Commission report in 2010, I can only imagine that the Honorable Mr. Edison Baird, as Minister of Social Development, when he received this report, that health services should continue to be managed by a statutory body described as a division of healthcare services, he must have been so disappointed. Because the charge, the first prong of the charge, was to advise the ministry on the dismantling of the Health Authority of Anguilla. And then the 2011 report that the member for Valley South made reference to would have specifically referred to the same 2010 report. And funny enough, it said, in 2010, and this is at page 8, in 2010, the government of Anguilla appointed a commission to look at the future of the Health Authority, including the possibility that it should revert to the public service. The commission's view was that it should not, and several alternative proposals were made on which decisions have not yet been taken. And this report, the 2011 report, supported the findings of that previous report. Now, does Health Authority have its challenges? Of course. Does every statutory body have its challenges? Yes. Does the civil service, does the public service have its challenges? Yes. So there's no doubt that there are adjustments that need to be made. There's no doubt that there's nothing that's perfect and set in stone on this earth, much less departments and statutory bodies. But you do not throw out the baby with the bathwater for you to achieve some goal that no one else in Anguilla knows what your goal is that you are trying to achieve. And so when we're standing in the House of Assembly today and we're making presentations, and we're going back to all sorts of 2013, 2014 unqualified financial statements to make the point, the people of Anguilla are not being informed that in 2016 there was an unqualified report, which meant there were no qualifications in the report. It was unqualified. 2017 unqualified report, which said that the health authority was making advancements. Things were being put in place. Improvements were being done, and that wasn't even under APM. That was under the Anguilla United Front. So very well. So yes, at the end of the day, the changes that were being made under the Anguilla United Front administration were significant changes. And what is interesting is that this government seems to ignore the fact that between 2010 and 2015, there was an AUM administration in place. So when you talk about no changes being made during that time, you had 2 health authority reports being commissioned. You had criticisms being raised in those reports and suggestions as to how to improve them. But I haven't seen any steps that were taken between 2010 and 2015. And the member for Road South was there. He was there. He was sitting in the Executive Council. He was...
Madam Speaker. During that period of time, I was not sitting in the Executive Council. I was a nominated member, parliamentary secretary, but the member wouldn't understand these things.
In 2011, the Executive Council minute for 2011, December 2011 in particular, where the government of the day, the Anguilla United Movement Administration, decided to move forward with GST. The member for Road South was present in Executive Council at that time. He was in Executive Council at the time. And so...
You got a point of order. The member is talking about GST, and I've been there, invited to move forward with GST.
Yeah, but there's no vote. We fully
we're
understand.
About the Health Authority and the Executive Council.
Correct.
I would ask her to humbly retract that statement, Madam Speaker.
I am not retracting, Madam Speaker, because it's obvious that the member for Road South would have been invited to attend Executive Council during that period of time.
But there are no privileges offered to the member, even though he's invited. And I believe that is the member's...
I never said that he had a voting...
I believe that is the member's argument. There is no vote.
My argument, Madam Speaker, is that he was in Executive Council.
But not a part of member.
I never said he was
so
a
therefore,
part.
let the record show that he had no voting privileges, and he was not a part of, he was just invited.
But I was not invited on the date in which she mentioned that I was invited.
Thank you.
Which is quite disingenuous, Madam Speaker. A consistent feature of her presentations.
What date? I said that in 2011, December 2011, the member for Road South was in Executive Council. Unless he's saying he wasn't invited, then he just showed up. That was my statement. And my further statement was that the member for Road South was in Executive Council during those years. And I'm sure that I can find for the next sitting of the House of Assembly the numerous times that the member for Road South will have been present in Executive Council during that period of time, between 2010 and 2015. I will search for that, and I will bring it. Every single Executive Council minute where the member for Road South was present. That's a promise. That's a promise. That's a core promise that I will bring everything. And so, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is that you have in 2010, in 2011, an Anguilla Health Sector Review 2011, which supported a 2010 review for the Health Authority not to come back under government, but to remain a statutory body. And that is a fact. The documents are here. For some reason, they've been overlooked before by the members of government during their presentations. But certainly the documents are there, and they support exactly what I'm saying. And so, Madam Speaker, the fact is that when we talk about the Health Services Reform Committee, and I heard the single island-wide member, the Honorable Quincy Agons-Mary, make statements about speculation, making speculation possible, and that now it's personal. and people should stop stretching the truth, and that some persons should be shamed. Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to see some of the reports and to actually see the September 2022 report, the Executive Council minute that the single island-wide member would have actually made reference to. And I think she would have said that she was reading from the statement itself and not from the Executive Council minutes. So I went back and I found the EXCO minute, and it was on the 1st of September 2022. And that EXCO minute would have spoken about the health authority. And during that presentation, or during the Executive Council minutes, it spoke about the fact that the key strategies for the Ministry of Health, as indicated in the 2022 estimates, and it identified addressing human resource capacity needs, identifying appropriate regulatory frameworks, etc. And it says that the operations of the Health Authority of Anguilla are a significant expenditure on the public purse. It raises revenue through direct support from the government of Anguilla, about 70% of its budget, and through fees, 30% of its budget. Now, the reality is, and the member for Valley South would have said as much, health will always be funded to some degree by the government of Anguilla. Health is always funded in many countries to some degree by the governments of the day, by the government generally. And so it says it is accepted internationally. Remember, this is the Executive Council minutes where the members of government were sitting in the Executive Council on the 1st of September 2022. And it is accepted internationally that the funding of public health services cannot rely on user fees alone, especially in small economies. So what is this saying? The user fees of the persons, the Anguillians, the residents of Anguilla, who access the health care. And so when we talk about the fact that health authority has not been able to pay its own way, it is because it has not collected for the services that it has provided to the people of Anguilla over the years. And so that is why it continues to remain a statutory body that will obtain financial support from the government. So if the concern is the fact that it is not paying its own way, bringing it back under government is going to help the authority, the health services pay its own way. How? Is it that the intent is to increase collection efforts against the people of Anguilla? What is it that's going to be different if you're raising the fact, and that has been a significant aspect of the discussions today, the financial wherewithal of the health authority? How is bringing it back under the government going to improve the financial wherewithal of the health authority? That's the question that seems to be missing. And so it went on, Madam Speaker, and spoke about the report, and at the end, it spoke about setting up the terms of reference for the Health Services Reform Board, including its membership. And it approved conducting a review with the aim of reforming health services in order to make them more efficient, accountable, and to improve the quality of health care. Now, what's interesting, Madam Speaker, and at the bottom it says, the Honorable Minister for Sustainability, Innovation, and Environment recused herself from the meeting. And what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that the first prong is that the Ministry of Health was to have conducted a review with the aim of reforming health services to make it more efficient, accountable, and to improve the quality of health care in Anguilla. The question that was asked to the member for Island Harbor as to the mandate for the Health Services Reform Board, the response that came back was that the Reform Board's job was, well, how will the Minister of Health play a greater role under the Health Authority structure? The Minister has greater oversight, will be able to give directives to the Permanent Secretary in the Commission of Health to execute the strategic plan. And we spoke about this, Madam Speaker, because the single and wide member, Honorable Ken Hodge, would have clearly stated to all of us, to the people of Anguilla, that the civil service falls under the remit of the governor and the deputy governor. And in terms of the report from the Health Services Board, the answer was that the main focus of the Health Services Reform Board was to devise strategies of reintegration of the health authority into central government. So when I asked the question whether or not the question was asked whether the board was charged with answering whether health authority should be reintegrated, and I for some reason I couldn't get a very clear answer. It's a yes or no question. I did not get a yes or no answer from the Honorable Premier. But the answer was that the main focus was to devise strategies to reintegrate health authority into government. So the exercise of this board was not whether or not to determine whether it should remain as a statutory body to come back. The remit of the board was to implement a strategy, or to put in place, was to devise a strategy to reintegrate it into health authority. And so today we seem to be missing the crux of the issue. Why? Why? Because this new report, given in 2023, has not answered the question as to why. We actually don't know how, because the report has not been made public. And here the Premier says in his answer as to whether or not it's been made public, that there has been no instruction for the report to be made public. So making such a drastic change in this day and age, such as bringing back the health authority, a statutory body, back under government, is it not important? Is it not critical that all and sundry are aware as to the findings of the report? We have other reports here that have been disclosed to the House. We have other reports that the members of government have relied on from 2009, 2010, 2011, 2018, 2020. What about the 2023 report? Why is that such a missing piece of document? Why is it that it has not been disclosed to the public? Why is it that it has not been brought to the House? So certainly the members of opposition can read and understand for themselves. And what is interesting, Madam Speaker, is when the single island-wide member spoke about being shamed, and I noticed that she recused herself from the Executive Council minutes, from the meeting. And the speculation would have to be that she recused herself because her father was appointed as the chairman for the Health Services Review Board. And what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that in 2012, there was an Executive Council minute, and of course this was under the Anguilla United Movement Administration. EXCO Memo 12 of 136. And it talked about, it's dated the 10th of May 2012, talked about the discounting of the NAGICO insurance co-payment. And it says, Council approved the discounting of the 20% NAGICO co-payment by 50% for all policy holders. Not all insurance, 50% by NAGICO. And so, how this applied at the Health Authority was that NAGICO in particular was only requiring a 10% copayment. Why? Because the government was absorbing the difference. And so in 2018, the then Minister of Health, the Honorable Mr. Evan McNeil Rogers, would have spearheaded a transfer of the insurance for the health authority to move from the Fair Play Management insurance over to the main office in Nagico. And that resulted in a lawyer letter being sent to the health authority from Fair Play Management Services as a result of the removal of the insurance. It also resulted in litigation in a lawsuit and court action filings against the Nagico head office. And in fact, the then Minister of Health will tell you that he received calls from the attorneys for Fair Play Management seeking to ask questions to get evidence in relation to the court case. And so imagine in 2023, you now have the same person who is the ultimate beneficial owner of Fair Play Management Services taking the lead as the chair of the Health Services Review Board. It's the facts. It's the facts. It is the facts.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
The radio office was a factor overcharging people.
Not only is the member imputing improper motive, but on the basis of the member's argument, with harm chair being the chair of Health Authority, none of the members should be speaking in this House of Assembly. There's a conflict of interest. So if it is that I could identify there is a conflict of interest, where is the same thing on this end?
I take your point. I take your point.
Conflict of interest, Madam Speaker, the member just spoke in this House. So conflict in relation to what?
Madam Speaker, to clarify, I am saying it is a conflict of interest for the members of the Anguilla United Front to try to defend to speak against the reintegration for levels of maladministration that their chairman of the Anguilla United Front would have overseen. That is a conflict of interest.
It is, I understand. It is. And you're absolutely correct.
Madam Speaker, the member would have neglected in her presentation, she wasn't here, so I'll gladly repeat it for her, that in 2016 there was an unqualified financial statement from the Health Authority. There was also an unqualified financial statement in 2017. Maybe she can say she wasn't aware. Maybe she can say she didn't know. But her references to the term, the allegations of mismanagement, etc., were prior to 2016 and 2017 financial reports.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. When I spoke to the missing $4 to $6 million that could possibly go into campaign finance, it was 2015 to 2020, the period under review.
And here we talk about improper motive, but I hear nothing from the chair. But anyway, what is fact? The member will have spoken about speculation in her presentation. What I have is a fact that in 2012, the AUM administration would have provided a 50% discount to Nagico, 20% Nagico copayment for all policyholders. That is a fact. It was specific to Nagico and not to any other insurance company. That is a fact. And today we have the Health Services Review Board providing a report for the government of Anguilla to bring health services back from Health Authority, to dismantle the Health Authority and bring it back under government. So when we talk about speculation, when we talk about being shame, when we talk about stretching the truth and things being personal, when you look in a mirror and you're pointing fingers for or pointing back at you. And so, Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, not only is that irrelevant and a breach of the rules of the House of Assembly, that makes no sense. There's apples and oranges here. There's no connection. I don't understand how she didn't break her hand reaching for that one.
Yeah. Just continue.
Madam Speaker, we're speaking about the Health Authority.
Yeah, of course.
We're speaking about bringing Health Authority back under government. We're speaking about the motives. We're speaking about the Health Services Review Board. We're speaking about the person who headed the Health Services Review Board and the prior connection with the Health Authority of Anguilla. And so, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about speculation, right, there's much speculation to go around. And when the member is talking about funds being siphoned off for campaign financing, etc., and making and casting aspersions and making improper motives in this House of Assembly, it seems that she's very sensitive when the shoe is on the other foot. And
Madam
there's
Speaker,
no
for
proof.
the record, there's no
There
sensitivity.
is no proof.
There's none.
There is no proof that monies were siphoned from the Health Authority for campaign funding for the
In the same
Anguilla
way, there's
United
no
Front.
proof that my
And
father
so
was the
at
person
the
who
end
do that.
of the day, if the
For the position,
member,
isn't there speculation
if
here?
the single island wide member does not want to go there, let us not go there. But at the end of the day,
You ain't even
we
gone there,
have
you
to,
making
when
no
we are making
sense.
presentations to this House of Assembly, we bring facts. We bring facts to the House.
But that's
we do
facts.
not bring speculation. We do not talk about funds being
Get it
siphoned
together,
off
Cora, get it together.
and having improper motives. And that's the end. That's the reality of it. You cannot be sensitive if you're throwing rocks and you live in a glass house. You cannot be sensitive. You gotta, if you're going to give it, if you are going to give it, Madam Speaker, you should take it. And that is my point in relation to this.
That's why
And I will
ATB
continue,
and
Madam
Health Authority
Speaker,
was
because
used for
it
their
seems to
campaign
me
finance.
that I step on somebody's con. And I will continue, because when we talk about fiscal prudence, this same 20% that would have gone to NAGICO, and for the benefit of the NAGICO insurance in 2012, where the Health Authority, where the government of Anguilla was subsidizing the 20% NAGICO copayment. At the end of the day, we have to remember that when we're at all of this accounts to public funding. If it's being subsidized by the government, then it's the people's money. It is the people's money that is being utilized to fund
Madam
this
Speaker,
50%.
on a point of order, the member is trying to give the impression that NAGICO is owned by Quincy Gums. Her uncle. Her uncle does not own NAGICO.
In
I don't know.
2000, Madam Speaker, in 2012, the representative for NAGICO that was dealing with Health Authority at that time, who had the contract with Health Authority, was Fair Play Management Services. And at that time, the NAGICO main office was not in Anguilla. It was in 2018 when these issues came up and were discovered that the move was made to go over to NAGICO main office. And so we will not go down the road as to how NAGICO main office came in to compete with NAGICO representative. We will not go down that road. And so, Madam Speaker, when we are talking about the June 2020 MOU that I heard being made reference to by the Honorable Ken Hodge, and he spoke, and the Honorable Member for Island Harbor, and there were 4 areas the MOU of June of 2020 was spoken about. And the first was that the government submit to the FCO a report on the impacts of COVID-19. Very simple. What is difficult in submitting a report to the FCO on COVID-19? Number 8, the presentation to Executive Council and the publication of budgets and work plans for each statutory body. What is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with ensuring that there is accountability and that there are publications of budgets that are taking place and work plans. Number 9, the completion of a thorough review of the contingent liabilities of each statutory body. And it was an exercise to include a specific plan for each body to improve financial sustainability and address revenue and expenditure arrears, and a clearly articulated plan to reduce these over the following 12 months. What is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. And number 10, the preparation of quarterly financial reports covering all statutory bodies by 30th September 2020 with publication by 30th November 2020. And now, when the people of Anguilla read these 4 points, there's nothing wrong with these 4 points. Because what these 4 points in the June of 2020 MOU did was to bring greater accountability to the statutory bodies. But so to use this as a justification for bringing health authority back under government is a nonsense. The other statutory bodies are up to today. The Public Accounts Committee cannot conduct an inquiry because we do not have reports for them. We conducted an inquiry in relation to the Tourist Board. We've asked follow-up questions, and up to today, well, I don't know if today, but up until last week, we could not get answers to the questions that were asked. And so we have these areas that are also not in conformity with the requirements. And I want to see whether or not the government will take a move, and the member for Valley for Road South can indicate whether or not there's a plan to bring the Tourist Board back under government. And so, Madam Speaker, the member for Valley South would have made a statement to talk about for 20 years the experiment of putting health authority as a statutory body has failed. And she was met with rousing applause from the cheering squad in the gallery. And the 20 years of experiment of putting health authority as a statutory body has failed. The statement was a misunderstanding as to what the reports had in it. Because every report had in it the statement that the health authority ought to remain as a statutory body. And that is the reality of it. The statutory body, in every report,
Madam Speaker, I don't know if there's a rule for disrespecting the members of the public in the gallery. But these are members of the leader of the opposition-owned district that she's referring to as chairing squad. 1, 2, 3, 4, can't count you, 5, 6. 4 of the 6 persons, they are from District 2. And that's what she referred to them as?
Madam Speaker, when I made the presentation, when I made the statement, I was speaking about
chairing squad
I am
in
on
the
my
gallery.
feet and I am speaking. The chairing squad who were there at the time that the
These
member
people were
for
there?
Valley South was speaking.
All of the people in the gallery were there.
Well,
I
if they
agree.
were chairing,
Let's not, please, let's
if they were
just not
chairing,
impute
then it
improper
applies to the
motive,
chairing
member.
squad.
Please,
Yes.
please.
You take care of yourself. And Madam Speaker, when the member made the statement, what she failed to understand is that every report that was made reference to in this House by this government said that the health authority should remain as a statutory body. Every report. And of course, like I said, we haven't seen the Health Services Review Board, so we have no idea what that recommendation is, and that was 2023. But everyone from 2009, 2010, 2011. And so when the statement is made that for 20 years the experiment of putting health authority as a statutory body has failed, it says to me that there's a lack of understanding of this administration, a lack of understanding as to the importance, and it's set out in the very reports. So why cherry pick the areas that you want to highlight to the general public, but not tell the general public that the recommendations in the reports have supported each other in remaining as a statutory body. So I wonder, without the strength of these reports, on what basis was the member for Valley South stating that for 20 years the experiment of putting the health authority as a statutory body has failed? On what basis? Because the reports don't suggest that. The reports identify that there are shortcomings, yes, in the health authority. But we also have public sector reform, which has also identified that there are difficulties in public sector. So I don't understand, Madam Speaker, why when we come to this honorable House, the members of government do not present the entire picture. They seek to address only what they want, cherry pick the areas that they want from the reports, and leave the rest. But the people of Anguilla will not be fooled, because the reason why the opposition members are here is to bring light to everything. We are bringing light to all the pros and all the cons. And as of today, Madam Speaker, I have not heard where this administration has acknowledged that there was any benefit, or there is any benefit, to the health authority remaining. And so the way in which this matter has been dealt with suggests a dictatorial approach as usual, per the APM style of managing government, of governing. And there is unprecedented behavior that continuously we seem to have a situation where the government brings things to the House, little to no consultation, and then try to spin a story pointing fingers at the previous administration. What's so interesting is that in pointing fingers for the last 20 years, etc., forget that there was an intervening period of time where the AUM sat for 5 years, and 5 years is a long time. 5 years is a long time. And so what was done during those 5 years? What was done during those 5 years? And so...
Madam Speaker, the member is imputed improper motive by using dictatorial style, but I'll forgive her for that, Madam Speaker. But what I want to do, Madam Speaker, is say she's misleading, because I stated earlier that when the Minister for Health, former Chief Minister, wanted to intervene at the Health Authority, he received a letter from the chairperson of the Health Authority Board back in 2014, who was a lawyer, of course, and blamed them for interference and micromanagement, and stated that he should have an arm's length relationship with the Health Authority of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, that's the reason why, given where the Health Authority is set up and the Act, it was impossible to have oversight that is necessary. And that's why we see all these issues that the member continues to talk about 2016 and 2017, but doesn't talk about 2018 and 2019, where the difference, which is the name of a company, found that there were many issues, including that trying to reconcile the accounts after hours of continuous work. It has been concluded that the accounts could not be reconciled. Not all balances have been reconciled, and this is related to the lack of required or accurate information and cannot be attributed to any other source or entity. 2018, 2019. The single island-wide member talked about the $5.7 million, which could not be accounted for, Madam Speaker. And at that time, we talk about who was the chairman of the Board of the Health Authority.
Madam Speaker, the reason why the 2018, 2019 records, and I would invite the member, who is also the Minister of Health, to do some more digging, because he would recall, and all of Anguilla would recall, that the health services were severely damaged in the wake of Hurricane Irma. And so too records were missing as a result of the damage that took place. And so, Madam Speaker, when we're reading from reports, we do have to put it in context so that all persons are aware and understand what is taking place. Now, Madam Speaker, it is my position that addressing statutory bodies does not mean bringing them back under government. It means making them more efficient and effective. And you have to look at the questions, at the statutory bodies in general and improve on what you have. And so what I want to do, Madam Speaker, and I would have highlighted, of course, some of the difficulties that I know that this Minister of Health has had since he's taken over office. And I want to highlight the health achievements because let it not be said that we have not highlighted the important achievements that were made between 2015 and 2020 when the Anguilla United Front was in office. And so after the passage of Hurricane Irma, Minister Rogers will have established the Health Authority Rehabilitation Committee, which he himself chaired. And this committee was responsible for the rehabilitation of all health facilities. The decisions regarding any upgrade or other work were decided by this committee. And mind you, this wasn't under the Health Services Act. This was under the Health Authority Act that these committees were able to be established, and the minister had direct first-hand influence in terms of the decisions that were made. And so all of the improvements we now see was piloted by Minister Rogers, and he refused to accept the UK design for the Valley Health Centre and insisted that the design be done locally. Before the UK grant, and that is the £60 million that came in, the Minister Rogers worked with Malian Insurance to get insurance payment to pay for the work, which he had already started at the Health Authority. With the collaboration of Mrs. Brandel Clough and the West Indies Company, he was able to build the maternity wing at the hospital. And the wing was constructed at a cost of US $250,000. There was the purchase and commissioning of a new CT scan, laparoscopic equipment. Minister Rogers single-handedly raised the funds to purchase a new CT scan. And through his contacts, he managed to get funding from the laparoscopic equipment, which greatly enhanced the surgical capabilities of the hospital. And he also got through his contacts equipment for the blood bank and additional mobile extra equipment. He was able to increase the general practitioners to ensure that accident and emergency has full coverage of doctors, as well as general practitioners and family medicine doctors in the community clinics. The 5 general practitioners, the 2 family medicine doctors were hired. There was a complement of nursing scholarships, which included 1 RN trained in critical care nursing, 1 nurse trained in public health, 2 nurses trained in mental health, 2 nurses trained in nephrology, 6 students currently enrolled in general nursing programs, either on full or partial scholarship, 2 students currently pursuing paramedic studies. And prior to 2015, only midwives were recognized and paid for as specialist nurses. Minister Rogers, through the board, extended this to all specialist areas. This was to encourage nurses to seek to specialize in other areas. Since then, there have been nurses specializing in ICU treatment and nephrology. Prior to 2015, the nurses wanting to further their training were discouraged from doing so because they had to work for at least 5 years to get a percentage of their salary when in school. To get the maximum of 60%, they had to work for 10 years. And Minister Rogers changed this to allow all nurses to get 50% of their salary anytime they wish to further their training. There were third-party tertiary arrangements with Health City Cayman and Southern Medical Trinidad and had personal contacts with Dr. Ned of GPA. The contract was signed with Accreditation Canada for quality improvements of health services leading to accreditation, which is a 3-year process. The audited accounts, 2016, they were working on 2017 to be followed by 2018. There was a UK pledge of $12 million to work on 3 major infrastructural projects: hospital renovation and expansion, the Valley Health Complex, Western Polyclinic. The establishment of the 105c3 charity to raise funds for the construction of a new hospital, and the establishment of the Health Authority Foundation to raise funds for projects under the Health Authority. And so, Madam Speaker, The EMT area was renovated. The backup generator system, the stores, the oxygen plant, the entire lab is basically new. And so these are the many accomplishments that took place in the Health Authority under the existing Health Authority Act under the leadership of Minister Evan McNeil Rogers between 2015 and 2020. And so I raise all of this to say, Madam Speaker, that when we're talking about advancements in health, when we're talking about improving medical health care, when we're talking about improving health services for Anguilla, it's simply not a matter of saying that you're going to dismantle the health authority and bring it back under government. But you have to do more. You have to raise the bar. You have to do better than what was done before. You have to set the pace. And so we would expect, Madam Speaker, that more than just an idea or telling the nurses or telling the other health practitioners that you will be informed later on how this is going to happen and how that is going to happen, that when you come to the House, you come to the House with a plan. You come to the House after having widespread public engagement, public consultation with all of Anguilla, so that these issues, the questions that were being asked by the nurses, the lawyer letters that were coming forward, won't have to take place, Madam Speaker. And so at the end of the day, it is our view as members of the opposition that the way in which and the manner in which this Health Services Act has come to the House of Anguilla is not in the right procedure. It has not been done properly. There's been no proper consultation, and the people of Anguilla have no idea what the plan for health is for this, from this administration up to today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Are there any other? Oh, I'm sorry. The member for Road North is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Speaker, earlier today I jokingly made a message a friend of mine, telling him that because the Honorable Premier answered the question so thoroughly, we're going to have a short house today. Fortunately, I'm not a betting man, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am here in support of the Department of Health Services Bill 2024, which will replace the Health Authority Act. Madam Speaker, the Health Authority of Anguilla was established in 2004. The overarching strategic objective was the transformation of the health system to improve efficiency, effectiveness, and quality of services delivered to the population of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, so the question I have is, after 20 years, have our efficiency improved? After 20 years, have our effectiveness and quality of service delivered to the population of Anguilla improved? One of the questions posed earlier by the member from Sandy Hill is if the health services will be improved after the transition. And it feels to me, Madam Speaker, that by asking this question, one is saying it is bad already, but leave it as it is. Easy, cheering squad, easy. Madam Speaker, it amuses me that some of the same people who are asking what's the rush on transitioning the health authority back to the government after 20 years are the same people who, after just barely 1 year of the GST, is saying change the rate, change the rate, change the rate. Madam Speaker, as my little daughter would say to me, make it make sense. Make it make sense. You have an area of 20 years of proof, report after report after report, and you still can't see the need for this change. My other question, Madam Speaker, is have there been a marked improvement in the health services for the last 20 years under the Health Authority? Madam Speaker, the Modern Borough report stated that delivery of the health services under the Health Authority has been deemed a dismal failure. The Health Advisory Commission report of 2010 stated, and Madam Speaker, I won't go into too much deep detail because all these reports have been mentioned over and over. but stated that there's a lack of oversight regarding financial matters. There's an absence of audited financials. The Public Accounts Committee of this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, spoke in their 2019 report, said that the Health Authority previously had never produced non-disclaimer accounts. Unaccounted funds, Madam Speaker, almost $5 million a year. Must this continue, Madam Speaker? That is the question. Because today seem to be 21 questions, or 23 questions, I should say. And I have my questions also, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like I said earlier, after 20 years, and our institution is stuck in the same place, and report after report are highlighting their shortcomings, Madam Speaker. Should we continue, Madam Speaker, or should we try and make a change? And again, if the only question you're asking is, will health services improve? I'm going to ask the question, did they improve drastically in the last 20 years? Madam Speaker, the government of Anguilla, by way of subvention, gives to the Health Authority of Anguilla a little over $22 million, Madam Speaker. $22 million. Well, if you take into account the $5 million that's unaccounted for, it's actually 17. But $22 million is budgeted to go to the Health Authority of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And if you take into account, there's also $6.7 million that's budgeted for the Senior Shield, Madam Speaker, that goes indirectly, I should say directly, to the Health Authority, Madam Speaker. So we are talking $29 million, Madam Speaker, of $30 million that is budgeted to the Ministry of Health. So let me just go slowly on that, Madam Speaker. When we do our annual budget, the Ministry of Health under government, their budget is $30 million. 22 of that $30 million is budgeted to go directly to the Health Authority of a subvention. And of that, what's remaining, 6.7 of that also goes to the Health Authority by way of the Senior Shield program, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it seems to me that the government of Anguilla is already fully financing the Health Authority of Anguilla. And, Madam Speaker, on top of this, there was a 2020 review done of all the contingent liabilities of the statutory bodies. And on the Health Authority, there were arrears of almost $5 million. And because of that $5 million in arrears, government increased the subvention by an additional $3.6 million to try bridge that gap. And even with that bridging of that $3.6 million, Madam Speaker, we were still falling short in terms of the Health Authority. They still had a $1.5 million financing gap. So you're understanding, Madam Speaker, the financial problems and issues that's surrounding this Health Authority. And persons can pew and talk about us going back to the historical facts, Madam Speaker. But there's an old reggae song, Madam Speaker, if you don't know your past, you won't know your future. And I think it's important for us to highlight our past. Madam Speaker, I also remember the uproar from the opposition side of this House when we came to this honorable House to increase certain fees at the Health Authority of Anguilla. Fees that were necessary to improve services and keep the doors open at the hospital and the clinics, Madam Speaker. But there was a big uproar. But when we check the numbers, we are given, again I'm going to go, we are given $22 million, Madam Speaker, in subvention. $5 million is unaccounted for. In 2020, the subvention was increased by $3.6 million. There's still a $1.5 million financing gap, and we are supposed to just sit back and leave that go. The boat is sailing, Madam Speaker, but the boat ain't sailing crazily because we have a good captain. Madam Speaker, one of the questions, and I make sure mark the question number 8 to the Honorable Premier from the member from Sandy Hill. highlighted that public consultations was standard practice when it affected the stakeholders. So, in the theme of today, Madam Speaker, where we are asking 21 questions, were those public consultations and that standard of practice, was that given to the standing ground people, Madam Speaker?
Say it again. Say it again.
I was asked to say it again, Madam Speaker. Were those public consultations and that standard of practice, were it given to the people of Sandy Ground? Wow. And I'm sorry that none of the members are here, Madam Speaker, because I would love to look at your faces while I'm asking this question, Madam Speaker. Because, and Madam Speaker, I think it should be noted that the House is going on. We have an obligation to the people of Anguilla, and I hope the cameras can pick up what's happening on the other side, Madam Speaker, because we owe a duty to the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, the AUF administration in May of 2020, I'm going to go slowly on this, Madam Speaker, because I need everyone to understand this, because a whole big thing was made, Madam Speaker, about consultation and transparency in fair practice, Madam Speaker. A whole big thing was made about it. In May of 2020, Madam Speaker, and we know what happened in June of 2020. June of 2020 was elections in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. But in May of 2020, the AUF administration went to Executive Council and signed a definitive agreement, not just a regular MOU. A definitive agreement was signed in May 2020, less than a month before elections, to put a marina down in Sandy Ground, Salpan, Madam Speaker. We campaigned against that, Madam Speaker. So here's the story, Madam Speaker. You get a call you got gone in office in July, you get a call, what are you going to do about this marina on Sandy Ground? Minister Hughes say, what are you talking about? We already campaigned, we're not doing. They said, no, we got an agreement already signed. Bam, here comes the email. Bam, everybody is shocked. Nobody, Madam Speaker, nobody in the entire Sandy Ground area knew about this definitive agreement. But yet we sit in this House of Assembly, Madam. And Madam Speaker, I believe you shouldn't live in the past even though you should know your past. Huh? I do believe you shouldn't live in the past. But I also believe that not because you put on a different shoe means you must walk a whole different path all of a sudden. Because if the shoe on, what holds good today, Madam Speaker, should have held good in May of 2020. So you can't just because you take a step across the aisle, Madam Speaker, all of a sudden you know these magical words of consultation and transparency, and all these words now, Madam Speaker, are glorious. But where were these words, Madam Speaker? Where was the consultation for an entire village, Madam Speaker? An entire village knew nothing, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, we must sit here and believe all of a sudden that we know all about consultations. Consultation. Madam Speaker, and every time I sit here and I hear this magical word, where are the consultations? Where are the consultations? Where are the consultations for the Lansom Bowl? Where are the consultations with the Health Authority?
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, this APM administration campaigned on consultation, that everything that they brought to the House would
Where is
go
your
to
point of
consultation
order?
first. That was my point of order. So it's misleading for the members.
What is your point of order? That is not a point of order.
The member statement is misleading.
I'm sorry, that's
Madam
not a
Speaker.
point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As usual.
Member. There is no point of order. The member statement is clear.
Clear. Not even as most.
Thank
and
you.
I did not say that we did not campaign on consultations. My point right now, Madam Speaker, is about what the AUF did to the people of Stand the Ground, Madam Speaker. That's the point I'm making. I can defend when we have done consultations, Madam Speaker. If needed, I can defend our consultation record. And the House of Assembly record will show that we have done more consultations than any other administration in history, Madam Speaker. The records are there, Madam Speaker. The records are there. But again, Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask, where was the consultation for the people of Stand the Ground, Madam Speaker? So you mean to tell me something that's going to affect an entire village? And in the belief of some people of Stand the Ground, Madam Speaker, they believe if a marina was to go in the pond, it will wipe out the village completely. Because those of us who are old enough, because I believe I'm in the age range of the leader of the opposition, and I'm old enough to remember when a hurricane passed here in 1999. When Hurricane Leonard passed, Madam Speaker, and those of us who would have gone to Stand the Ground after that hurricane and stand up where Pump House used to be, and we looked down in that trench, it was all sand. So people like Quat in Stand the Ground will tell you over and over, Stand the Ground is nothing but a sandbar. But yet, on May 2020, Madam Speaker, and that's the part that gets me, Madam Speaker, because at that point in time, you're in the middle of a campaign. You're in the middle of a campaign. You're making all your glorious speeches about what you're promising to the people of Anguilla, how you're going to benefit the people of Anguilla. But while you're making those promises to the people of Anguilla, you're sneaking something in the back door that could affect them for generations, Madam Speaker.
That's the front.
And then a couple years later, because you're now on the other side, we now know words of transparency and consultation, Madam Speaker.
Front always kicking on the back door.
Madam Speaker, it does not work like that. The young people have a saying, I think it's 10 toes down, or something like that. You stand your ground, Madam Speaker. If you so strongly believe that the people of Stand the Ground should have a marina, go and talk to them. Me, the Honorable Premier, and all members, we face the music, Madam Speaker. We face the music. The first time the people of Stand the Ground heard about anything about a marina is when I got a definitive agreement, called Pat Hodge, met with Pat Hodge, Romel Hughes, Edison Beard in August. It was an August Monday, because this is how important I thought it was them to find out we have this situation. And we face the music, Madam Speaker. We face the music as an administration, and I keep thanking the Premier, Madam Speaker, because he heard my cries. He saw the pain in my face when I spoke about what the people of Stand the Ground needed, and I said, Premier, we cannot go through with this. But it's awesome when you got a good leader, Madam Speaker. It's awesome when you got a good leader. So he looked around and he said, okay, sir, I will get something worked out. And we have another marina coming. So for now, the people of Stand the Ground are okay in terms of not having a marina. And I say for now, no one can tell the future, Madam Speaker. No one could tell who's going to be there to protect them in the future, Madam Speaker. I can't guarantee I'll be always there to protect them. Tide might change next time, Madam Speaker, and somebody who's ready to kick in them back door might be on that side. And I cannot guarantee that, Madam Speaker. But I can guarantee, as long as I'm here standing in the gap, the people of Stand the Ground will be protected from having a marina in their back door, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker, that was my rant. But I also want to say, when it comes to the Health Authority of Anguilla, I'm a father of 3, Madam Speaker, and while I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, I want to wish happy birthday to my eldest. I'm the proud father of a 24-year-old son today, Madam Speaker. Today is his birthday, so I want to wish him a happy birthday. He's in the UK, but I want to wish him a happy birthday. Oh, wow. Good people, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, 2 of my children were born in the Princess Alexandra Hospital. I was one of those daddies, Madam Speaker, who did all the clinics. I took the children to the clinics daily. A couple of years ago, Madam Speaker, My wife got ill. She spent about 2 weeks in the hospital. Previously to my mom passing, she spent some time in the hospital, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you my interactions with the staff, whether it's at the hospital, the clinic, or anything like that, has been awesome. And I'm talking years, long before I even talk about having the dreams of being Honorable Mayor Richardson. I can always say the staff was awesome. But even to my untrained medical eye, you could always see that they were operating with less than favorable conditions. But they may do. They may do. And I'm saying that part, Madam Speaker, because I have friends and family who works in the health authority. And I don't want anyone, especially friends and family, to think that if they have a complaint, if they have a concern, that it's going to fall on deaf ears. The Honorable Premier stated earlier, he did have consultations with them. He did have meetings with them. Understandably, Madam Speaker, anything new, any new venture, any new country you're moving to, any new job you're going into, there's going to be a period of uncertainty. And I can understand where the staff is coming from. I can understand their concerns. And I'm going to even put the Honorable Premier, the Minister of Health, on the spot and say to them, whatever concerns you have going forward, because I don't think all the concerns is going to be covered. We are going to have, as we go along, things might come up. And I'm going to, like I said, put the Honorable Premier, Minister of Health on the spot a bit, but they can reach out to us, and we will ensure that they have cabinet ear as an entire body, so that any concerns they have going forward, we will hear them, and we will try to work them out in the best that we can. The consultations have been ongoing. Every time they call, every time they need a meeting, the Honorable Premier has been there to listen to them. So I just want to let the staff of the Health Authority know we will try our best. We will keep working through this, because in the end, Madam Speaker, it's to benefit Anguilla, all of Anguilla. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The member for Rhodes South is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Who do you trust with help? A doctor or a lawyer? Thank you very much.
Do you have a record? New record? The opposite way. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. Any other contributions? No? Since there are no other contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank everyone for making their contributions and for the support that is unanimous, Madam Speaker, for this making healthcare better in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, to avoid doubt, because the Leader of the Opposition did raise an issue about 10% of the 20%, I got another letter from the Nurses Association, and one of the points they raised was, will the government of Anguilla pay the 10% of the 20% insurance copay for employees transitioning from the Health Authority of Anguilla to the government of Anguilla? The same was paid by the Health Authority of Anguilla. So, Madam Speaker, this suggests that the Health Authority of Anguilla was paying 10% of the 20%, even now in 2024. So whatever was stated earlier, the people can understand what was trying to be implied, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here today because we want to do what is right. and that is to transition the Health Authority of Anguilla back into the central government through the Department of Health Services and the Ministry of Health. Madam Speaker, we've heard today about how inept the public service is and how big it is and these things. But what was missed and not said, Madam Speaker, is that, and it can't be forgotten, that the public sector principles are necessary for regulating essential public services. Madam Speaker, that cannot be guaranteed in the Health Authority of Anguilla as it sits right now. And we know that because we have seen these reports. We've also seen reports where the accounting was questionable. Some records were missing. In fact, on Thursday said some financial receipts were destroyed prior to being audited. And this is from reports, Madam Speaker, that are since 2016 and 2017. They talk about 2018, 2019. These were records that were looked at in 2021 and 2022, Madam Speaker. And so the only way that we, as an administration, can be assured that...
Excuse me, member. IT is requesting a 5-minute cut so that we can restart the system. So I would like to take that 5 minutes recess now. The Assembly sits in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you, members.